はい、それでは、このイベントもついに最後のゲームとかなりました。キングダムハーツ2ファイナルミックスですね。こちらのゲーム、なんと解説の方がいらっしゃっておりません。というふうにいませんので、どなたかね、このゲーム知ってるよという方はですね、コメント欄で書いていただいたりだとか、ジャパニーズリストリームのディスコードサーバーの方に参加していただいて、飛び込みでね、解説をしていただけると助かります。ちなみに僕は、キングダムハーツはミリシュですね。プレイミリシュなので、ミリシラになります。なんかコラボキャラでね、ディズニー以外にも、ファイナルファンタジーのキャラが出てくるよとか、主人公の空が、あれですね。スマブラに参加してすごい盛り上がってたくらいは知ってるんですけど、それ以外は何もわかんないですね。という感じな。補足とお願いします。形に。
Hello, chat. Reminder that you're here watching No Glitches Allowed 2025, and I have been your host for the last 3 runs, and thank you all so much for all of your donations and generosity through this time. But it is time for me to take a step back and welcome our finale host for this upcoming Kingdom Hearts 2 final mix, Bonnie, welcome to the stage.
Hello, Valiant Son. Can we get some love and chat for the Valiant Son, who has just been killing it on the mic for the last, I don't know, few hours here? Like, holy good gosh. Well done, friend.
Thank you. You know, it's the community that really makes it easy to host for, and I'm super excited to see everyone turn out for this upcoming shift you've got.
Oh, yes, I have been tasked with the honor of doing the finale here at No Glitches Allowed 2025. It has been 4 days of featuring speedruns that rely more on execution of intended mechanics rather than game-breaking glitches. So, did you know that that pig's good speedrun from that last run? Because holy crap, I didn't. And you know, I feel like these marathons, we are always just learning more and more things about like what is capable in the realm of speedrunning. What was your favorite moments you've been able to witness so far, son?
Oh man, I mean, seeing a pig speedrun, absolutely amazing. That showcase by Lori D for Vivid Stasis, and then also our run right before that, the Sonic Frontiers runs, like all of the runs that I just got to witness, amazing, fantastic. I'm really excited to tune in for this finale as well. And we can extend the finale, right? We've got that milestone that opened up.
Oh my goodness, yes, we do. We have already blown past our original goal of $3,000, but we got some more for you. We have just opened up a bonus incentive for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, where we get to face off against the one and only one-winged angel himself, Sephiroth, if we hit $3,500. Now, chat, you have already impressed me well enough, but you can impress me even more by getting like through this last chunk here, blowing through that $3,500 goal and doing it all for the pups at the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center.
Absolutely, and I will bid you adieu, Bonnie. Good luck with the rest of your hosting shift and chat. I'll see you in chat.
Thank you so much, son. Really appreciate it. Now, speaking of our last run, do we perhaps have any Podgers in chat? And yes, I do mean Podgers, because our final runner for the event is none other than GDQ Hotfix veteran, Complete-a-thon 2023's Magical Mystery Tour runner, and Chicken Parm enthusiast Podgy713, running the beginner crown. Excuse me, let me spit those marbles out of my mouth. The beginner gold crown category for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. So, put on some pants that will do Donald proud and get a little goofy in chat, because we'll be back with our final run in just a few moments here. All right, folks, welcome back to No Glitches Allowed 2025. I see we got the Podgers in chat. We're all super excited for this. It is our final run of the event. It is Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix by the one and only Podgy713. Let's keep those donations coming in. Let's get to $3,500 so we can see that Sephiroth fight. Let's go, Podgy!
All right, hello everyone. I'm Paji. I am a Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrunner. I'm going to be doing
画
some
面
gold
来
crown
ま
here
し
with
た
my
ね。
commentator Double A Dewey. Dewey, how you doing?
キングダムハーツ
I'm
2
doing
ファイ
good. How
ナ
are
ル
you?
ミッ
Well,
クス、
excited to be
本
here,
イベン
excited
トの
to finish off this
鳥と
awesome event.
なっ
This
て
has
お
been
り
an
ます。
awesome half of a week.
あんまりキングダムハーツシリーズってグリッチないような気もしてますけど、グリッチレスで4時間20分のエスティメートになってますが、結構長丁場になります。ルートラックで
Alright, for those who have not seen Kingdom Hearts 2, you are in for a treat of a run. If you're familiar with Kingdom Hearts at all, this has got to be one of the most dynamic combat systems in the entire series. We're not going to be seeing too crazy of a thing, but this is not just a glorified tutorial. This entire thing is one of the most optimized
もうすでにあれ主人公ってソラくんじゃなかったっけみたいになってるんですけど、
especially by Paji. Paji has put in more work than almost anyone I know.
リクくんでしたっけ？確かそんな名前の人がいたような記憶が
all that really does is
なんと
give
な
us a
く出て
strength
き
up,
ました。
which obviously we're going to be pushing our strength as much as we can because that's the most stats that we can really get much of a
確かなんかあれでしたね。なんか序盤の経験値集めがなんかちょっとシビアだったんじゃなかったかなという。
Okay, so
なんか他のイベントで言ってたよう
the
な
RG
記
minute,
憶があります。
unfortunately, Paji did mess up a few inputs there, so I'm not sure what you're going to be getting
We'll
from this
see.
dusk.
I've been a long time since I messed that up.
But that's only going to affect this dusk and then the next one, and then you can react to station as best you can.
Exactly.
But-
It's fine.
No big deal here, though. That actually does throw off the entire run. Actually, that was very similar. It just got the same one.
I think we're fine. We might be
Yeah, never
fine.
punished. You got the same RNG. So we're just gonna be doing a few short mini games effectively just to get through this part of the tutorial, and from there it's gonna be a checkered combat, then a lot of running, and then we're just gonna keep moving on forward. So a bit of an explanation on the actual category we're doing here. This is Gold Crown on beginner mode, but do not be fooled that this is an easy category because it's on beginner. Beginner is entirely the nicest thing about it is just that you don't need to focus as much on being a one-shot or anything like that in critical mode, but we do the most damage that we possibly can of not even that much different, but this entire thing is incredibly optimized. God.
It's all good. Yeah, we're talking through all this just because honestly, this game starts out basically like a slice of life, like JRPG, but then it like just weird things just continuously happen. If you want to know all the lore, play the game. I'm not gonna. We've talked about the lore a lot in other past events. Dewey has like been my main commentator for events for the last like year and a half. So like, I don't know. We change things up a little by little, but overall, it's been the same. Yeah, it's the same RNG.
Yeah, you actually just got it the same thing, which does make sense.
It makes sense.
I could explain this, but no one cares.
Yeah, exactly.
About this is just, if you let Podgy and I nerd out about things like this, this will be the rest of the run. We will just be talking about that one piece of fight.
Yeah.
You just make it sound like that's a bad thing.
You know, for some people, maybe it's not. If you're like me and you got that type of brain worm when it comes to this stuff, then you might find it as interesting as I do.
The problem is there are like, it's really cool, but we have so much to talk
There's
about.
so much to talk
Yeah.
about.
So
what is so nice though compared to usually Pod just runs any percent on these. We have double the amount of time to explain everything we need, so we can pump the brakes whenever we need. But we're gonna be approaching Twilight Thorn here, which is this game's version of like Dark Side, which is like every one of these games has a really big boss version of whatever the usual enemy we're gonna be seeing here. In this case, be nobodies. So this is gonna be a little bit of a short minigame segment of introducing reaction commands, which is whenever Podgy will press triangle to do a very specific maneuver, depending on what enemy he's fighting there. So Bert's got a bit of downtime. We're waiting for this, but This is also an incredibly optimized fight, especially by Podgy himself, having found a couple like 1 second time saves just to
They add
make
up.
the early game. They really do, and the early game is brutal. Like it's beginner mode, but beginner mode compared to the other main category, which is critical mode, is, in my opinion, has a much more brutal early game because there's a lot more things out of your control.
That's a good way
Whereas
to put
critical
it, yeah.
mode, well, the mid game I would say is much harder on the harder difficulties of these games, but the early game I would say is actually pretty comfy on on critical mode. But
All right, quick time
Enough
events
about
over.
that
Time for
difficulty.
battle.
Pod's gonna do 4 quick combos, then 1 extra hits.
おそらくイベント戦闘ということで、QTE が
It can be really difficult to get those
出て
short
ましたが、
hops.
これでやっと通常戦闘になる形なんでしょう。そもそもこの戦ってる敵何なのかっていうのが全く分かってないんですけど。
Let's go.
All right, that's a perfect fight. It is so incredibly difficult to get those last 3 combos in time. If he was a hair later, then he would have gotten hit out of it, and he would have lost a few seconds just trying to scramble to get that last finisher. Every boss in this game, you do need to do a finisher to actually end, and there are some ways we get around that with certain things that count as a finisher, namely magic and some abilities that we can get. But for the most part, you have to finish the combo you're on to finish the boss.
All right, first run killer up.
Yep. Hainer is our #1 op in this entire run. So these are struggle fights where you can either
あ、なんかボール奪い合うやつですね、これね。
just running out of time and having more orbs than your opponent, or if you get all 200 orbs, which means 100 from you and 100 from their opponent, then it does end the fight immediately. For Hainer here, we get him locked in this corner and we try to just catch the orbs we're getting from him.
Oh, he's
but
gonna grab that one.
the
Yep.
way these orbs, the way these orbs fly is entirely RNG. So if this keep flying back at Hainer, you just have to keep doing this until it works.
So
A 36 is not
yeah,
great.
I wasn't expecting you to get an overswing after that overhead swing after that parry. I thought I was gonna get a lunge, so I already mashed out the second hit, so I had to do a finisher. It's all good. VV.
I will say no. BB is one of the most consistent fights. Like there's a bit of RNG with the way the orbs will fly no matter what, but the actual strategy here it's barely changed in years.
Yeah,
Like,
actually.
honestly, like a decade. Like this fight has not changed. I think genuinely since especially as long as I've been watching Kingdom Hearts speedruns, which I've been in this community for 10 years.
It's
now.
the same on 2 English, the original version of this game.
Yep. That's the fun version about this game is that there are like 4 or 5, 6,
で、ま
or
た
6
戦ってたや
different
つが乱
versions,
入する
and
み
a
たい
few of
な。
them are no different. Then a few of them are every single one is different. So with a completely different speedruns and a completely different hardware, but we don't have time to get through any of this. We're already on to the next fight. This is Axel. This is also a fight that is pretty cookie cutter, but if you make one small mistake, you're gonna be scrambling to get those hits back. They're doing a technique there called guardless. For the longest time, we were using guard there, which makes this fight a cakewalk, but if you can position yourself right, you can get up against the wall, which makes it very easy to walk out of the way there. So very well executed by Podgy.
Now we got everyone's favorite Final Fantasy character, Setzer.
Yeah, this one's a little harder. Podgy.
What?
So when you attack him, he retaliates. You get to get out of the way of.
What do you mean?
No,
But I'm
not into
jumping.
him. No,
But I'm jumping. What? That's getting out of the way.
Jumping doesn't always work. You need to jump away
Oh,
from him.
but what if I go like this? Hold on. Oh, no, that didn't work either.
Okay, that
let's-
maneuver is not
no,
working.
Hold on.
We talked about this in
Crit.
practice.
Oh god.
I don't know
Oh
what's
no.
supposed to be
Oh
going on
no.
here.
Oh no. Not
No,
crit.
no,
Oh no.
no,
No.
Throwing
I
the-
can't do it.
You're already down
Oh
on
my.
it, or
Oh
and
my.
you're about to
Oh my
die,
god.
and
Oh no.
Podgy, on the marathon.
ああ、負けちゃいましたね。
Oh man.
Throwing the run.
Okay.
Shake my head.
まあ、ということで、おそらく負け戦だったんだと思います。
Anyways, that is a fight we were doing.
あれなんですね、海外の方も、いわゆる茶番というか、あ、負けちゃうみたいなやつやるんです。すごい海外の方、今、奏者さんと解説者さんの方、すごい、ああ、負けてしまった、みたいなこと、すごいやってました。
In this case, strength is going to help us every single fight going forward, it will make a big difference even right here.
Really going to come in
Cool.
handy. You'd have all that strength if we hit that Sephiroth incentive, huh?
That's
Absolutely.
We'd hit $3,500 to do that.
That's a break your immersion. I think we might be below the floor for that. But anyway, like
Don't tell them that.
I know. Which I will take this opportunity to actually talk about this game. Every single fight that you enter and every single world that you enter has a damage floor, and in the early game you can expect that sometimes you're going to be below that floor, which it means that there's a maximum or a minimum amount of damage that you will always be doing, so you're not just doing chip damage. Beginner, we don't have to worry about that quite as much until like the late game, and especially the end game of this category. We're going to be having to deal with that on every fight, because super bosses expect you to be level 99. We are not going to make it to level 99, at least today.
Spoiler, we will be level 49 for the super bosses.
Yes. Which will make most of the game will stay either around or over the damage floor, but it's not really a big deal. We do enough damage, and also these fights are optimized enough where we make good use of the damage that we're doing. Now, this is a fight that also, bad RNG. There's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors, as Bodgy refers to it, with this fight, where Shadow Roxas will either do an overhead swing, will do a side swing,
Or do nothing.
or nothing. Yeah, I was gonna say or do nothing. Two of those things allow you to do this.
今ストーリー的には何してるんでしょうねというところなんですけど、なんとなくなんか世界にバグっぽいのが出てるからそれを直してるみたい。
But it's the same amount of time you lose from not doing the strat, so
Exactly.
not a big deal. There's a much safer strat which has you start with a ground combo, but
Who needs that?
here this game is called Try Not to Crash, and there is a crash in this minigame that is in every version of this game since the original release on PS2.
どうしてゴミ袋が動いてるんですか？
And as long as you do not mash triangle, you can't hit it. But
It's two ways. Try not to crash the game, and also try not to crash into the trash cans.
that's true. Or if you're on a bad run, it's try to crash, save an excuse.
ああ、なるほど。世界のというか街の七不思議を探すみたいなパート。なるほどね。
Are you sure? We're the last run. No one's waiting on us. We can start again, right?
We got all the time in the world to stall and hit that 3,500, get that Sephiroth fight.
Exactly. It's for charity,
It's
Podgy.
let's throw for charity. Actually, that's a great idea.
Yep. It's just like your streams. We just stay in Roxas World for the rest of the day.
Consider
Hurtful but
playing
fair.
once.
Don't worry, it's every age speedrunner.
Oh my god, this is why we have beef. For those who don't know, for the longest time there was a running joke that Dewey and I hated each other because he's a rando player and I'm not, and I'm a regular speedrunner.
Speedrunner.
So
Yeah. See, the thing is, when I start a rando run, I know that I'm gonna be finishing it, and I don't have to reset it. So,
Ooh. Shots fired.
Shoot. I'm not even out of Roxas, man. I have 4 more.
you're right.
I've got 4 hours.
I gotta save some of these strays until
Oh
later.
my god. Anyways, back alley.
No. I will say, quick plug. The KH Arena community has been going strong for 5 years, so that's definitely what I'm known for. Yo, good RNG, good spawn.
Perfect fight, yeah.
You ended up in an interesting corner.
I like being there because even if I don't get a good spawn on the assassin, I can do a full combo because he'll just go into the corner.
Well, there you
Yeah.
go.
Also, shoutouts to everyone who donated for JP.
はい、アクセル戦が始まるのかなと思ったら、なんかそのまま逃げちゃいましたけど。
I don't know, like 10
あれは逃げれるやつ。
It doesn't affect the game in any
いう
way,
や
shape,
つ
or
なの
form,
か。
other
いいの
than
か。
cosmetically, all the voices are JP. It
ちょ
doesn't
っ
make
と
the
取り
game
残され
faster.
てたアクセル君が
Everything is
ちょっと
still
哀愁漂って
FaceTime
ました
the
ね。
English game. It's fun.
Well, what if the battle lines are faster? Then can't you do the fight faster if they get the
That's
talking out of
not
the way?
how that works.
Oh well, I assumed that was the time deficit between our runs was from me playing on
Well,
English.
you should run on JP then.
Well, then the whole ruse goes
Well,
away.
That's right. I'm calling out your bluff. That's the point.
So we're gonna be leaving Roxas World here, or Simulated Twilight Town, as some people call it, or Podgy calls it Data Twilight Town.
That's right. It's Data Twilight Town.
We're gonna be doing simulated organization at the end of the run, and
Okay, I need a new commentator. Hey Bonnie, do you want to
な
learn
の
off the
で、こ
entire
こ
game?
から
real quick?
どうもなっていくのかな、全然分かってない。
Bonnie's got time.
とりあえ
Beef
ず、
is so real.
図書館みたいなとこ来ました。
Chat, what's your favorite kind of beef?
Oh my god.
I like a good burger.
I'm a steak guy myself.
How do you
That's
like your steak cooked?
rude.
As legally rare as possible.
So you don't want to be able to find it.
Oh yeah. I like to go on like a safari out in the outback, find the wild buffalo out there, and just take it down myself, just eat the whole
Okay,
thing.
there we go.
Unhinged my jaws like a snake.
I would say we're talking over a really technical
Oh yeah,
modifier
my bad.
which Podgy wasn't absolutely throwing, but we at least have this fight that's incredibly consistent. If Podgy loses time, we do need to get a new runner.
Yeah, this is a scripted fight.
で、アクセル再生
Yeah,
で
it
すね。
is. The only way you can genuinely mess up is that fire from spawning the floor at the very beginning of the fight can clip you. Depending on the direction the Axel moves. But unless that like 1 in 50 happens, you will have the exact same time fight every single time.
Yeah, so
こ
we're
れ
done
い
with
つの間にかキーブレード二刀流になってる。
in a few seconds. We have to walk past all these pods that have
Those-
no relevant significance whatsoever.
Those boots are made for walking.
And all of a sudden, we have Sora, Donald, and Goofy.
Yeah, which are occasionally
ね
useful.
え、あれ、主人公交
They
代
get
して
more
る。あれ
useful
Yeah,
the
Podgy think
less
of-
I make them do.
That's true. They do get the more useful, the less
あれ、
control
急
you
に
lose.
ソラパートに変わった。
I would say, as most parties are in most RPGs, the more control you have over them, the more useful they are.
We do need them to do
So.
some work in this next fight.
But we want them to kind of do no work also.
Yeah, we want them to do work.
Just the right amount
Yeah,
of work.
we want them to go away
don't-
and do things and stay over there.
Yeah, we don't want them to get any overtime. We can't afford it. So we really want them to do
ロ
just
ク
the
サ
right
ス
amount
の
of work.
夏休みが終わってしまった。あれ、夏休みだったんですね。
They're only keeping their one desk in the corner. That's
Yeah, this is
fine.
good. This is good.
Yeah, that's good. So this fight on most, or not only most, just critical mode, which is most people are going to
Donald, you're a
be more
mage.
familiar with, so it's nothing to compare to. He said the thing. This fight on these lower categories, instead of being able to die, well, you can do a few different things to end this fight. You can either die, or you can do 100 hits, or I think wait a minute 20. If I remember
Minute 20 or
correctly.
minute 30, I can't remember. It's been a while.
Yeah, something like that. So we're gonna be able to hit count as the. We probably could die quick enough, but this gets us so much experience in the early game that it would not be worth the amount of time we might be saving. So this fight is very technical and not only hitting hit count quickly, but also hitting a very precise amount of experience where we're not over leveled, which we're kind of under.
I'm 3 under leveled. I was trying to do a full combo there and I did a double hit, but it
Yeah.
didn't matter, so it's fine. It'll take a little more time to kill shadows right here, and it's fine because we'll get our XP back later.
I'm sure a full combo will kill.
A full combo will kill a
だ
shadow.
ってほ
Yeah, so you
こ
can
こ
see.
どこなんか、あ
Yeah,
れ、ま
it'll make
た
3 of these shadows harder to kill, and then
言い
we're
ます
fine.
けど、あ、なんかやっと見慣れた敵が出てきました。
based on a strategy
この
that we
黒いのは確かハードレスですよね。なんかこれはよく知ってる
Yeah,
気
we're
がす
already
る。
back to normal. These fights used to be like really frustrating, but there's actually a decent amount of optimization. Well, at least one optimization fairly recently in the past year, which was I think KDM found the shadow spawn, right?
ね、多分今ディズニーの何かの世界のやつに入ってるんだと思うんですけど。
spawns the remaining shadows on the second wave.
アラジン系かな、それとも全く別のやつなの
The next wave earlier, so that there's a chance that they'll swarm around you. Because the earlier you spawn them, the more likely they are to approach you instead of you having to go chase them
Yeah.
down. or that Donald and Goofy might just kill them.
あ、不思議な塔ってやつなんだ。
We want them to do the most
Yeah,
work.
and they.
じゃああれかな、キングダムハーツオリジナルっぽい。
Shadows will still be shadows. And
Yep.
shadows were shadows, but
70.
Donald and Goofy did well.
Yeah, this fight, really, you need them to kill like a couple enemies in the first wave and one enemy in the last wave, which will take care of the rest. We also have another cosmetic thing that you might see there. You probably don't even notice the difference there, but there was a recolor done when the original final mix version of Kingdom Hearts 2 was released, which changed a few Heartless colors and a few bosses, and Podgy actually prefers the originals, and there was
ユエシットが登場する魔法使いの弟子で、白い敵の名前ノーバディって言うんですね。ハートレスとも黒いのがハートレスで、白いやつがノーバデ
So when I
ィ。
played Final Mix, I said, "What the heck?"
we'll be seeing another texture
話しかけ方のマナーが悪かった。
Yeah, I like the whole PC modded stuff. We'll go into PC modded a little bit more shortly. I'm playing on PC. And it allows me to have Sora look pink.
Yeah, which you can't tell, of course, on the layout that you're seeing on stream today, but Podgy's layout is very pink.
Yeah, in my normal stream,
So-
yeah. No glitches allowed did
So-
not change their layout to pink for me.
Yeah, we did ask.
No, we didn't.
But I did make this mod for Podgy and a few others to give him the pink vibes that he wants.
Yes.
Because we're all here for vibes tonight.
Speaking of pink, Valor
Shadows
form.
are pink vibes.
Yep, there's another one.
なんとなく見たことがある気がする魔法使いたちと、
Yeah,
今あれで
Dewey
したね。
made all these
モ
for
ー
me,
グリが、
and
モ
they're
ーグリました。
amazing, and yeah, I appreciate people who make
デ
mods.
ィズニーの魔法使いは、ああいう
Ragnarok for
見た目ですよ
That's
ね、
just
ど
not
の
fair.
世界観のやつ。
I've never seen this fight go this way. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I'm dealing with the nonsense. It's fine. Yeah, that sucks.
That must have been like a 45.
That
あ、
was-
そういえばそうですね。空の服装変わってますね。
That was like a 48.
47.
これ、あれかな。ドネートか何かで
We have time for a
空
quick
の
Yes.
服
Yeah,
装
we've
変
got a
更
little
入
bit
っ
of
てる。
movement here.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, we have $5 from TFT. Had to donate towards defeating Sephiroth. Thank you to everyone for an amazing event so far, and looking forward to this final Kingdom Hearts 2 run.
Thank you, TFT.
And that is right. We need to get another $425 if we're going to see that Sephiroth fight at the end of this run here. So let's get your donations in right now. Exclamation point donate in chat. Let's do it for the pups.
Shoutouts to Bird Game.
I was like, shout outs to TFT, did a very, very good run of Death
あ、なんかさりげなくレオンくんがいる。
another game that I
リオ
speedrun.
ンじゃない、スコールだ。FF8 の主人公
The usual thing that Podgy's watching while he's playing
急に出てくる。
this game is me playing that game. Because I did take a little break from this game for a little bit to migrate over to Death's Door because I
That
fell
was
in love in that speedrun as
unlucky.
well.
Security system was rude there.
At least Leon remembers that he has a
Yeah.
sword. Yeah, Leon is the genuine boss of this fight. We'd prefer if we could just fight him instead. If he was targetable, we'd kill him so much quicker that he'd help us.
I'm just gonna wait. Yeah.
Oh, so that is a recurring theme in a lot of the Kingdom Hearts games, and especially this one, that when you have NPCs fighting you, they're hurting you more than they're helping you.
Yeah. That's
Except for in FF fights. They're great there.
they can be.
Tifa's usually nice.
Tifa can.
And Cloud.
Both of them can be bad, but most of the time they're good.
さあ、どういう理由で訪れ
Much better
てたのかはよくわかりませんが、とりあえずステー
True,
ジクリア
especially
したみたいで
because
す。
he already has his powered up gunblade.
Yes. Leon will. Hey, what the heck? You're supposed to be doing a gun mission.
It's not a glitch, it's a mod, I promise.
あれ、そういえば、あれ、グミシップってないんでしたっけ？なんか、キングダムハーツシリーズって、全部じゃないとは思いますけど、
How much it saves, but it's
なんか、ステージ変わるときって、やってませんでしたっけ？なんか、
because then we get more
シューティングパートみたいなやつ。
Oh, Shadow.
あ、やっぱりこれ、モッドでグミシップ飛ばしてるんですね。確かグミシップありとなしで、結構時間変わるんですよ。っていうのがあったんで、やっぱ飛ばしてるんです。
But in this game, they are entirely auto scrollers.
で、今入ってる世界はムーラ
To cut the fluff best we can.
みたいですね。
There's a couple other mods that are permitted in other categories, like especially in like level 1 data org, you can skip the dome on finals on this, which is really cool. But hitting level 2 there, which when you hit the next level of a drive form, which I guess I haven't explained drive forms yet.
Yeah, we have not. We can do it.
そういえばそうですね。使用言語、ゲームのインフォメーションとか UI は英語なんですけど、キャラクターボイスは日本語版になってるんで、まあオプションで日本語版字幕、日本語音声とかが設定できるのか、モッドなのか、どっちでしょうね。
So it's very nice and is
あ、音声ドネートだった。ごめんなさい。ちょっとドネート全部確認できてなくて。1はドネートだった。
we use it for our movement.
Don't
Because as you can see,
want-
sword does
don't
not
want-
run
thank
very
you.
quickly. JP strats, let's go. Shout out to Lobby.
Shoutouts to the JP Kingdom Hearts 2 community for making Mission 3 somewhat more consistent.
おそらく敵の駐屯地だと思うんですけど、壊しまくってますね。
It feels so
どうしてテントが爆発するんですか？
Yes.
I will say, Podgy's also doing another optimization from fairly recently of doing the third mission before the
爆
second.
発するテントは安全性がかなり怪しい気がするんですが。
Right?
Yeah, it is. It falls victim to the same
It kinda comes out
problems,
even.
yeah, but it makes for a cool mission too if you do it right. So give and take.
ちなみにディズニー作品、映画も含めてほぼ全部触れてきてなかったので、
That stinks.
ムーランがどういうストーリーでキングダムハーツに組み込まれた時に何が変わったかが全く分かってない。
When we level up each of our forms, it does make the form last longer because you can see a gauge like on the bottom right UI when we're in our forms. But when you are in the next level, it just makes it last longer, so you can spend more time in that form.
You're one hit.
And it does usually come with some ability, or usually comes with something extra to give to base store as well. In this case, the second level of each form is always only just the auto version of that form, which is an ability we will not be making any utilizations of.
Precisely, yeah. That form, at least in Gold Crown, comes in
なん
handy
かさ
because
っ
we
き
do
の
need
打ち捨てられた
but
馬車みたいなやつ、危険っていう漢字が書いてました。
it makes lingering
なぜか読める。
Just don't use the air combo plus.
But shut up.
So why do you need a cheat strat to become easier? We're already cheating. Come on.
Dude, if I... Oh my god, it would have... One day I will learn the better
Yeah?
strat. One day.
What? Berserk Hori?
Well, not well, Genie Hori, but yeah.
Genie Hori would be crazy in this category.
That is our only option because we don't have Berserk. So, maybe one day.
This route sucks.
Bonnie, have you learned this category yet?
I'm working
Okay,
on it. I'm working on it.
okay.
So this is the cave fight. We have a few assault riders here, which assault riders we haven't explained yet. But I've explained every single enemy, but that is simply like there's usually one big enemy to each world that you have to worry about.
The shadows know
Assault
this is a
riders
marathon.
are- Yeah, the shadows are much more concerning.
ファイヤーが、あれ、ファイラかな。
At least,
ファイラがあれですね。
the audio is
自分の周辺の攻撃できるっていうので、なんか結構強い
I
です。
can just do this,
わ
I
ざと
think.
取り囲まれて、
Yep.
Oh,
ファイ
you're
ラ撃っ
okay.
てると、かなりダメージ
If
効
I
率
did a
いい感じ
finisher,
で。
if I did hit like blank hit,
understand.
then it would have been fine.
So we're going to be approaching the summit fight, which is a timed fight. Which whenever there's a timed fight, we'll be doing our best to get experience if we can, because there's no way to speed it up. So might as well make good use of it. In this category, and more recently been added to critical mode as well in the past year, we're going to be using experience boost, which when we're below half HP, we do get double the experience. And so Podgy will be trying to like juggle his experience
ではなんかいる。
in a way so that he's not going to die, but that he is always
わあ、ちょっ
below
と
that
キモい。
threshold if he can help it. because that does make a big difference if you can get these bolt tower kills with experience boost. Unfortunately, these rapid thrusters do drop HP in sometimes pretty unpredictable ways.
Yeah, I'm okay for now. I'm gonna be doing this one, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
no more high ground?
Yeah.
I'm out of touch.
Well, it works if I get speed traps, but I'm not. There we go.
なんて、これは、勝てるやつなのかな。なんかすごい多勢に無勢な感じになってませんか？
Okay.
あ、でも意外と勝てそう。
So we are at the threshold now,
Yeah.
as far as our experience we're concerned, is below 500 XP till the next level. We're now at the right threshold to do another XP boost strat coming up, which
Comfortably,
is
yeah.
another huge optimization that was...
とりあえず耐えたらよかった系っぽかったですね。なんかカウントダウンしてました。
There's been quite a few optimizations using...
全体攻撃で焼き払ったらファンファーレが止まらないやつです。
Yeah, there's all these, like, XP thresholds that felt unattainable for a long time without, like, risking things, but we collectively, as a community, have gotten good enough where I felt like we should be pushing the limits, and now people are starting to realize, like, yeah, this is easier than we thought, and it's because, like, we all know better now. So, yeah.
Is that route actually faster?
A little bit faster, yes.
Okay.
A little bit of movement tech. I am mad. Never mind.
Yeah, how did that not reach?
Target switch. So it didn't reach because that bolt tower is rude. But also Mulan, like,
Real.
Mulan hit the bolt tower and made me have to wait.
Wait, Ping was Mulan?
I'm not gonna get into that.
Chest Mulan, great movie.
Great movie.
あ、ボスっぽい演出が。
This whole time? Hey, there's a bird. It's like Death's Door.
Shout out to Death's Door. I've never played it, and yet I know, like, everything about it.
You don't know the lore.
I know most of the lore. I don't know what happens after the any percent, but I know
ゲストキャラが
Is that good
すごい
enough?
勢いで割り込んできて。
Listen, I'm not gonna. Even TFT said, "Go play the game if you want to know the lore." I'm not gonna spoil the lore in a Kingdom Hearts.
Play the game.
I'm getting bullied.
やったかみたいな感じですね。やったっぽいです。
I've been waiting patiently.
You have. I apologize.
We're gonna go to Olympus Coliseum.
Welcome to All Bullies Allowed 2025.
Heck yeah! Oh, this is my place.
Oh my god.
So we had a bit of a world shift earlier.
で、今度は、これは、どこの世
Beast
界行って
Castle
たん
or
だろ
Land of Dragons, and those are around the same battle level. When we finish Land of Dragons, we get the choice again, but then we get choice of Olympus Coliseum as well added to that.
Yo, JJ.
The game doesn't really expect. Yo, let's go. Switching to JJ, winning synth item drops. No, the game doesn't really intend us to go to this world second, because the battle level is much higher. So, but because of that, we're able to get a much better reward out of it and more experience from the fights themselves. Because there's a bunch of mob fights in this world, but Beast Castle doesn't really have almost any. So anything we can do here can speed up Beast Castle so much more than the other way around.
あ、
And
オリンポ
you
ス
will see the。
なる
reward
ほ
of
ど、ありが
that
とうござ
once
い
we
ま
get through this. Like we
Yup.
zoom through Beast Castle both times.
Yeah, I was gonna say Beast Castle is a cakewalk because of the.
す。オリンポスに来たということは、じゃあボスはハデスになるのかなって気はしま
So
す
do。you guys like trains?
Love trains.
I love trains.
So you love trains? You know,
Yeah.
I'm quite a.
あれかな、
train
じゃあ
fan.
ヘラクレス系の
If I
あれになる
put
ん
an
でしょ
ear
うか
down to the ground and listen on the tracks, I think I can hear one rolling off in the distance. So chat.
もう作品がそもそもヘラクレスなの
If
か
you、like trains,
他のやつなのかはちょっとわかんないですけど。
enough passengers here to easily donate $5 each. And with that, we would easily blow past.
でもまあ、確かハデスですよね。
to get that Sephiroth fight. I think Sephiroth might be conducting this train himself. I didn't even think he has a license for it.
思ったらなんかあれ
So, if you wanna
待って、
see him
アーロン来た。
fight, and in addition to driving that train, let's get those donations in now! Exclamation point donate in chat.
Yeah, it's
まさかのあれなんで
my
す
favorite
ね。
fights, so it is a treat to watch.
There we go. It is a spectacle.
主人公差し置いてまさかの
I'll say, back
アー
in
ロン
the
さんが
day,
来るという。
that was the only post game we had in Kingdom Hearts 2 was that fight and Hades.
キーダじゃない。
But this category adds another 14 bosses to that post game.
あで、冥界のハデスは無敵で倒せないから今は逃げてるパートという。なるほど。
Hold on, I'm nonverbal for a
So
bit.
that's okay. Well, so let's explain a bit. This is Hades Escape, which is on higher difficulties a very scary fight to die during. This is a very scary fight of just trying to do quickly. We're using experience boost, as you can see here, and we need to let Auron not ruin everything by if a party member takes a kill from you, that doesn't help us with
キーダは別の場所ですでに出てる。じゃあイベントスキップしてるから気づかなかったんだけど。
available. So
That was weird.
it can be really detrimental. That was
It's
very
fine, it's
strange.
fine. They should all die, maybe? Okay.
なんかすごいコンビネーションアタックしてる。
You okay, it's fine, it's fine,
Yeah,
it's fine,
I
it's
was gonna
fine.
say I knew that was gonna
Yeah.
happen. I could see
I
it.
saw it too, I was hoping not, but we need to be within 51, so we're fine. We're
Yep.
at 50. So as long as Auron does Divider, good job, Auron. Guys? Okay.
Like I said, Auron's useless. So we just got level 14, which is a level we're not supposed to hit, at least according to us, like a year ago, until the end of this world. So that gave us a strength increase that we did not know that was remotely attainable here. So that's going to make Cerberus, this upcoming fight here,
Until I
significantly
brute
faster.
forced our way into doing it on accident. I legitimately discovered this route
Yep.
on accident. And I said, how do we make this legit?
Yeah, he had this Cerberus.
さあワンちゃん、地獄の眼鏡ワンちゃん来ました。
Level 13 Cerberus ever again.
Okay, this is better. I got Dwayne real quick. I got Dwayne twice.
You did get Gritty Dwayne
Okay,
again.
it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, this
These
is good,
boulders
this is good.
are entirely RNG. You can, there is like a visual of when they're coming down, but you can't really see that based on the camera that we're getting during a boss fight usually. Alright,
Easy.
dodge that. So, that was also like an interesting thing with the fight where you try to avoid the reaction command segment that the game intends for you to go to, and most people would be doing on this fight without level 14, which would lose quite a bit of time if he got caught by it right there.
But if
さあ
I
十分遊んであげたので
stop
満足しました
the
ね。
Auron limit called Bushido at the right time, I can get 3 combos in exactly how I do, and finish the fight. And usually the damage is good enough where those 3 combos finish the fight.
And this mini game up here, we're gonna take a bit of a journey back to like 10 years ago on Twitch when we used to say "te-earn," and that's what we're doing here. We're doing earns, which this first one here, all we're trying to do is get 20 orbs. Each of these drop 30 or 33. My goodness.
ツボ割りチャレンジ
So
Rando
it's-
player.
これはツボ割りチャレンジでいいのか
Yeah,
な
I was gonna say. I'm a little used. I didn't even mean to say the number that they actually drop in rando. I just the muscle memory is there. So that first one's just a little demonstration of what we're supposed to do, whereas right here we're doing the actual thing here, where all we're really doing here is we're doing some strategic air combos to try to hit the most we can.
時間内に100個ある必要があるみたいですね。
Because like without draw, which is an ability
間に合うのかなとは思いますが、一応2分。2分か1分半ぐらいでスタートだったからいけるのか。
really get 100 just without the big earn, so the big earn just makes that so much easier.
あ、じゃあ、ツボを100個割るんじゃなくて、コインを100枚集めるのか。
I swear to God.
I will say, you would notice that Podgy hasn't been using Valor form while in the underworld. It's because we're not allowed to.
See, it's chained
It's a
up.
glitch. We can't do it.
さあ、今、ヘラクレスが仲間にな
That
ってた気
forced
が
us
す
to
るん
use
ですが、
that wouldn't let us use Valor form down here. I don't know what they have against this
パーティー
world.
にはいない。
No, there is a
出会っただけ。
lore reason, but that will go away at the end of this section here, and we'll be able to freely use drive forms as much as we want down here. Spoilers, we will be
今一瞬ヒュドラが
eventually.
いましたけど。
Valor form is not the only one.
And Valor is not the only one that is color changed.
Ooh.
We got a lot of those coming up. I'm excited. Yeah, a little bit of
Me
movement
too.
here.
I started to see my handiwork. I was saying, how much movement can you do? And you missed both damage boosts.
I don't go for the second one.
I know. I'm the only one that goes for
I
it,
know.
and I'm the only one that hits it.
The first one is dumb sometimes. I saw the angle that I messed up because I jumped late. That's fine. Alright. Water clone minigame.
またあれですね、13機関の誰かが来まし
It
たね。
was.
I'll say this fight is dumb. You can manipulate it a little bit with just being careful at where your angle is targeting.
これは本体倒すやつじゃなくて、呼び出されてるなんかよくわかんない水の精霊っぽいやつ倒す感じ。
In this fight, it absolutely
Yeah.
is. In most mob fights where you get swarmed, the auto target in this game goes haywire and is
That was good.
impossible to keep track of. That was what we expected. A 45 is about like average, so getting a 46 is anything above it.
I didn't hear the next musical phrase, therefore it's good. Yes, that is how I
Rest in
determine.
peace, that AP boost.
Yeah, that AP boost used to be part of the run. Not anymore. Alright, another spot where we are boosting. We are already
Yeah,
level
this is a
14,
fight-
but we're prepping for later
で、
things.
護衛ミッションっぽいやつですね。
Usually this is where we get level 14. Now we can just go nuts and just keep ourselves above that barrier because one, it'll make it easier for us to stay.
誰だっけ
But it might help us actually reach,
誰だっけ
later
このミッキー
ones.
のライバルキャラみたいな方、名前が出てこない。
This is a fight that is entirely timed. We have no control over it. So this one is just go nuts on. You don't even need to remotely interact with Pete until later.
フィート、ありがとうございます。
There is a little
ディズニーシリーズを全く知らない。
It's very specific where if we hit
知ってて当然だろうみたいな感じのキャラの名前を割と知らないの。
the next wave early. It's really strange and really specific, but sometimes Goofy will just not make it work. Or I guess that's also a good time to explain Forced Revenge.
Yeah, go for it.
Every boss has a value that we call Revenge Value or RV, where when that number is hit, and every hit you do as
これで一応
they do their Forced Revenge, where they'll attack you back so that you can't just.
萌えが終わったから通常ボス戦なのかなと思ったらタイムがあるのが、まあ、別に関係ないの。
And fights going forward,
時間内に倒せばよし
the
って
super bosses we're going to face at the end of the run. Where it is really important that we know exactly when a boss is going to retaliate to either dodge or in some cases even
なんかヘラクレスがなんか強化状態っぽかったんですけど、あんまり活躍しませんでした。
There we go. Sorry, my menu got a little messy and I almost forgot to put on Trinity Limit. Which is super important.
というわけでヒュードラー
Yeah,
戦
this
に
is the Hydra fight. We're starting in
クラナ
Valor
リア。
form just to get this phased out real quick. I've
この敵がクラナリアなのは知ってる。
Picking up these drive orbs just to make it more. Yep, that's fine. I could have gone for something else, but this works just as well.
Yeah, we're just trying to dispose of these heads as quick as we can.
まあこんな感じで頭切ると切った頭が増えてくっていうので
to get up on the Hydra's back.
クラナリアヤン
That
系
will
という
allow
や
us
つですね。
to stun these heads here so we can take care of them quicker. If we don't do that, we have kind of a time limit to get rid of those heads, or else we're going to lose a lot more time. But we took care of them quick order.
I think that's fine. Yeah, it was a little
Also,
high.
here
増えた頭は戻るのかっていうのはありますけど。
And limits in general are usually something that's going to use one or both of your party members to do this really crazy like attack. I was gonna say limit break, but that literally uses the word limit in it. Like finisher type thing, and it can do a lot of damage. Also keeps you invincible during it, but it does use the rest of your magic and your mana or MP in this game.
Yeah. At the end there, Hydra also has 3 different head patterns after that Trinity limit. We got the one that is the shortest, but can also give us the best chance for high damage. So I got on his head like cycle perfectly to just shred him and get him, just end him real quick. And the game, after doing Olympus, even though we haven't done Beast Castle yet, forces us back to.
これは100エーカーの森な気がする。
Actually, just
100エーカーの森
after
です。
two worlds.
Oh, is it after 2? My bad. I thought it was.
It's not an after Olympus thing. That's just an after.
Oh, okay.
What's
入ってすぐ終わりましたけど。
That was dumb. Okay.
Yeah, that's killing a certain amount of enemies right there, just to make sure that that finisher will kill everything left.
The book is all scratched up for lore reasons. We'll get to that later. Actually, I'll just explain it now because we do need to do this.
I said we do have to come back here.
Yeah,
so.
we do have to come back here. So basically, the Heartless stole a bunch of pages out of the book. We have to find those torn pages. So that we can
これは100エーカーの森はあれなのかな、箸休め的な癒しパートなのかな。あんまり本筋に関係してない気がします。なるほど、ページ集めしていくやつのはず。
So yeah, that whole little bit right there is important. But we first have to do Beast Castle.
Yeah, so this world will fly by because for one reason, Valor formed to move quicker here because the base walking speed is just so much faster in Valor, so we use that.
ハートレスのせいでページが世界に散らばっちゃったから集めようっていう。なるほど、ありがとうございます。
Any chance that we get to use faster movement, we will. Valor is our fastest movement for now, until we get more things later. And once that happens, we will. I don't think we'll ever see Valor again properly outside of a couple of situations.
Yes, and you might be wondering why the game lets us just spam this ability of using drive forms. It actually doesn't. It has another hidden number counter that the game doesn't.
なるほど。ゴールドクラウンカテゴリーだと、父さんのミニゲームは全部やる必要があるはず。
The game will force you into.
ありがとうございます。
If that counter goes too high and you go into a form while you're in a fight, and that would, in this category, lose a lot of time.
Yep.
Because anti-form has a completely different moveset, which you'll be improvising the entire fight at that point.
We're fine.
And you also can't revert from it. So, Podgy also just did a 1 cycle there. The game, usually, when you hit a certain HP gate on that Possessor there, it would go back into the door and you do another phase and you do the same thing again, but our strength is so high right now because we did all those extra visits.
クンハのプーさんホームランダービーは多分ミニゲームにないと思います。
that we're able to just do enough damage in that
肩が強すぎるロビンさんは出てこないと思います。
go back into the door.
Yep. And because we were in a form right there, and it happened earlier as well, going into a spot where we lose our party members, it actually refunds all of our drives so that we can use more drive forms later, or summons, as we would, because summons and drives use the exact same gauge.
これは今、
Just get your first
Yeah.
summon.
いる世界はまた魔法使いの弟子のところで。
And
いい
as
の
I
か
was
な。
saying about anti-points,
なんとなく出てきてるキャラクター的にそんな気はするんですよ。
when that counter gets too high, just going into a form before we're in a fight, so we still don't have to worry about going into that anti-form.
And that's exactly what we did right before Thresholder. Before I entered the door, I popped the form. Right now, my menu is blue.
あ、美女と野獣違った。
So we cannot
全然違うじゃん。
Yellow gives us a small, like, a certain chance, and if the menu is red, that chance that we would have in yellow gets doubled. Or special, or there's special cases elsewhere, but... We'll talk about that
Which
later.
won't matter because we're not going to go into
Exactly.
form unless we want to.
Exactly.
That is all just things that the game usually does to try to keep control of us using that, but we're smarter than the game.
Sometimes.
Usually not. We just cope.
This is an extreme case of Dunning-Kruger. Every time we think we got the game figured out, it tells us how wrong we are.
It really likes to kick us when we're down.
Yeah.
Especially when I'm doing a run.
Oh my goodness. So rather than running through the castle, we're just save warping because
とりあえず物語の主人公側の、誰でしたっけ、野獣側の方がなんかちょっと正気を失ってたので正気に戻してみて
as an
ところを
example.
やってた
But
み
yeah,
たい。
that's why we're warping so much. And now we're gonna mess around with this boss a little bit, running backwards.
美女と野獣も見たことないんですよね
Doing a
実は。
specific combo here to do the right amount of hits, so we can keep control of him. Because once he hits a certain HP, he will try to go away to go into the windows over here, which you will see moving right here. But if we cut him off before he gets there, right here, that's windowless.
We just don't let them have fun here because we are just so beefy right now by doing Olympus first. And you're gonna see that even more on Phase 2 with Darkthorn.
Yeah, with Hero's Crest and all the strength that we have, we are the fun police in this world. We are not letting them do anything they want. Yeah, we're also seeing the solo Trinity. We saw the group Trinity used earlier on Hydra, also gets clipped there. That's RNG.
Yeah, it was 100% RNG.
But when you have a party member that is not Donald or Goofy, or if your Sora is alone himself, he used that solo Trinity, which doesn't seem as useful because it doesn't seem as like crazy, but it actually does have quite a bit of uses.
Like that one.
Yep, it does a very specific amount of damage and is fairly fast.
It's a good get out of jail free card at the cost of losing all your magic, but like
あれ今のゲームをステージクリアしたんですか？
usually if you're prepped for it, you can mitigate that lack of magic with other things.
Now, here we are, we're at Disney World, we're able to do all this now, and this is more movement going forward here.
これは
Well, it is swarming with Heartless.
これは多分不思議の国のアリスな気が
Donald's
する。
trying, like you can hear him, but
当たっ
even
てて
he's
ほ
not
しい
strong
な。
enough right now to beat up these shadows. I'm not gonna forget the torn page that is sitting right here. I've been running any percent for the last couple of weeks because there's new routing going on over there and I wanted to join in on the fun. And when I was making saves for Gold Crown again, I forgot, so I had to come back and fix that.
ミッキーの城。違った。全然違うじゃん。
Shout out to 36 AP. Anyways, push the mouse is what we're calling this.
そんな変化球が来るとは思わなかった。
Usually, you're gonna see.
さあ、ミニを押していった方がハイヘっぽいので、ミニを運搬してますね。
Walk over to you, and you will see that she walks slowly, as you can see
ディ
here.
ズニーキャッスルって言ってた。
Pushing her against the wall and letting us move at our speed is much faster. That will be much more difficult in this room, so we just let her follow us.
That's right. Excellent.
でかい扉の下にちっちゃい扉があった。
Of this?
Still push her here.
猫用のあれかな。
God.
I want to see a task still push her and see if it can be faster.
Got him. Faster?
Just like stutter stepping.
あ、マップ切り返しのマークがステージごとに合わせてあるから。
So instead, we use this as
Mickey
an
のマークだったよ。
opportunity to potentially get some kills for money and experience, but it is entirely, it entirely
RNG.
RNG and
これはミニーとの協力技じゃないと倒せないっていう設定になってるんでしょうかね。
You can
なんか
manipulate
普通に空が突っ込んで倒した方が早い気
a
も
little
す
bit
るんで。
off the main line, so you can swarm them up a bit more. But we actually just are so high in our experience that
完全にクーデターを起こされてるか攻め込まれてるかしてるレベルでできますからね。
more bonus. It's not even factored into the XP we need.
Yeah, it makes things easier to achieve later. Minerva.
Whatever, you're right there.
She stopped literally like a step before the final RC, or reaction command. I keep saying RC when I should have explained reaction commands.
I did.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry. I've been.
I did.
ギョグザ、あれはギョグザに届けたからいいっていう感じな
Listen,
のか
I'm
な。
so locked into like making sure I'm playing right that I forgot.
I was saying, have I been forgetting to explain crucial things? I did not explain the MP bar, but I did explain reaction commands and RV
Okay.
and anti-points.
You're right, my bad. You know what? Yeah,
あ、
get
ク
into
ラシッ
it.
クだ。
I'll be right there. And a category I have not learned.
Yeah, what's up with that? You're supposed to learn this. If I run
Still
Death's...
learning my stuff.
If I play Death's Door, will you run Gold Crown?
I want to run Gold Card anyway, but yes. Yeah,
I wanna run
that-
Death's
that
Door
will-
anyway.
あ、なるほど。
Boom, okay.
Confirmed.
城が大変なことになってるから、その原因を取り除くために過去世界に来ている。
Speaking of winners, do we have
という
time
わけ
for
で、
a
クラ
few
シック
donations?
バージョンのミッキー世界です。
All right. First off, got a quick $10 anonymous donation. Just says puppies. And I think that's a good sentiment, seeing as we are benefiting the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center, who specialize in taking care of them puppies. We also have $25 from someone get into the spirit of things, Big Podgers, who asks, if Goofy needed to be rescued, would Go Rescue take him? What? God, that's a loaded question. Let's get that train rolling and see that final fight with the one-winged...
ちゃんと顔もあれなんですね。クラシックバージョンになってるんですね。
I don't know. That like, first you have to settle the debate. Is Goofy even a dog?
Yes.
Goofy's a father.
Are you saying dogs can't be fathers?
ただまあ、クラシック世界だけど、なぜかチキンリトルがいる。
Does he?
I assume.
Yeah, I'd like to see the receipts for that.
Does the
い
Goofy
つの間に仲間にしたんでしょうね。
I'll look up just another Goofy movie, and I'll...
あ、なんかチキンリトルはあれなんですね。なんかアシスト効果が、
Goofy does his
いわゆるマグネット系な引き寄せっぽい
You're
やつ
right.
です。
Okay, fine.
引き寄せは強いですからね。
worried over the calculator in his papers, his W2s.
As he's skateboarding.
That's Max.
Well, that's and extremely he is also skateboarding, is he not?
True.
We're
Goofy is
fighting
a
with Chicken Little, by the way.
multi-talented-
Yeah, this day. Also great movie. So summons use the same gauge as a drive and uses 3 every single time. And has the same gauge that we have normally, but instead of going down whenever we do hits, it actually goes back up. The game lets you try to keep your summon up if you can help it. And most people probably played this game at first and didn't use any of their summons, but Chicken Little is very useful as a good crowd control before we get the magnet spell going forward. But even then, we can utilize them just as well there. But these summons are incredibly overpowered if you know how to use them well. Like that fight that Pod just did there is a really like those car and Heartless, the hot rods, are one of the most like difficult to deal with enemies if you aren't knowing how to use them.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice to just basically ignore everything about what makes hot rods annoying, but once you do, oh man, is it nice.
Yeah.
今一瞬ミッキーが
You
映
just
りま
need
し
to,
た。
like look at them and be like, you think that you're doing something.
Exactly.
ネックレスを拾っていると対応したキャラの召喚ができる。なるほど。それでチキンリトルがいたんです
Half
ね。
an hour ago, and we're just using it now.
あ、またピートが言う。
That's right. This is allowing us to both use a Valor form right here on what we call Boat Pete, because the future Pete is stealing the past Pete's steamboat, and then we're going to use another Valor form to
さあまあ、旧
actually
ミッ
beat
キー
up.
といえばこれという、あれですね、蒸気船が出てますね。
Or final beat. Or PvP.
I really wanted a no cycle, but I guess we're getting one. That's fine.
You've been chasing the sun because you've gotten it.
I've gotten it twice.
で、なんか捕まってたやつを解放したので、これでクリアかな。
That gold split is just unattainable.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, when I got it, I had a bad window.
と思ったらまだいた。
Ooh.
これは新旧ピート対決してます、
You
もしか
choose
し
the
て。
second Valor right there. Once again, you probably think though, like, what the heck? You used the Valor in a fight this time, and you still didn't get anti. There are other little things that, if they are the case, you still can't go. In this case, having like an NPC helping us, quote unquote, helping us with the past Pete here, we still can't go into it because this is a semi gimmick fight,
Dude,
and the game
Pete is ruining
wouldn't
everything.
know what to do. Yeah, I was gonna say, like I said, quote unquote, helping us.
I should have enough to do this.
Yeah, since it's a semi the gimmick fight, the game doesn't know how to even let it function. Well, if you
あちこちの世界を逃げ回っておりますが。
Yeah, Pat Speed actually ruined 2 windows, or 2 rooms, phases, however you want to call it. But it's fine because we're still pretty high strength on beginner.
倒しきりましたね。
Yeah, I see.
エフェクトがちょうど顔にかかるせいで毎回顔にモザイク入るんですよね、ビートに。
And the other is our next dry form, Wisdom form, which probably also went very not well utilized by most casual players, but not only does it have some uses that we
というわけで原因を取り除いたので、
our most
で
notable pieces of movement, which is with quick run.
Hold on, I'm a pirate.
あ、これはパイレーツ・オブ・カリビアンなのでは、さすがにそうだと思いたい。ディズニー系作品で海賊船が出てくるのって、さすがにパイレーツ・オブ・カリビアン以外ないと思うんですけど。
And Donald and Goofy and Pete also are
全
pirates.
然違ったらどうしよう。
But yeah, it's awesome and it's a great mod and
あれ、そもそもパイレーツ・オブ・カリビアンってあれだっけ？ディズニーだっけ？
So good. I didn't even realize it was a mod.
exactly.
It is very well done.
あ、カリビアンでやって
Also,
た。
we
よか
got
った。
Monochrome
ピーターファンかもしれない。
from Timeless River, which is a
確かに海賊船出てきますけど。
Yeah, a keyblade that most players probably never even equipped, but it does have also a very good ability called Item Boost, which lets items be like double the effectiveness of. But more importantly, we're going to be using it for its magic stat. This will be the first time that we're going to be able to utilize actually increasing our magic stat to the point that it helps us, especially because these pirates, they've noticed, are very susceptible to magic. Blizzard freezing them, thunder shocking them to
キャプテン
doing
来ま
some
し
things
た
that
ね。
are like kind of annoying, but if you kill them with it,
ザック・スパロー
more
が
damage
い
than
ましたね、
Blizzard.
今。
Fire is also one that it does like manipulate them, but it also makes them to run away from you.
まあ、ただ、
Are most
例に漏れず、パイレーツ・オブ・カリビアンも、一作品も見たことないので、
for this run.
キャラ名はちょっと知ってるけど、ストーリーも何も知らないです。
For selecting where to go with your ship in this game, on the PC port, more so. It can happen on console, but very less so.
Yeah, it happens on all of
Yeah.
them, but
Where the game can crash for you just trying to select things on the map. So instead, we turn it into a dialogue box.
そもそもこのパイレーツ・オブ・カリビアンはどの作品のやつなのかっていう、1作目なのか2作目なのか3作品目なのかみたいなの
so I'm not going to use
全
it
く
because
知らないんですけど。
technically you could move the option faster on the map. So, but then Baji got it enough times and realized that
I got it for a week, and I said, okay.
yeah. And he's like, what battle am I really fighting here? Let me just not worry about it.
こっちで剣で戦ってるのに向こうはボウガン持ってきてますね。ずるいですね。
So this is actually like we've been seeing before of using another minute fight to get more experience. This is an optimization that was found by Nintendo like a few months ago. So shouts to Nintendo.
で、ここは耐久パートっぽいので、ブリザガで凍らせて止めてる感じです。
So it's had a lot of work put in. You can also make this a little bit easier by using Kingdom Key here.
ガードやってるのも、あれはガードコマンドじゃなくて、リフレクか何か
I'm gonna do
の反射
Freebo.
系使ってるっぽいですね。
Yeah, your XP is a little rough.
Yeah. No, I'm almost to level 19, so I'm gonna do Freebo for the level 19. Okay, chicken, just don't do the thing. Is that a potion? It might be a potion.
If it was from the fire
That's
one,
fine.
yeah, never mind, it's a
That's
potion.
fine.
世界観に合わないチキンリトルがずっといるのがすごい気になりますけど。
The good ethers.
Yes. Okay.
自由のガードはリフレクションっていう特
So
殊ア
there's
クションな
these
んです
specific
ね。
combos here because we're level 18 and higher.
ボスがバルボッサだった気がするので1作品目のはず。ありがとうございます。
It just instantly kills any of these, which is
なんか3作品目ぐらいにタコ頭のやつとか出てきますよ。タコなのかイカなのかわかんないですけど。
hitbox that is a little difficult to hit.
なんか緑色のクドゥルフっぽいやつがいたりしましたよね。
But once you practice this, it makes this fight unbelievably more consistent than it used to be.
Yep.
So it is kind of funny. We kind of lose
No,
This strategy. This strategy you do technically still save time, but
you don't lose.
you effectively break even in the world.
Exactly. We don't lose time because we gain time. Like we get time back on the fight itself. Also, Pink Valor Pirate, sick as hell.
これは火薬樽を外に持ってこうみたいなやつかな、多分。危ないから。
So it nets out to 0, but the gain is the experience.
And altogether, it makes this world so much more consistent. So even if it didn't save time, we'd still be doing it because it just makes this world so much more consistent. When it used to be like kind of a run killer for a lot of people.
I've elected to grab this one now instead of the one in LOD2. Yeah. Because the LOD2 one, like, it's just awkward, like, jumping down and then jumping back up. I don't know. It's just... that one feels just cleaner.
The one before Riku or the one...
The one before Storm Rider in the Throne Room.
Okay. Also, you might be like, why doesn't this commentator know anything about this run? It's been a while, and no one runs this category, so it's not like he has many people to choose from. So... he gets what he gets.
売り差で氷結が通るのはいいですね。まあ、さっきまで使ってなかったので、多分ここの敵が海というか海物だからみたいなので聞いてるんだとは思いますが、一応弱点属性みたいな概念あるっぽいですね。
keep changing things without telling him. So that's on me. And
I debated asking you before the run if there was anything you wanted like to write down.
ゾンビは魔法に弱いのでボスまで氷結が通る。
That's right. All I've ever wanted from these runs are vibes. Like after I さあ、これは多分アラビアンナイトかな。明らかにそう思っての雰囲気がある。アラジンの世界かな、多分。 So
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, doing PC modded and 8%, I used to get so stressed commentating of like, because there's so much depth to this game and so much to talk about. And with PC modded, with getting rid of those gummy missions, we have no downtime. It is one thing into the next, and doing that for a couple hours is kind of exhausting. So we've elected to start just hanging out.
Square button goes in the square hole. So yeah, wisdom form. No color change here because blue is cool.
I can make it purple.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Oh, you're onto something there, champ.
I just thought of it like when I was looking at it.
That is a great idea, actually.
1 second, we're pausing the run.
Yeah, no. Restart. Back it up now. We're up till 1 in the morning now. No, I'm just kidding.
Just make a save. It's fine.
Yeah, just make a save.
Just make a save.
You're right. But yeah, so something about the way forms level. Did we say how Valor form levels?
We did not say how each one levels. So Valor form levels by the amount of hits that you do. Wisdom form is by.
これは今ストーリー的にはどういうあれここに遺跡っぽいところに来てるのかなっていう気がします。
We used to actually get a few heartless kills throughout this world, but then a strat called Fast Wisdom was found, which allows us to get all of them in one fight.
Very creative with our naming, I know. Fast Wisdom because we get wisdom fast.
There's another strat in that fight that is creatively named.
That's true. I was
なんか試練の間っぽかったですが、なんかすぐにクリアできました。
Stay tuned.
あ、魔法のランプ取りに来たところ。
If I can hit the ice cube.
なるほど、あれですね。物語の根幹になるところですね。
Kind of small fry enemies of the icy cube and the fiery globes will do nothing.
ボールダイス始まりました。
And then they will do a really predictable retaliation that you can use reflect to just punish them for.
Aw, no fireball. No,
I don't know how you get that kill.
It's RNG. Oh, it's stupid. No, it's very inconsistent.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
I thought I was crazy.
No, you're not crazy. It's that difficult.
Okay. I'm just not good. That makes you feel better.
Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress, using Fireball attack. That was stupid, I'm sorry. I think I heard Bonnie laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You got me.
Okay. Good. I knew Dewey wouldn't laugh. Dewey doesn't know Yu-Gi-Oh.
I get it. I get the reference.
Okay. Good.
You still have the song.
Such a Podgers reference.
That's my fault. I brought Bonnie back into this.
Do you still have the song?
Which song?
The Podgers song.
The what? What?
No, the FM song.
The FM song.
The Forbidden Memories.
Oh no, I don't. And it's Duels of the Roses. I'll explain that in a moment. Hold on, treasure room. So we need. Oh, that sucks. Hold on. I'm gonna fix this real quick like this.
これは今どういう状態なんでしょう。
That was rude. Hold on. Okay, we're fine. Yep, we're good. So we need it level 3 wisdom form here so that we get a quick run for Sora.
なんかこのちっこい敵たちは今やってるなんか反射ガードを使うとすぐ倒せるみたいなことをさっき奏者さんが言ってたので、
Hold on.
なんかその倒し方を
You know,
徹底してるん
Trinity
で。
is rude today. It's fine. We did a strat shoutouts to KBM called the KBM Healeroni, Ravioli KBM Healeroni, where we pop Cure that puts us in MP recharge while we have the Reflect going, and when we're in MP recharge we regain drive more quickly, so it can help speed that along and get into
またピントが出てきた。リフレク強いですね。
The amount of people that don't know that mechanic exists outside of the drive boost ability
Right.
I didn't.
is surprising. Bonnie, have you played Kingdom Hearts 2 before out of curiosity?
I have played it casually.
Okay.
Like, well over a decade ago. Like, the PS2 original. I've never played any of the remasters.
Okay, well in that case, why haven't you learned this category yet? Like,
Oh, okay. So here we go. So, all right, so we got this little Sora guy here, and wow, that guy just exploded. All right, so moving on. That's what I got so far.
okay, I'm liking your progress.
Yeah, great progress.
Trying, man. I'm trying.
By the end of the run, I'll be able to leave and get some cookies.
That's right.
All right, let's set our goals.
Yep.
Set our goals just like our goal to get to that final fight with Sephiroth, which we
That's right.
are only
あれこれで一応クリアした扱いなんですね。
away from seeing that happen. So let's get your donations in now. Let's get that train a rolling. You may look at that estimate, think you have plenty of time. It is less than you think. So exclamation point donate in chat. Let's do it for the pups.
For the pups, my pups.
これは
Aw, Korra.
あれかな、ナイトメアビフォークリ
My
スマス
dog's
か
name
な。
is Korra. She is also a rescue. And love her to death. And I will show her after the run if she
一
is
瞬
still around
なんか
and
今
not
一瞬
going
別のキャラが来た。
Yeah, we in Podgers community have a very
一瞬じゃなかったずっといた。
We know too much about him.
It's true.
アシストがチキンリトルから変わりましたね。
But so that's
Nang
another one of those fights
natin
that we can just die to progress in. So we summon Genie to do nothing.
Yeah, Genie only does things if we request him to do things. Pretty lore accurate.
これはジーニーの方が強いっ
We
てやつ
did,
な
if
の
we
かな
had。like Jack around, we don't change his like tendencies, so he would just be running around trying to kill enemies, and I don't want that. I want him to do that now.
You know, I've never realized that's why Genie works the way it does in this game.
Buddy,
そう、ナイトメアビフォークリスマスも
it's fine.
Yeah.
作品名は知ってるんですけど、どういうストーリーか全く知らないので、
Listen, I gotta get my shots in when I can.
なんで何がどういうストーリーなのかも分か
There's
ってない。
a. Well, actually, it's a good thing I didn't do that because then it would have been a glitch, and then I would.
あの骨の人のジャックさんがなんか結構人気キャラっていうのは知って
Yeah,
るんです。
there's a.
He missed a frame perfect trick.
Yeah, I missed a frame perfect trick. That's kind of a glitch where like that slowdown at the end of fights that happens just doesn't happen. It immediately goes to the fade to black, and saves 2 seconds.
Well, that's
Glitches
not
are
very
so.
Podgers at all.
I was gonna
何で
say,
したっけ、
glitches
確か
are
ジャッ
so-
クのところにクリスマスプレゼントが届いたことが一生もなかったから、一度もなかったから、
It
なん
can't
か
be a glitch.
やるみたいな
It's
話でした。
certainly not an
あ、ジャッ
extra.
ククリスマスに憧れてあれやこれや
But
す
it
るお
is
話
a
ね。
like.
It is, I guess, it is an unintended thing using them like
Yeah.
not even a mechanic.
The game doesn't want to break so it just proceeds.
Well, yeah, it's actually a really dumb thing because it's just avoiding a crash potential.
Yeah.
So like the way that it works coding wise is really fascinating. But anyways, like I said, I mentioned earlier, Podgy and I will nerd out about things like this at ananother time. Please come to either of our streams.
一応そろそろ中盤に入ったぐらいなんでしょうかね。なんか結構ボスの HP バーが増えてきてますよね。最初1ゲージとか2ゲージだったんですけど、ついに6ゲージですか ?6 ゲージ突入しましたね。
Is there does a completely different set of attacks, but we're already in the last phase where it has all 3 of them. And
My bad. I guess I was too close.
yeah, you were not far enough away, I guess.
I got too
That
excited.
seemed like it was. Yeah. Sorry, you can't always get a phase skip.
But I did in a marathon, therefore I got to do it in
I
every
know.
marathon. Okay.
Yeah, we're alluding to another elusive. We think it's frame per
あ、ちょっとカメラ移動が
I've tried
激しい
finding
ん
it.
で、ちょっと
It's
酔い
so
そうでしたけど。
specific
It-
that allows us to just skip a phase transition and it saves like probably like 5 seconds.
It has to do with like Jack's blizzards do something. They do something with staggers.
It's just a damage amp, I think.
It's a damage and RV
It's
amp
stun lock.
with Jack's stun lock that it's game breaking in a weird way, and I don't know. Thank you for getting that kill, Jack. I didn't need it, but thanks.
We take those.
We take those.
Yeah, our XP's crazy right now.
Yeah, we're doing more than fine right now. For that. Remember when we were low on experience early? No, we're good now. That's how
Well, you
simple
did
it is.
extra experience.
I do that anyways.
You do pre-vote normally?
If I
さあ、
if
こ
I'm
れ
looking
は
for
ボス
100, I
戦
do that.
ですか
Okay.
Yeah, recently realized how little time you lose doing it.
It does not lose much
さ
time.
あ、皆さんはコンベヤの上で
Boogie,
やるのやめましょうね。労災案件ですからね、これ。
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's my favorite of any of the things in this game. That and Sora himself.
Giving big anime villain vibes.
That's right. I did that movement specifically to make Jack get hit to the left instead of forward or backward, so that I can get him to do fire right here.
Yep. Which, this game has a mechanic called damage amplification or damage amp, where if you are doing an overlapping hit while something else is also doing damage to that same thing,
あ
it will amplify the damage that you're doing.
あ、労災案件がすごいことになっていってますけど、大丈夫ですかこれ。
Spiral, you just do a way more damage that saves an air combo there, which already saves like a second and it feels really cool. We're gonna be seeing a much bigger
またチキンレッドロー召喚した。
Duck Flare later. So stay tuned.
Uh-oh. Jack? Or Goofy? Oh, no.
Oh no!
That stinks. It's okay. We don't get present skip now. So Goofy parried
Just
the
skip
ghost.
First
Just get, yeah. Well, I get this one though.
さあ、流れろとずっと言ってま
Yeah,
すけど。
this is what you do. We're gonna be going to the dance call here. For safety, just like not necessarily to die, but just like deal with 3 enemies in a confined space. It's just rough.
Yeah.
Podgy's gonna go for a frame perfect
さあ、
trip here.
これで第2段階終了したので第3段階かな。
Nope.
Didn't get it, but that would allow us to skip that present right there, so it'll only save a few seconds.
で、これは袋を破ると敵が出てきちゃうから、このプレゼントボックスのやつが爆弾っぽいんで、それを打ち勝ち上げるっていうの
He
が
said, no, I'm going to attack Oogie, who's invulnerable.
一応戦い方っぽいですね。
I'm trying to do what's called present skip, where if you just keep that white knight, or if an enemy from an Ogi gift is just on the field, he won't continue to try to spawn them. So we're trying to manipulate that white knight to just stay alive, but unfortunately, Goofy ruins everything.
True.
So this is a
Marathon.
very
そも
scripted
そも
fight.
この生産ラインは何のために存在するんだ
Yeah, got that RNG there. That's when you go to the middle
よくよく考えると、どういう生産ラインなんですかね。上から雷降ってきたり、拳降ってきたりしてますけど。
On higher difficulties, if you die in the last phase, it is the most time that you
で、最後、コンベヤのエンドにはなんか、あれですもんね、なんか破砕機みたいなのありますからね。
Okay.
And That's Oogie. So that gets us out of.
完全に、なんかあれですよね。壊す専用ですよね、これ。破棄用ラインですか？
Yeah, we're actually gonna make a pit stop and do something Gold Crown specific for the first time.
Yup.
Normally right now it's
とりあえずこれでクリア
the
しま
next
し
thing
た
that we
ね。
can do to progress the story is to go back to Twilight Town. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna quickly do this mushroom because we
ゴミ
can't-
処理場、確かに。
this is the first of the Mushroom 13, Mushroom 6. A lot of times you're recommended to do this with like final form and stuff.
で、今度はここは、
For finding this.
Yeah.
どこだろう。
Entire strat here. So this is the Mushroom 13. This is this is Gold Crown. This is one of the
あ、なんか、
set of,
あれだ。
set of things
なんか手順通りに倒さないといけないやつ
trying
で
to
す
get
ね、
around to
確か
get,
に。
bronze and silver and gold and so on. This is the 13 mushrooms. There are, like the name, there are 13 different worlds, and each one has
Mushrooms.
a mini game that we have to do. They are post game
なんか
content.
そんな感じのやつ
An
です
hour
よ。
and 20 minutes into the run, so it is a little interesting there.
Not sub 40. That's fine.
Yeah, that's okay. I believe you need to get under 45 seconds.
Yeah, it just has to be under 45, but the like A rank is under 40, and it gives me a little extra money, which it is unnecessary. It's more for bragging.
金環条件の一つの13キノコあれか。
So yeah,
なるほど。
shout out to Sonic for finding a bunch of really cool
13
stuff.
期間っぽいキノコ。
Yeah.
So もそも13期間ってなんだよなんですけど。
is the goat of Kingdom Hearts.
名前は知ってるけど、
She has been
よ
around
く知らない。
playing this game for about as long as there's been a speedrun community.
Yeah, without Sonic, without her, there would not be me optimizing this category as much as it's been optimized in the last few months. They overhauled so many different things, and I was able to just kind of piggyback off of that for my own own situations. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. It's fine.
It's okay. We're setting up for this ending
Yep,
here.
there we go. You.
So
That's
okay, so we're gonna
insane.
have to-
企業名は知ってるけど何作ってる
It's
か
fine,
知
I'm
ら
just
ない
gonna do this. Yeah,
そん
so
な感じ、13期間。
Group Trinity, each of these initial, the three options you have there, Major Drive, Ultima, and Break, do not do damage themselves. They just do hits that build up for the big finisher. The more hits you do, the more damage it does, and the longer it goes. But those are still hits that stagger.
そうなんですか。なるほど。
Time that you bring
13期間はノーバディの中でもかつての人間の姿を保った
does
13
like a
人。
little bit of damage.
そんな
So
設
you
定
do
だ。
something that violently moves them in and out of the magnet repeatedly. It is we call it a meat grinder. So we were trying to do that there, where they would jump into that magnet and have that happen, but
I
we
got
got really bad RNG.
I got like the
黒
second
ずくみで声が豪華な
the
集まり。
worst RNG being none of them
None
jump,
of them jump.
which I've gotten that too. But yeah, normally all three of them jump to you. You catch them. It's beautiful. They die before.
まあ、全身黒ずくめで、フードかぶって、13期間って名前ですからね。特定のお年頃にはとても効く
Yo, my one
期間名ですね。
contribution!
And I hit it. Let's go.
Let's go! That is the only optimization I've found in this game, but I've been speedrunning this game for years.
That's so podgers.
今、クラウドさんがいた気がするんですけど、
Saves, like,
スキッ
half
プ
of
されたので
them.
確証が持て
It's
ない。
running instead of jumping.
And like one less fire for the movement. Hell yeah, we got the Turkish snipe.
You did a blizzard there? That's crazy.
Yeah, so we discovered that. So normally, what we used to do was do a reflect there for movement, because for some reason, when you do that magnet, or not magnet, sorry, when you do that magic, is what I meant to say, you kind of slide up with your animation onto that ledge, and it saves a.
ホローザスティンは FF キャラがいろいろと出てくるところ。な
It
るほど。
works with Blizzard as well, and it was around the time of the Summer Olympics that this was happening.
ACCU のクラウド、あ、やっぱりいましたよね。
The
よ
Turkish
かっ
like pistol guy, like the guy that looked like a dad, just like at the Olympics. So I called it the Turkish snipe.
So the amount of optimizations that have a really strange origin story just for the name.
That's right. Or Turkish slide. That's what I meant. My bad.
Shout out to Electric Slide.
Yeah,
in critical mode.
That's right.
Another strap.
The dude.
So here this is the first time well, I guess the mushroom was the first time we really saw that, but it's the first time we're out with our own choice revisiting a world, and we are seeing the second Hall of Bastion visit.
さあ、俺は今どういう、あれなんでしょう。ストーリー的に何やってるんだろうって感じなんですか。これトロンだっけ？
This is kind of two recolors.
俺は世界の中のやつトロンでいいんでしたっけ？なんかそんな感じの名前だったやつ。
Kind of pride themed or rainbow lighting thing that I added to it, and then I gave
あ、合っ
this
て
to
た、よ
him.
かった。
Literally 2 minutes before the run
Literally
started.
minutes before the runs. And do you want to throw this on and see if it looks good? So.
And I said yes.
なんかミニゲーム始まったけど、これどういうミニゲームなんだろ
See it later.
I could fix that. Yeah, that's what I made.
う。当たりの箱を選べばよかったやつっぽいんですけど、なんか範囲攻撃で全部壊しませんでしたか？
Trying to make mine purple because my recolors are purple, and it was annoying to make it purple, so I gave up and made it rainbow.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I was gonna
さあ、
say.
とりあえずアイテム手に入れたので、一旦終了っぽい気はしますね。
Doing like the harder thing, but doing it the way you know how to do it. So even though it's harder, you're like, this will work eventually.
多分ゴールドクラウン達成条件のた
This
め
is
に
the
ミニゲームいくつかクリアしたりとかっていうのをしてるっていう感じなんだとは思うんです
I
が。
got such
Oh
luck.
my
Wow. Okay.
gosh. That is easily the best thing that could ever happen.
The game
there.
apologized for those berserkers.
レースしてたんじゃないのかな。
I'm sorry.
ラフプレイでは全員倒しませんでした？フィールドに残ってるのが一人だけだったら自動的に優勝になる的なあれですか？
Certainly. Well, for those of you just tuning in, this is the finale run here at No Glitches Allowed 2025. We are an annual charity event featuring speedruns that rely more on execution of intended mechanics than game-breaking glitches. Like I said, this is the final run here. We have been raising money for 4 days for the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center. We have raised over $3,100 for them so far, and we are looking to get to $3,500.
あ、トロンも映画見たことないので、なんかこんなバイクあったなみたいなのはどっかで知った記憶はあるんですけど、実際何なのかよくわかってない。
2 hours, 2.5 hours, roughly, something like that.
Something like that.
Something like that. In order to get that met, you may think that is plenty of time. I think I'll save that to the end and.
さあ、なんか壁にぶつかってもペナルティ食らってないのかなんなのか、なんかよくわかんないんですけど、これは一体。
Hitting exclamation point donate in chat and following the links. Let's do it for the pups.
Thank you, thank you. That was perfectly timed, by the way, because this
うん、
is.
なんか回避、ジャスト回避してると当たった判定にならないっぽいです。
I'm learning fast. You know, it's been like I said, over a decade since I played it, but you know, all the knowledge is still up here.
This game sticks with you.
That's right.
So we're
This
moving
franchise
into.
sticks with you.
Oh, it does.
Oh, that dang right it does, especially with the music.
Okay,
So
this
here-
is so
Yeah,
sick,
shout out
Dewey.
to the Trot World tracks, yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say this is something that Podgy has not had the chance to play with until today, so this is just him. having this
I'm
victory.
enjoying this skin so much. Like, it's absolutely wonderful. Alright, so this
あ
is
あ、
called
今度
level
は
1 monitors
萌え
because it's
線
the level, like the
み
crit
たいなや
level
つで
1
すね。
strat for monitors that doesn't focus
多
on
分
getting
トロンの
experience.
主
A lot
人
of the other
公っぽい
strats
人
like focus on getting experience here
がハッキングス
to
キ
make
ルま
things
で
later, or
敵
make
倒
things
そうみたいな
easier
やつか
later.
な。
But we're so juiced up on experience that we don't have to worry about that. Wow. Okay, we're good. I saw that was about to happen.
I would say this became a
あ、なるほど。道中にある柱は当たってもフィルムだけでダメージない。
Yarmana fight, especially,
ちょっと最高速に
it's like the most, like,
あれですか、ペナルティを一瞬食らうだけなんですね。
We're at level 22 right now, which is a strength increase. The optimal versions of beginner used to
さあ、多分
actually
ハッキング終了したの。
here and had a different strat on hostile program, the boss at the end of this world, but
とりあえず
because
ハッ
of
キング
all
終
the
了。
experience optimizations, we now don't even need to worry about any of that.
Yep, I still know it, so if I ever have a bad, like, experience grind, I can keep going, but optimally, you save a lot of time being level 22 right here.
Yep. And the only time you really saved was just not having to grind as long. But now we're not even grinding, and we get the benefit of the higher strength.
That's what I meant by we are better as a community now. It's great.
Yep. This fight is also super
ボス
fun
っ
to
ぽい
watch.
の出
There's
て
the
きました
visual treat of us being in very really scripted locations, like angle-wise, like right there, and we're doing like a bunch of damage amplification with that comet limit from Donald, which we got from Timeless River. This is also our first use of Master Form, which is the other drive form we get. We actually got 2 forms for like back-to-back, a Limit Form and Master Form, so we're getting to see all of them used really well. Yeah, Master is super flashy. It's not used enough. It's a little bit slow in a lot of places, just because it's a little like floatier and slower combat, but the magic is so effective in it. But this fight is blink and you miss it.
削る速度が速いですね。これ空中やっぱりエアリアルコンボの方が強いんでしょうね。
Growth Crest having air combo boosts, and it's a beautiful fight. Casually, it's obnoxious because he keeps going around the room, but as a speed run, it is a very good technical knowledge check.
で、新しいキーブレード手に入
Now
れ
we're
たの
going
で
into
多分
the first
終わり
like
っ
big
ぽい
gauntlet of this
か
run.
な。
Yep. HP3, get and loser, we're golding HP3. It's a little thing I started saying to Paji like 6 months ago.
Yeah. I think it's been more than 6
this
months.
It probably has. Well, it's been however long it took for me to do it because that became my split name. So
このなんか3人いつもの3人組の時に使う
The rudest
なんか
thing I've
強
ever
力
seen.
技がすごいあれですね。
Yes,
ダメージ効率
is what I'm seeing.
いいみたい
Hold
です
on.
ね。
Okay.
あれがトリニティリミットでいいの
He
かな。
gave you a rising sun.
So that dude was real far away, so I had to wait for his, and he did the worst startup for Rising Sun, so I got hit, so I couldn't do Rising Sun. It's fine.
Yeah, Rising Sun is a really, really strong reaction command, and we also at this point have the reaction boost ability, which boosts that even further. So it can make quick work.
さあなんかまた新しいタイプのノーバディが出てきましたな。
Ooh, there we
So
go.
this is the Dancer's fight. This is where you see Chicken Little really
チキンリトルの敵を集める効果が強すぎて一瞬でなんかあれですね。
use this
まとめて倒せる。
all of our drive back, using that
さっさと
strategy
って
from
感じ
earlier
で言って
because
ますね。
while it does do a lot of damage, as you can see there, all of those hits also help you get your drive back quicker.
That was a perfect fight.
Yes, it was.
Quickly taking a detour, thank you, Crimson Jazz.
Yep.
To grab something for later. It's faster to get it now, as I've timed. We grab an AP boost because it's right here, and then Moon Recipe is super important for
Yes.
accessories later.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do
That
that.
is it was really cool anyway. Yeah. I will say there is I will say this is one of the only categories that really delves into synthesis, which is really convenient. I guess all worlds also does it.
All Worlds doesn't.
あまたあの人
But
だ。
All Puzzles does.
名前知らない人。
Yeah.
Dude, I love that category. So you have to find the recipe and then find the materials which are dropped.
あ、デミックスさんって言うんですね。
Enemies, or you can find them in chests, which is mostly what we do. But those accessories that we're finding right there
水出す人。
boost our stats even further. The Moon Amulet is fantastic. It gives us 2 in both strength and magic. So
あ今回は本体も殴れるんだ。
Trinity there to kind of cheese this fight in a way because we get a lot of hits to end it quicker and just build all of that up to. Group Trinity is not usually intended to be used on bosses like this, but that allows
Math.
us to.
なんだ水の精霊たち呼び出す以外にもちゃんと戦う手段持って
So
たんです
Bobby
ね。
was looking at the hit count that the limit told him he had, so he knew exactly what combos would finish it on that last hit of limit form. Because the way the limit form levels up is by using limits. By the way, that's limit form. It is debatably the best form in the game.
Yeah.
あれユフィが出てきた。
Some people will probably say final form, but
Nah.
I think limit form is just definitely the best one in the game because those limits can be used so effectively. Like for example, that one he was using Ars Arcanum. If you don't finish it, actually adds no revenge value. It does plenty of damage, and you can use it to stun like a boss. So
あ、なるほど。今ここは FF キャラたちとの共闘。
easily
Part of
the
it, isn't it?
strongest ground finisher you can get, even stronger than I would say Explosion. But yeah, this is FF fights. This is a very scary thing on higher difficulties, just because this entire gauntlet segment of these 4 fights, you have to finish it after Demix, and if you die here at all, you have to do Demix again.
Thankfully, it's beginner. Hold on.
I would say my final split in beginner is a crit, but easier.
で、今度はティファと戦える。
Because these categories have gotten... I was like, critical mode has been so optimized in recent years that it is basically you do the same strat as beginner and pray that you don't die. Using a Magnet Trinity here to, one, do plenty of damage and also get our drive back up to hopefully make use of Limit Form again.
I can get it on V-Break here. It's fine.
Yes, you can. At least you have V-Break in this category.
Yes.
You don't have that in any percentage.
Not anymore!
あ、クラウド来ました。
So, Limit Form there, anytime you go into a drive form, you do get all of your MP back, so that's the only real use it had there. But Limit Form, I'm going to explain it again, is just instead of magic, you have 4 limits to do, but instead of using all of your MP, it just uses like most of it, so you can usually do 2 at a time.
That's really good.
Sonic Blade, Strike Raid, Ars Arcanum, and Ragnarok. Most of them have a lot of uses. Strike Raid's kind of the black sheep. You don't really get to see it much often. It actually is fairly useful utility-wise, because you can actually be fully invincible during it if you know what you're doing.
Mickey, I have to grab the torn page.
Maybe just check it in.
Fair
ついにミ
enough.
ッキーが
This
出
is
てきた。
supposed to be like
急
the
に
big
9人出てきた。
climax of everything, but we're gonna leave.
Yeah, if you're really excited for 1K, you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, because that is the first time that if you do that point, every world you have not touched, the battle level increases, so the enemies do more damage, they have more health, and that would be really bad.
これはライオンキングの世界っぽいですね。
Buddy. He just walked past my magnet and said, nah, I'm
Yep.
good.
Also, shout out the Sonic Shadow Silver again for that strat. You're gonna be hearing that a lot.
That strat is so good. Just blanket shout out to Sonic Shadow Silver.
ライオンキングの世界ってこんな荒廃してましたっ
For
け？
this category, like
This is Sonic's baby.
it really is. They are the brain. I am just the muscle, or the
Exactly.
we'll just say the muscle. It was gonna get weird real quick if I thought of it.
一応サバンナだった気はしますけど、
So you might say,
こ
you
んな
might say
こんなに
that
あれでしたっ
Sonic
け？
is
荒廃してたっけ？
Podgers.
You are having so much fun with this.
I'm gonna get it over, man.
What's amusing is, like, I don't think I've
で、本当だ、グーフィーカメだ。
So when
You're creating
welcome.
inside jokes.
You're
for us.
welcome.
my like, because like everyone's community is named something, right? I named mine the Hodgepodge, but like I've seen people say Podgers as well. And then Bonnie is like, I'm gonna say Podgers so much, and I'm like, I can't stop this.
See, my bit is I call Podgy any word that starts with P and then 713.
アヒルからカモメになってる気がする。
So my favorite has been like pod racing 713. That's what I've been calling them.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll try spinning.
Podgers.
That's a neat trick.
ドナルドが、あれではこれは。
So we just got.
あれはアヒルじゃなかったっけ？
We have a double speed, and boy, does it feel nice.
なんかカモメとかそっちの鳥になってる気がする。
We said I don't like not having this, so we have it from the very beginning.
Spoiled brats.
Oh, you have no idea.
Oh no, I know. I have an idea because I watch you guys all the time and I judge you all the time. We love each other, clearly.
We're an old married couple, which is ironic because he's married to not me.
For now.
For
Hi,
for
Jenna.
I think
I saw Jenna in chat, so I'm gonna.
Jenna
say
is
hello.
definitely in chat. Yeah, she's right there.
Yeah.
I love this P
I
name
know.
thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I
さ
saw
あ、なん
her, so
か、これは、あれなんですかね。
flirting on my friend.
獣になってるから、やたらと速いのか何なのかって。なんか、他のパートに比べて、キャラの機動力が高い気がする。めちゃくちゃ速くないですか？
Okay, fair enough.
See, my stream is a train wreck. Everyone knows that, so I don't need to worry about mine.
どうしてグーフィーは犬なのに亀になってしまったんだ？
Okay, I got them all.
You know all of their names?
Yes!
I only know Bonsai.
Benzi, Bonsai, and Ed.
まあ一応タンクだからカメってことなのかな、これは。
Real.
ダメ。
さあ、リフレクが強いですね。
It's a cool optimization with fires there, using some damage amplification from the reflect going off with the fires. We used to do a much safer strat where we just use a magnet to gather them all up, and then you can just let them keep coming at you with that reflect, and it just ends the fight.
Boring.
It's really easy.
All right, this fight sucks. Give me a moment.
I hate this fight.
Of course.
We're gonna be trying to get these really
ボス戦っぽいやつですけど。
manipulate them where we'll do one hit, usually let him try to attack us and proc that reflect. Which I didn't explain earlier, but if an enemy makes contact with reflect while it is up, it will do that splash damage back at them, which
割ととんでもない動きしてませんか、みんな。
AoE as well, so it's very useful. So I was gonna say, okay, I was gonna say you got it.
どうしてただのライオンが火を吹いたり、地面を隆起させたりしてるんだ。
Perfect fight. Skip this really long move that will just he's invulnerable during.
というわけで敵側の群れのボスっぽいやつですね。スカー戦が終了。
We'll just say that.
ライオンキング登場キャラの名前は私も全部わかんないですね。
Scar can actually act before that second limit goes off.
ライオンキングはもう本当に全く見た記憶がない。
He
can't.
Yeah, it's the worst. Like literally yesterday, I thought I got it, and then I'm acting in my limit, and he's just like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna run around.
My anger has grown for far too long.
なんかいきなり
So
いきなり無双ゲームみたいなの始まったけど。
this is 1K. This fight is probably referred to by people that like just watch this game as press triangle to win.
敵を利用してゲロビ打つのが一番強い。
You will learn that if you run this game.
ちょっと画面をローリングバスターライフルする都合上画面がぐるぐる回るのでちょっと酔いそうな人はお気をつけください。僕はすでに酔いかけてますね。
These surveillance bots and using their reaction command, which is the sparkle ray, which allows us to melt these enemies, but we are also using camera manipulation to spawn enemies.
ローリングバスターライフルが強い。
This game was a PS2 game. While it looks like there's 1,000 Heartless on screen, there's closer to like 15 on screen at any given moment. Those are just PNGs to fill out the arena. So we're trying to, as we are killing an enemy, spawning the next one in and so on, so we can actually get these like 50 kills per RC. And that is a very difficult thing to do. There's also some technical things of like when you hit the triangle button as you hit the ground, like we're not just bashing triangle and hoping for the best. There's a lot of death.
でこれもあれですか？多分なんかゴールドクラウンの実績解除用っぽい。
Use the thunder to just skip it all together and just start the RC early. But it is RNG if that enemy will opt to do that wind up or just give us the RC.
あんだけたくさんいたやつらがなんか気づいたらもうほとんどいなくなってますね。1000体倒しましたね。シナリオ上必須パート。なるほど。1000体倒すのは必要だったんです。
Sorry if your name's Kyle.
ミニゲームが何かと思ったら違ったんです、ね。
There are 2 people on my hockey team named Kyle now. I was gonna be like, yeah, F Kyle, and then I was like, wait. They're good at hockey.
A photo with some ice cream? Wonder if Riku? You think?
Just this. What?
Sora, I think you gotta have to use it.
I do want to quickly shout that out. What my wife just said. She just completed her final capstone for her masters, so she is graduating.
Well, congrats.
Woo! Let's go, Jenna!
I also see that she says you've never taken her to Disney.
That's a lie. Our honeymoon was literally Disney.
She says you can't get.
さあ、また美女と野獣の世界に戻ってきました。
You know, I just think it would be the Podgers thing to do if you went to Disney.
You know, Podger, you could come to Disneyland and come visit me.
That's true. That's a good idea. She's literally going in a month.
But are you?
No, I'm not. It's a bachelorette party.
See, that's the problem.
I can't go. It's a bachelorette party. She's the is it matron of honor when you're married? Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. It changes from maid of honor to matron of honor.
まあ、さっき美女と野獣の世界はちゃんとしっかりクリアしたというか、なんか多分、必要なものだけ取ったというか、まあなんか、段階的なあれで終わらせてました。これで根本的にやっと終わらせる感じになるのかな。
So, this is Beast Castle, and we're only coming here just to steal a really cool Keyblade and leave.
さあ、登場人物の名前がわからない。登場人物の名前を全然知らないので、誰さんって呼べないんです。とりあえずキーブレード手に入れたからおしまいということですか？シナリオ書を書くワールドをもう一回巡っていってる。なるほど。
So, while that doesn't sound that interesting, it allows us to do some really powerful things. While just spamming the same finisher with Blizzard here is already really nice. But for some reason, like, Magnet's also a finisher, so we can now look Magnet into a Thunder, a Magnet into a Finishing Leap, which is another ability.
I used it on Demix for the extra damage multiplier, yeah. And during Dancers.
Yes, okay. I was trying to think, I was like, do we even still use that ability anymore?
Yes, we do.
But yeah, we also just got Guard Break, another alternate finisher, which will be our main finisher we're using for the rest of the run. This is Grim Reaper 1.
まあ、というより今更な話ですけど、キーブレードなんかたくさんもらってってますけど、こんなコンコンキーブレードって生まれるものなんでしたっけ？なんかキーブレードって希少なものって、希少だった記憶があるんですけど、なんかこんなたくさんポンポンもらえるものなの？いいのかな？で、この敵もあれですね、なんかゾンビ属性っぽいんで、氷が効いてるっぽいですね。
On a fight again. There we go. And we also just got horizontal slash from one of the best action abilities in the game. It makes air combos so fast.
So fast, so good. We are going to be picking up Peter Pan right here. The Feather Charm.
Ban the Pan.
We will see Pan. Well, we'll see Pan during Grim Reaper, the second Grim Reaper fight, but that's just for the experience. I'll get it. We'll see Pan later.
What if we just decide Peter Pan's a glitch and we don't let you use it?
Shut up, nerd.
Because it's a cheese.
Cheese is not glitch.
You think cheese is not good?
Glitch.
Oh, I think said cheese is not good, and I was like, what is wrong with you? Oh my
あ、
goodness.
空がも入ってるのキーホルダー、本当？
Yeah, beef is sizzling too.
旅行先でもらえるお土産みたいな。あれ待って、ジャックがゾンビになってる。
I literally had chicken parm for dinner.
I haven't had dinner yet.
I knew you were chicken
あ、いいの？ゾンビになってるけどいいの？それでいいんですか？
Yeah, but I wasn't expecting you to actually like have that tonight.
Oh, that was actually coincidental. I was supposed to have it yesterday, but then I messed up my timing, forgetting that Jenna had something to do, so it became leftover day, and then today became chicken parm day.
あ、チェーン部分を変えると性能が変わる感じ。あ、なるほど。じゃあ、オリジナルのキーブレードがあって、そこに性能変化用のなんかチェーンをつけてるって感じ。
So we're doing some errands right here, just killing these 4 gamblers, which each have these medallions that we get, and once we get the 4th one, we get to fight the final boss of this world, which is just revisiting that Grim Reaper, but now it has the same curse that we saw from Barbosa, more lore, which just means we're going to be dealing with a lot of those.
キーブレードの作品によってはいっぱい出てきたりする。なるほど。なんか13機関も全員キーブレード持ってたような気がするんです。
We can't do any damage, but any of our magic will make him drop some medallions, and when he goes down to 0 and we put all of them back in the chest, he becomes vulnerable again.
さあ、ボス戦、なんかボスの戦い方が特別なやつっぽいですね、これ。
You went down.
Shut up! Don't worry about it!
This guy.
This
He
guy
doesn't
as
even know how to
well.
use the summon.
今度ピーターパンが
If we
いつの間にかピーター
if
パンが
it's
出
an
てきて
enemy
る。
like this, we can just go.
なんか今存在しない記憶出てきませんでした？
Attacks up enough, we'll keep a stun lock going.
Yeah,
There is a way to do a
唐
stun
突に
lock.
ピーターパンから存在しない記憶が出てきた
Not
気
using
がする。
finishers. We'll get to that when we get to that.
Okay.
Alright, and then this is also a really cool sunlock using Comet. If we time all this right, we can just make sure
墓場に山ほどある。そうなんですね。
being attacked by something, and while there is that revenge value thing I mentioned earlier,
さあ、これはチェストのお宝が取られちゃうから、それを回収してるみたいなやつっぽい
RV
で
or
すね。
not, their RV is skyrocketing.
いつもの綱引き戦闘みたいな。ボスの HP 減らしてお金回収という
I
か、
don't do it there
取り
just so
戻
that I
し
can
て
use
チェ
the
ストに
10
戻すみ
limit
たいな。
for the 5
感じっぽいです。
summon experience.
Oh.
Yeah, it's literally just for gold crown so that I can get level 4.
I thought you got bad at the genie for a bit, and I was like, what's going on, buddy?
Oh no! It's literally we use we get Pan, and Pan is it's a little bit faster technically if it goes well, and then I get to use.
あ、なるほど。呪いのコインを回収してないとってボスが不死身だから倒せないっていうギミックボス。なるほど
I
ね。
get level 4 summon, which makes stuff later super easy.
Gotta go for the extra drive change in Halloween Town 1 so you can get Genie to get hit and get some more XP there.
あ、なるほど。ストーリー的なあれで言うと、金貨を盗むと不死の呪いがかかるから、っていうことなんですね。じゃあ、空が持ってれば無敵だったのでは。
So, we're revisiting those lock, shock, and barrel fight, but now we're
またナイトメア
fighting
の方の世界っぽいですね。
down to 1 HP, then we just throw them into these boxes, which is a little questionable.
We're beating up children. What's wrong with that? We are
They're
also children.
misbehaving.
Yeah, they're misbehaving. I can't keep a straight face. I'm so sorry.
ロック、ショック、バレルっていう3人組戦。梱包
We're
終
saving
了。
Christmas?
We're saving Christmas. Yes. That's what's happening right now. We're saving.
セービングクリスマスって言ってるので、クリスマスが守られたって言ってますね。
I don't need it.
おめでとうございます。今年のクリスマス開催決定です。秘宝クリスマス開催決定ということで。
So,
8ヶ月後です。
there is random skateboards also around. I mean, there's not much to explain, but they're just in certain rooms, and you could use it to go much faster in that room. We used it especially a lot during the Roxy segment at the very beginning of the game.
Okay.
But
Nice.
even though we have quick run now, we still make use of it when we see it. That strat is so cool. I love doing that strat.
As do I. Right.
Also, this is entirely RNG. If there's anything you want to say, this is a good time because if we keep the more we talk, the more we're gonna rant about this.
さあ、またなんか、新しいミニゲームが始まっている。
This is
箱の中にプレゼントを梱包していこうみたいな やつっぽいですね。
this run of Kingdom Hearts 2 final mix. We still have to get about another $490 looks like in order to get to our last incentive.
プレゼント作りのミニゲームということで、箱の中にプレゼントを入れていく。
In Kingdom Hearts 2 before, it is a absolute spectacle. Not only that,
100箱梱包できたのでおしまいみたいですね。
it'd be like 50 levels under what most people normally do,
Yeah.
something like that.
すごい効率の悪い作り方してましたが。
Really under level 2. So if you want to see him just dominate that, regardless of all the obstacles in his path, then we need to hit just another couple $100 here before the end of this run. Let's make it happen! Exclamation point, donate in chat.
さあ、なんかペンシルロケットみたいなのが突っ飛んでってますけど、
This is
明らかに火力がす
this
ご
is
い。
another guardless strat that we're seeing there, which is like people do not know how to deal with this without guard until you have to learn it. I could explain this fight, but the more I do, the more upset I would get because this fight sucks.
It doesn't.
あ、これがドナフレアってやつなんですね。
Well, it only doesn't suck because we're using Duck Flare. By the way, this is Duck Flare. Easily the strongest limit in the entire game, and it is all because of an oversight when they ported the game to PS4. And for some reason, the limit gauge lasts longer.
さあ、明らかに火力がすごいことになってましたね、あれ。
Supposed to. So we use it mostly just for the finisher.
And it makes quick
海
work.
外版だと強くなってしまった。そうなんですね。海外版の方が強いやつなんだ。
We sweeping?
Are we sweeping? Of course we're sweeping.
I know.
海外版の方がヒット数が多い。あ、なるほど、なるほど。ヒット数が多いのは正義ですからね。
Sweeping rando tonight. It's great.
Proud of you.
I'm the only one that does.
あ、またアラジンの世界に帰って
Because
き
I'm the
ま
only
し
one
た
that
ね。
knows.
I was gonna say something mean. I'm not gonna be mean.
あ、魔法の絨毯だ。
Is the beef not hot enough? What's going
The
on?
beef. Listen.
Gonna add some jalapenos to that burger.
Make it Southwest.
Make it extra spicy.
So these carpet segments are pretty difficult to have much
ただ、
control over.
敵を集めて
Since the-
倒すだけ。
You want them to be, you want to be as close to the ground as you can, so you can
Not
basically treat it like you're not even on the carpet. But the enemies sometimes, you know, they're flying. Sometimes they don't really care. So this segment here, we're just chasing Water Jafar. It's the game wants us to also attack him at certain points, but we only need to do one hit. So
It's a bit to.
これは
teach you
追
the
跡パート
area and
的な
teach you
や
how
つ
to, like,
な
maneuver
気が
with
し
the
ますが。
carpet. But we're speedrunners, so we know exactly what's
ア
happening.
ラジンも、あれなんですよね。結局何を目的にどういうストーリーが展開してるかよくわかんないんですよね。
or you can use Hori Slash and
ランプの精霊手に入れるところまでは、まあ、なんとなくわかるんですけど。最終的に何をしてどうやってハッピーエンドになるのか全く知らない。
So this fight is definitely harder than the first one because the enemies are more frustrating. But on beginner, it's not too bad. It's just keeping control just to go quick instead of really worrying about dying like it is on critical mode.
Good fight.
さあ、マグネラーっていうやつで敵集めてるんですね。
Now to unlock this door that's below us, we have to go hit these 3 switches that require our base elemental magic to activate. So I'm messing with the targeting a little bit there to make it so that none of the Heartless are near the switch, so it's easier to lock onto it and hit Thunder. This one I'm just getting there faster than these hook bats, so that I can just lock onto it.
なるほど。1でジェファーをランプに封印して、2でその封印を解こうとするやつをなんとかするみたいな感じ。
And make you perfectly centered, and it, usually if someone
なるほ
messes
ど。
up,
ジェファーっていうさっき多分あれですね、追いかけてたやつっ
you
ぽい
just
や
have
つ
to
です
stand
ね。
there and wait for
多
it
分いわゆる
to
悪霊ってやつなんだと思うんですけど、悪い精霊みたいなやつですね。を、やる感じ。ジェファーがジニーの力を手に入れて悪さをしようとするけど、魔法のランプに閉じ込めることでなんとかする。
sometimes.
で、お姫様のジャスミンと結婚して
So
ハ
this
ッ
is
ピーエ
another
ンド。
one of those segments that we it's
Kind
an
of hot.
auto scroller, so but we do get experience here. Unfortunately, we can't use an experience boost here. It's just a really weird oversight that you technically aren't getting credit for the kills because they're hitting the arena. But we still get a decent amount of experience here. We're trying to hit a certain level range, which I think we're already about to be at.
Yeah, we're hitting level 29 right now.
Oh yeah. Well, we're trying to hit level 30.
さあ、また
World, and then the boss going
シューティング
forward
パー
here.
トみたいなのが始まりましたが
Because that's the next strength increase, and the strats that we have are based off of that assumed strength, because it's very reasonable to get to.
金髪の方の話の元になってるのはジェファーの逆襲っていう続編の方。なるほど。ありがとうござい
I think the assumption is that you come here after BC, but then
You don't.
our XP is just so good.
That was more of a thing to get draw with enough AP to equip draw. Because
まあ、キングダムハーツ上の話もそうですし、まあ、これに組み込まれる前の元ネタのディズニー作品のやつも、
Okay, there we go.
ディズニーシリーズに全く触れてこなかったので、
Rumbling Rose is a study
基本
keyblade.
的に何もわかんないんで、
Level
まあ、全
28
部
gives you draw,
教えてもらい
but
た
you
い
don't
って
get
形
the
です
AP
ね、
to
僕。
equip it, enough AP to equip it until you hit level 29. So we go back and forth. But because of the AP that we have grabbed for Gold Crown, because we need certain endgame.
まあ、多分ここは、あれかな。時間固定のやつなんで、フルスコア取ってレベル稼ぎというか、あれをやってるところもあるんでしょうね、きっと。
And I'm still grabbing more.
It's always fun to go to that one spot, even though you could.
で、アラジンってアニメ版あるんですね。
Crit, you could take a hit there.
Yeah. But I know it.
全くわからない。
and sometimes it's cool to show it off. Like, yeah, you can just sit there and not get hit. Instead of people freaking out and trying to like.
なんか、
dodge
7
everything.
年ぐらい前に一回あれはありましたよね。原作、実写版アラジン
Which is the key
映
that
画
you
化
got
してました
from
よねっていうの
Holding
は、
Town.
ちょっと記憶にあるんですけど。
Things like critical mode in level 1.
ジニーの
Keyblade, you are never changing
CV が山ちゃん、いつもの山ちゃんのやつ
a next strength up from Rumbling Rose and one magic, not
だ
that
った気
matters,
がし
but
ますね。
also has the combo boost ability, which every single ground finisher here
さあ、見るからに悪いやつ。
it's 20% more, which is incredibly powerful. It is the Keyblade of Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrunning. But on beginner, we make better use of having that finishing plus from Rumbling Rose than we do from getting this, so that will be actually our main
これがセーリになったジェファー。なるほど。
Perfect fight.
until we get
い
finishing
や、
plus.
やってることが腹パンした上に、腹パンして顔面殴り続けるという、なかなか
But, and the
やってる
Keyblade
戦い方が
really
えげつないんです
say like, oh, thanks, like, I'll use that Keyblade right there, and then never again.
が。倒しました
We'll
ね。
see it again later. Because
Yeah.
it is
戦い方がえげ
the
つなかっ
the
た。
Keyblade of
主人公の戦い方じゃない
It's。just, right now finishing plus
元はこの国の大臣だった人。
Stick strength and combo boost. It isn't just the boss fight Keyblade.
Exactly.
腹筋崩壊太郎だったという。
Shout out to JP Chippendale.
I was just thinking, yeah, like they're actually distinguishable from each other, which you can't really say about the English dub.
Yeah, you can.
新しいステージですかと思ったら違う。
How do
ラ
I
イオンキング
describe
の
it?
ところだ。
Like Chip is like a chipmunk, and Dale is like
And Dale's a Dale monk.
Dale's Dale.
Dale's Dale. I don't know how to explain it past dang it Dale.
That's all I can think of either.
It's Podge's
ライオンキングもライオンキング1、2があるのは知ってるんですけど、
It applies to Dale as well.
具体的な
especially when
中身知らないっていう
Magical Racing Tour because
あれなんですよ
Dale
ね。
would ruin everything.
It's pretty Podgers.
Oh my god.
So we're gonna fight the hyenas again. But in this one, it's kind of chasing them down, and we're gonna be doing some really creative ways to stun lock them, which is a really cool strat here. So it's gonna be using this damage amplification there from Magnet and Fire, and then this damage
顔アイコンがついてるっていうことは多分、3人組的なやつなんだと思うんです
One sword can do, but it does kind of move the enemy around really erratically. So there's some RNG to it. But then you use that fire just to make up for
いやー、
the
待って。
combo and make sure you
なんか
keep it
すごいコンボのつながり方がすごい。
There you go. Sometimes it gets weird. That's fine. This has been pretty good.
いろいろあって親父の敵であるスカーを倒してシンパが王様になったのが最初の話。あ、それがライオンキングの
Yeah,
話
right
と。
there, like you see, like how hard
で
it is.
確かライオンキング2はあれですよね。王様になったシンパの息子のお話ですよね、確かに。なんか
That,
そういう記憶はあります。
I'm jawning a little bit. My game's turned down a little bit, so it's a little bit harder to hear the aerial impulses to time it. Just because for some reason, I'd rather hear Dewey and Bonnie.
ライオンキング、ジャングル大帝、レオのディズニーファンって言ってキレられたことある。
For Dewey, I don't know why everyone here remember.
でも僕もあれでしたよ。ライオンキングとジャングル大帝
I
の
have a few ways to
違いよく
time
分か
it,
ってませんでしたから。
a lot of it has become
人間が出てくるのがジャングル大帝で人間出てこないのライオンキングみたいなそれくらいの違いしか分かってないです。
No, the real reason is I'm a bad runner. No.
No.
No, that fight.
That's not very Podgies at all.
Oh my god. That fight went perfectly fine. Honestly, that's how that fight went better than even how I used to
It
have it
usually
go.
goes.
Yeah. There we go. So we're actually gonna run away from Pride Lands for now, and we're gonna finish out Ground Shaker when we are just juiced. But we did get an extra accessory slot for completing the Hyenas fight, so we're gonna use that to our advantage right
とりあえずクリアしたっぽいのでいいのかな。
and it's just gonna make the rest of these second visits that much better.
え、これまた美女と野獣世界帰ってきました？
Kind of push this Beast Castle visit into 2 different sections, where we first, just at the very beginning, after once the first and second visit started, we immediately got Rumbling Rose and then just left, and then here we just get to come in, do this fight, do the boss, and leave.
That's what Meat Grinder's supposed to look like. Flashing back to Berserkers earlier when nothing cooperated.
This fight is also incredibly scripted.
That's Hidden Dragon.
あ、また新しい人出てき
Oh,
た。
that's fine.
Not scripted anymore.
I'm gonna do...
見た目的に13期間の人だと思うけど、誰かは知らない。
3 strength.
It's...
Well, yeah, 2 strength, because you have the metal.
ザルディンさん。なるほど。
Fine.
It's okay. That just shows. This is gonna show the power of Knuckler.
It's fine!
Yep.
あー、またドナフレアが。
What did I do in that menu? I'm gonna look right here, because I have to...
I was curious.
いやーなんかもう浮かせてコンボ入れてる間にドナフレアをひたすらぶち込むみたいなのが一番
I
軽く出てる
know
っ
I
ぽい
did
ですね。
Rumbling Rose correctly, because I actively
You're
look
using
at
it.
that.
美女と野獣の愛を邪魔しようとして肘打ちされた人。いわゆるあれですね、人の恋路を邪魔するやつはってやつです。やむなし。
Nope, it's just not on.
Yeah.
サムラン世帯2回
You
目
just
で
did it
す
down
か？
input instead of an up input.
Actually, yeah, that's exactly what happened.
さあ、ムーダンもどういう話なのかよくわかってないんですけど、キングダム的なお話でいいのかな？
Basically the crit strat, though.
I
So-
did,
いわゆる、
actually, yeah.
Oh, so that is the benefit of
Nanda.
playing multiple categories, especially with the crit and beginner.
あれ、これは、
Crossover at this point because both categories are so
これは
at the same time.
また13機関戦な気はしますけど、
You kind of just do variations of the same strat that you can back up.
なんか陸じゃないち。なんかすごい陸な気がする。気のせいかな。
That +1 strength is
一体誰なんだあの黒ずくめ。なんか武器が明らかに陸だった気がする。
movement on our way. Don't know if we have any announcements. I'll give...
Well, we do have a $10 anonymous donation. Says it's always cool to see Podgy Brass.
ていうか持ってるキーブレードで誰か分かっちゃうから黒ずくめになる必要なくない？
Can we get some Podgies in chat and listen?
どうしてバレないと思ったんですか？
Incentive. Podgies. I know I haven't actually said Podgies yet. You know that's a
I
that's a new one.
noticed. Yeah.
Yeah.
all-
Oh yeah. Can we get some Podgies in chat? And I believe we are roughly halfway through this run.
ああ、なんか敵の本拠地というか城来ましたね。
So that means we are getting close to getting to the point where we need to cut off that incentive for the Sephiroth fight. So we need $380 to see that fight. As I said before, it is a spectacle you don't want.
やっぱりムーランもいわゆる戦国系というかあれでいいのかな、なんかそういう体制に対して戦いを挑む系のお話でいいんでしょうかね。
Really good.
大抵こういうのは主人公が禅王の
Easy fight.
逃げ延びた息子だったり
We're,
娘だっ
we're
たり
really
します
juiced
けど。
up right now. So just shredding through these enemies right now. A little bit of Gold Crown specific things. We're picking up another Ori Calcum. We need 6 of those. Our second Mithril Crystal of the 2 that we need. Our Torn Page so that we can go to 100 Acre Wood next, actually. And yeah.
When it comes to the synthesis, not only do we need what we need to find for the actual recipe, there's also certain synth goals that if you just get a certain amount of certain synth items, you also get some bonuses.
Yep. Shoutouts to Nintendo for...
え、これは今どういう状況なんだ？
I'm going for.
Yep, it's so.
なぜ巨大ハードレスの背中に乗ってるんです？まあ戦ってるんで刺激してるわけではないみたいで
Nice.
す。
We got it.
Yeah, it's weird for you.
あ、なるほど。性別偽って戦場に出る系のお話だった気がするけど、ちゃんと見たことはない。僕も見たことはない。ムーランはなんか名前もどっかで聞いた気がするぐらいなんで、本当に全然知らないやつです。
Yeah.
サドナフレアが強い。
Merciless because we used to need to get the like Storm Rider's reaction command to knock him down.
やっぱ近代兵器やなっ
Get some
て。
extra damage, but because we are doing those combos
ロケットに勝てるわけねえだろう。
and having Decisive Pumpkin on Valor form for that extra combo boost, we're doing enough damage and bringing him down more quickly, and we end the fight significantly faster. It's like
これで一通りクリアしたっぽいですかね。
strictly going for that, going for the strat, between not going for it is about 6
まあ
seconds.
EST 的にあと2時間あるからラスダンではないとは思うんですけど、割とラスダンっぽいもの
So,
が出
little
てきま
break.
したね。
Now we're gonna be doing 100 Acre Wood. These are all of the, like, you're not you can do these whenever you want once you get.
そして忘れ去られてたとかのような
speedrunning.
100エーカーの森
But
だ。
the way that 100 Acre Wood and Atlantica are broken
ちなみに100エーカーってあんまり広くないんですよね。
before coming back, and it becomes like a mini break from what you are actually doing.
確か100エーカーって、エ
Exactly.
ーカーっていうのが広さの単位なんですけど、
So, a lot of these
実際
are- this one specifically and the next one are-
いわゆるよく使われている平方メートルに直すと結構ちっちゃいんですよね、確か。いくつだっ
wondering
け
how chat's doing, and I see enemy rated.
100エーカー何平方メートルで検索すると多分出ると思うんですが、あんまり広くなかったはず。
Really cool dude.
で、どうして
appreciate,
蜂の巣が飛んできてるんです。
Yeah. Hope everyone's doing well though.
蜂の巣降ってきてる。よくわかんない。なんで
Exactly.
Next 10 minutes or so, we're gonna be just chilling here.
We vibing.
Yeah, it's all.
キーガムが飛んできて、蜂の巣が飛んできて、 その風船だけで、そんな片手で足りる風船だけで飛んでられないでしょ、絶対。
contributes to a journal entry of like a score requirement for the minigame. So even though I'm doing them right now, like this, there's no score being applied, so I would have to do this again anyways if I were doing like.
100ヤードポンドの森にするしか。
Yep. So I'm just
Yeah,
doing it right now
Ponda.
because it's fun. I missed
It's
that.
also like kind of hard to dodge most of this without hitting them.
Yeah. I'm also scaring rando runners because this is normal speed.
これは一応スコアいくつ以上取っとかないとダメみたいなのあるんですかね。
Half speed. Oh man, you can actually lose.
やけくそみたいな。やけくそっぷりが今すごいなんか飛んできてましたけど最後。
So,
So you can choose the speed of your auto scroller.
so once you're at the very end, so Piglet shows up at that side of the screen right there. So if you don't immediately grab Piglet, any subsequent time not spent grabbing Piglet is time lost.
Oh,
Well, also,
okay.
I think what we're referring to is in Randa, there's some quality of life of these auto scrollers that are
100エーカーはおよそ東京ドーム 8.5 個
very
分。
hard and they're just auto
あ
scrollers.
思ってたよりは広かった。
Okay, oh, so it's a mod.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
rando
it's
players need a
randomizing.
mod because they want to not spend time in minigames. Or they cut out minigames entirely. I'm still never forgiving them for cutting out Dragon's Emness.
Okay, in old Rando, we never got health, so
Well, you get it now, so...
we do. I've said that we should bring it
な
back.
んかまた新しいイベントが出てます。ミニゲーム出てますけど。
Anyways,
It's hard to.
God. I usually play Subway Surfers on my phone. No,
どういうミニゲームなんだ
what
こ
I
れ。
do right now is I do
どういう状況？
chess on chess.com. But we're vibing right now, so it's fine. I'll also mute my mic and do my babble for the day, but I already did my babble for the day. So, yeah.
割と風邪ひいてる時に見る悪夢に近い感じがしてきたんですけど、気のせいですか？
Way to not play an auto scroller.
Actually, yeah, I'm curious.
これはどうやって滑ってたんでしょうねっていう感じですよね、これ。蜂蜜壺に乗ってるだけな気がするけど。クラッシュバンディクが始まった。大岩が、大岩ではないけど。劇団はな、すごい来るやつ。
What did you do? That's true. Turtwiggy does say hey Podgy and Podgers, referring to, I think, to my chat as Podgers.
Good. Good.
Oh god.
It's spreading. I swear, this is gonna get over by the end of the run, and like next time I get to host
そう
for
こ
you,
れは一応なんかメダル取っていかないとダメなんでしょうね。
Podgers.
But my number one emote is Ariel.
That's true. It is the Y.
That is some stiff
Are you for real?
competition.
Yeah. Someone put that in chat, please, because it's the best emote alive.
I'll settle for number 2,
Okay.
but you gotta get Podgers over.
Also, yeah, Dewey's got deaths. No, Anime. I said Ariel, not Goofy. Thank you.
That is the number 2. I
That,
think.
right now, Goofy is number 2.
さあまだミニゲームはあるよというこ
Okay,
と
this
で、
is the non-auto scroller.
Got a 49.
No, I'm bad.
風船割りミニゲーム。
I missed. I'm bad.
He's gonna get a 44 now. If that. Oh no, he sucks.
10個割れをっていうやつみたいですね。
Right?
She's just gone.
Hey,
She is
speaking of Sonic
far
Shadow Silver.
gone.
Sonic Shadow
後
Silver.
ろでティガーが跳ねてましたな。
This category got so optimized.
The goat.
The goat herself. Also, yeah, that emote is fantastic. Popcat, but my dog.
100エーカーの森、今、あれですね、クマのプーさん。
So there's actually some really cool.
登場人物あんまり名前知らないんですよね。プーさんとティガーは、まあ、なんとなく聞いた名前なんで覚えてるんですけど、今出てきたカンガルーの親子とか、なんかちっちゃい子とか、
So they're gone now.
全然名前知らない。
Obviously, they're very easy to deal with, but it does lose time. So there's
なんかロバみたいな人がよく尻尾がちぎれるみたいなのは
Waiting for
覚えて
Igor.
ます。
Yeah.
カンガとルー、そのまんまだった。 そのまんまのお名前なんで。
You have to worry about it. But yeah, those B skips are really cool.
あ、いいよっ
And
て
we're
名前
using
なんで
limited
す
form
ね。
here, which is also a recolor. Because we get high jump and a little bit of a
一応はあれですよね、プーさんも著作権が切れたっていうので、
And then we got a little
なんか
also with limit
B
form
級映画ができたりとかしてま
to
したよ。
get up to Winnie the Pooh faster.
This one's so cool.
Just gonna move right here and then swing, and we're already up.
It's like Cage One movement tech. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. Alright.
ピグレットとプーとティガーはわかる。あ、ピグレットはちっちゃい子か。
And we're done.
これはプーさんあれですね、今。蜂蜜の壺の中に顔突っ込んで抜けなくなったみたいなやつですね。おそらく。
Alright, now we'll continue with the story again.
あとラビット通る。結構100エーカーの森はそのまま動物の名前が
Real nitty-gritty of
直接ついてるんですね。
Gold Crown. Everything that we've done so far has essentially been all worlds with a couple of extra things like grabbing extra items or doing that mushroom. After we do this visit of Twilight Town and the Roxas fight, we are going to be doing a lot of Gold Crown specific things. Go.
Yeah, we are reaching what is normally at the end of the run at 90%.
Yeah. But we still have a little under 2 hours to go.
And also, another mod that we will also be seeing later is Credit Skim, which saves 26 minutes.
Yeah.
Because, well, isn't it random on beginner if you get the secret ending?
No. The
Or no, beginner.
今ここはどこだ
Well-
ここはどこ
you're
最初の
referring
ところかな
to the non-lingering will one, right?
No, I'm referring to the Lingering Will one.
No. That one is for completing the specific story flags for it.
Really?
My
No, I'm talking about the actual
いやまあ割とジニー何でもありな
yeah,
の
no, that's what I meant.
見てるとちょっとマスクを思い出します
The
ね。
one that the cutscene everyone thought was Kingdom Hearts 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is specifically for beating Space Paranoids 2 in Olympus Coliseum.
あ、そうですよね。ロクサス編で出てきた館の
And,
前のところね。
Hundred Acre Wood in Atlantica. Yes.
この館が一体何なのかもよくわかってないです。
Yeah.
王様がい
The,
る。
Because like when you're having
王様ことミッキーが今いました。
will not let you get the secret ending. So what does that refer
that
to?
is referring to a different cutscene, I believe. If I remember correctly.
What is
Yeah,
considered?
you get the
Sonic knows. Sonic knows everything.
The Gathering is the cutscene we're referring to, and I believe there's
Yes.
another cutscene. We'll let the goat decide.
I don't understand.
I'm gonna
where
use
Sonic keeps all this data.
I'm gonna
'cause
use the
Sonic
best limit in
knows
the game.
everything. Yep, Whirly Goof.
That's Whirly Goof. It's really cool. Birth by Sleep is the other one. Okay. So there is another
Is that the one with
cutscene.
Aqua's armor?
Oh, it's the one with Roxas and Riku fighting, is it not?
はい、アクセルがいる。
Deep dive? That's KH1.
What am I? Oh, man, I'm thinking of something else. Yeah.
That's KH1, and then also.
これはあれなんですね。共闘なんですね。
That's...
Okay, we're on. Oh, I
別
thought we
に
had
13期間も別に敵対してるわけじゃなくて、確かなんかちょっと目的が噛み合わないから、敵対するだけで、なんか一応あれですよね。目的で一緒の場合は共闘するんですよ。
likes to ruin everything, but it's.
Yep.
I was holding forward and I got a guard. Hello? Anyways, that was silly. Okay, so we're through Twilight Town. I call Mickey and Axel Beavis and Butthead because
さあ
they
ま
can
た
ruin
別の
everything
街
just
っ
like
ぽ
they
いとこ
both
来ました
literally
け
did.
ど。
We're gonna grab this Orichalcum and not forget it.
ここどこ？
Alright. And now we got Roxas.
また黒族目線です。今なんかは今普通に奏者さんにはロクサスって言ってたんで多分ロクサス戦で
Looking
す
up
ね
the。secret ending instead of explaining a really cool strat. Love my commentators.
まあドヤ顔ダブルキーブレードやってるんで多分まあロクサスだろうなっていうのがあ
Or
りますけ
FNF,
ど。
oh for sure. And Pod's also doing it wrong. But
Yes.
that's why I didn't explain. That's actually why I didn't explain it. So, harking back to that revenge value that I was referring to earlier, and I said sometimes it's just for the sake of like dodging the attack. This is a case where we can really abuse that because this ground and
まあ
revenge.
リフレクで反射できるのがやっぱり強いですね。
We can use that reflect and just make it such good use out of it. Even the old version of this Roxas strat also made great use of actually his air retaliation. So we've always been abusing his RV in this fight as long as there's been the fight available.
Alright. So now we are going to
Gold crown things here.
do Gold Crown things here and force final form.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm sure a lot of people growing up had to look up videos on how to get final form.
今度
educated
ここどこ？
and just like it just was from going into
またこ
the
こはどこみたいになってますけど。
basically once you've completed the story flag after Roxas, if you go into anti form, people thought it was 5 times. It can be more. It is RNG.
なんか同じエリアを毎回行き来してるのはこれは
And
何なんだろう。
Roxas gives you the Keyblade.
何をしてるんだ。
That forces you to either go into
一応ノンメジャーグリッチなので。
Was that
こ
4?
のイベント全体がグリッチ使用を基本的に許容しないという
Proof that Fifth
イ
Try
ベントなので、
Sixth try.
グリッチではないのは確かなんですけど、
So this is 6 try actually, because you were at 4.
あ、なるほど、アンチフォームの回数を稼いでい
That's
る。
seven.
あ、なるほど、
Never mind.
Oh my
It was
god.
patched.
なるほど、なんかこのホーム
What's the record? What's going
の
on?
やつ、エリアチェンジで切り替わるから、速攻でエリアチェンジしてるっていう感じなんですね。で、ファイナルフォームを解放する。
So
なるほど、
people thought, like I've told people this, that 5 is not a guaranteed, and people have that have ran this game
さあ、ラ
for
スダン
the better part of a decade have told me that I'm dumb and I'm
ラスダンっぽいところ来た。
Well, you see it here, folks. It's not guaranteed. Fifth try.
Yep. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of glad that happened.
That is
最終強化形態内書き、内書き。なんだ。
because every time you
こ
go
のゲームに限らずですけど、なんか最終フォームってなぜか浮きますよ
it's
ね。
like 80 or 70%.
Something like that, yeah.
And then after that,
最終
it
フォー
goes
ム
down to
浮
like
きが
single
ち。
digits.
まあ浮かないやつもありますけど。
Oh, that's a fine.
Sorry, that's crazy.
I accidentally hit save, and I have a bunch of saves, so it's gonna take.
さあ、
a
多分
moment.
セーフティーセーブっぽいのかな。
Wow, look at that time loss.
It doesn't matter on low list.
I was gonna say, on low
haha.
list, it actually doesn't lose time. It does in Rando. In Rando, it doesn't pause.
Oh, that's funny, actually. Wow.
Yeah, we get punished.
Hold on.
で、これはあれかな、ゴールドクラウンに必要なフラグを取りに行って。回ってく感じかな。
No, not an elixir. That. There we go. All right, so now we're gonna be doing a thing where we're leveling up final form for a little bit. We need to be level 5 on final form, and we're coming into this room because these dancers will drop Twilight Stones.
ちょっとゴールドクラウンの条件をよく知ってないんですけど、あれでしたっけ、ゲーム内要素のやり込み全部やるとプラチナクラウンになる。去年のRTA in Japan では確かあれですね。プラチナクラウン取るみたいなやつを披露されてた記憶はあります。あ、レベル上げ。なるほど。
Yeah. Get any of this because it all helps each other.
Wow. 2 passes getting nothing kind of stinks. We also need 2 Twilight Shards, which we'll
なんか
get
結
from
構ポイント640ぐらいもらってますね。
in the mansion. So eventually we'll get everything, and then we will go synth some moon amulets. But right now, this luck is marathon luck.
Yes, it is.
That's a stone. That's 2 stones.
There's another. So
That's a shard.
Not getting a single one, and then that was 2 back.
ここの敵倒すのが一番効率いいのかな。道中の敵無視してるのは。道中の敵倒さなくても、この多くのやつら倒して戻ってくる方が効率いいってことなんでしょうね。
I forgot that I made the final recolor.
Yeah, because it does something later.
Oh, I do remember that.
Thank you, yes. Also, this is pretty normal pace because we hit level 3 and got our synth. Yeah, this is fine. We're good. Okay, we're gonna move over to Disney Castle real quick because there is a Moogle right here where we can do our synthing. I'm also gonna sell my...
全ワールドクリア出現後の裏ボス撃破、強化13機関撃破、13キノコクリアで金冠。なるほど。で、今13キノコはクリア済みなので、強化13機関と全ワールドクリア後の裏ボス撃破までがまだまだって感じですね。じゃあ、あれかな、一応レベルアップ終わった後のラスボス突入後もまだ戦う奴らがいるので、一応じゃあ3時間半ぐらいになった時ぐらいがちょうどラスボス、ストーリー上のラスボスクリアになる感じなんでしょうかね、きっと。
So it's gonna make this grind a little bit faster, especially with the subsequent level ups that we're getting. Yeah, we're already level 37. We're gonna be ending level 41, if I remember correctly, when all this is done.
そういえばセフィロスいた気がするんですけどねって思ったんですけど、セフィロスが裏ボスなのかなじゃあ。
As you level up that form, you get a higher one on base Sora as well. So that'll, like, that's why final form is the most efficient thing to level up because it increases our Sora level, which makes us do more damage. It makes you stay in final for longer.
あ、13キノコはまだ1体分しかクリアしてない。あ、そうなんだ。13キノコも13体いるんだ。1体だけで終わりじゃないんだ。
So it is quadruple duty, actually.
セフィロスは1の裏ボス。なるほど。
So, very beneficial.
Yes. Sorry. Trying to focus as well.
Focusing on the grind.
That was a cheeky kill.
セフィロスは2にもいるけど金冠条件ではない。なるほど。プラチナがあれかな、じゃあなんかそのやり込み要素全部クリアだからそっちには含まれる。なんか戦ってた記憶があるので多分ある気がする。
While in a form or summon, you get all your drive back, so it allows us to do this grind really effectively.
Oh, because I was in the wrong spot. That's why. Okay, we're good.
Combo master.
Combo master.
My favorite ability. Why isn't it on?
We'll get it on in a bit. Phrasing. But yeah, so we're level
これで今レベルが
So we
39
got through here, through that
レベル
pass
47
pretty
でもう
well,
47
in
に行って
terms
ま
of
す。
kills. So we just need to do 2 more full passes through the mansion, and then we'll be just enough kills to that when we move on to the next room or next area where we do some grinding.
プラチナはいわゆるトロコンなので全部やる必要がある。まあ
Just
です
get
よね。
final 5 on the way.
Yeah. And then we'll also do the next mushroom pit.
Yes. A lot of birds with 1 stone.
Twilight Zone.
敵の見た目は一緒なのに経験値が美味しいみたいになってるので、なんかちょっとどういう仕様なんだろうみたい
Okay,
にな
I
る。
just went across the load zone. That's cool.
Yeah. Like Mario World, the doors are very difficult to enter. You must keep
例
facing
えば
them.
今回は難易度ビギナーなので多分一番簡単な難易度だとは思うんですけど、なんか難易度あれですよね、難しいやつにするとわざとやられて、なんか王様が助けに来てくれるのを使うみたい
That
な
was actually the
チャートみたい
bid
なのをやっ
board
てた記
prior
憶があります。
was do we get to use the mod or not? And
初回 100% で
yeah.
初回以降なんかどんどん確率が下がっていくけど、
Japanese restream might have had
なんか王様がミッキーが助けに来てくれて、ミッキーめちゃめちゃ強いから
I
なんかそれでボス倒して
occasions through multiple events. They are always
戦い方をしてた
fantastic team to work with.
ことがあった気がします。
yeah, awesome of them. And the JPKH community, KH speedrunning community is also just fantastic. They
先の5戦です
so
ね。
well with us.
Very, very fitting game with how important the Japanese community
確
is.
か13キノコそれぞれ戦い方みたいな、戦い方というかなんか要求されるものがあるみたいな
Dub's
の。
a mod, 'cause it's
ねえ、多分このキノコはコンボ数を
very professional.
規定値以上にしないと倒れないやつっぽい
The
です。
Japanese dub does just exist for the game.
Oh, does it?
This
Okay.
game, yes, because there's the Japanese release of this game. Since it's a Japanese game.
Right, right.
But this is a mod that allows us to use it in this version.
音ささに一定コンボ
It isn't native.
で今87コンボやってました。
Yeah,
Yeah, for specifically this game, for the PC port of Kingdom Hearts 3, there is.
なんかもっと複雑なエアリアルコンボやんないといけないのかな
There
と
are
思っ
only
たら、
options now where
なんかあれでした
you
ね。
have to
下に入り込んでくるくるやってた
the
って感じでした。
yeah. On Steam, you can
Voices.
make it like the actual like full-on version of that game.
release.
But this is still the English version of the game with Japanese voices. So it literally just
Gotcha.
replaces those audio files.
Yeah, especially because the Japanese version doesn't have that little exploit with duck flare that we mentioned earlier. So
Well, no wonder it sounds so professional. Because
Yeah, it's professional.
It just literally is.
this is actually a really cool optimization to level up master here.
Oh, we're not doing Master just
Coming
yet.
up in this here.
Yeah. First, we're getting some money.
Oh, we got the glitch. Nice.
Yeah.
That visual bug is fairly
なん
rare.
かまた特殊な敵が出て
We
きた。
say glitch, but we mean bug.
Well, yeah, 'cause it's not beneficial. It's just a visual.
Yeah, yeah, it's a visual bug. It's really funny. Okay.
これはどういうなんかミニゲームなの敵戦なのわかんない。ギャンブル始まった。
Yeah.
Yep.
I just wanted to show that real quick.
Yep.
I'm getting a lot of dice, which is really good because they don't get like
Yeah.
knocked up in the air. Aw, I did not.
It's also faster and, in my opinion, way easier.
It is.
Because of data log cert, I can't do normal minigame speeds. It messes with me.
Really?
Yeah.
Buddy. So they do that sometimes.
こ
They'll
の
start
敵
a
のリアクション
minigame
コマン
and
ド。
then
なるほど。
they'll hive mind into doing their like attack.
なんか経験値っぽいやつを大量に落としてるっ
Their,
ぽい
their
よね。なんか
AI does move together, which is really
これは
sometimes.
All right.
経験値
If
なの
I
か
did
お金な
not
の
get
かわ
enough
かんない
money,
で
I'll
す
just
けど
come。back in real quick. But I think I got enough. Yeah, we're good. Actually, that was perfect.
とりあえず
So,
すごい美味し
my
い美味しい
internet
敵っぽいですね。
did me well there. I want to put on Sweet Memories, which is our Keyblade from 100 Acre Wood. And then I want to put on Driver Converter. And then I want to do this to make sure that once I do enough blizzards here, that I should get 3 drive. Oh,
あ、
I
検
messed that
索
up.
なるほど。
Yeah, you need to immediately do it.
初上げ。
I'm gonna do
カツアゲが。
that, knock him down, and then go through the door because now I'm at 3.99 drive. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, I just did not press the button. There we go. We'll line him up with Blizzard. That's one.
さあ、稼いでんだろうっていうことで。
Messed up. That's okay.
あ、失敗しちゃった。
Uh,
3番目が当たりみたいですね。
That also works.
3番目を引くのと、まあ、サイコロは丸を引くのな。うん。当たりのあれみたいです。
Apologize.
oh my goodness.
一応見押しが効くっぽいので、なんかそれでやってるっぽい。あおっとさっきまでずっと成功してたのに。
Throwing for content, right? That's what we're doing. More time for Sephiroth.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, we
That was a much
still
better time.
need $380 in order to get that Sephiroth
サイ
fight.
コロが見たらいい。
That time isn't getting any longer. It is in
当た
fact
り。
doing quite the opposite. We are
There we go.
starting to run out a bit.
3 of those give us
So-
enough drive
当たり。
words to get level 5. Sorry, I just had to quickly say that. Go for it.
It's all good. Well, it's just,
まあ金策が必要っていうことは、この後なんかアイテム買いまくるんでしょうけど、何買うんだろう。
Time is running out. Get him in now! Exclamation point donate in chat.
何を一体買おうとしてるんでしょうか。そんなにお金いるんですか。
Every dollar counts. Let's do it for the pups.
Yeah.
There we go.
And that's a very specific.
あ、エーテルが必要。エーテルってなんだろ
Make it to level 3 to get the aerial
MP
dodge,
回復するやつ。
which gives us an air combo plus ability, which just has us do an extra hit before a finisher, which you might think that that'd be pretty counterintuitive to not go to our finishers immediately, but there are some pretty specific fights that you want to.
さあ、またキノコ戦ですね。
We will showcase that.
今回のキノコは多分時間内に、規定数の敵を倒すみたいなやつな気がする。
They're scattered all over the place, and we just have to hit them. We need to get a score of 40 here. We also completely glossed over
マスターフォームの経験値稼ぎもやってたはず。
the
なる
hardest
ほど。
mushroom in this game. The one that was outside the
さあ、こ
tower.
れは何体倒したらクリアがもらえるんでしょうね。
Hey, yeah. Going up to the tower. I'm sure anyone that has done post game in this game probably spent
32体。
hours on that one because you need to get 80 hits, and every like
40ぐらいかな。
20 hits or so, like, every 10 hits, he will like jump away from you, and you have to catch up, and it's like he'll probably use a lot of like comment and like a bunch of things to try to do it. It sucks. Even with the current strat, it kind of sometimes.
さあ、44体倒したので、まあ一応 OK ということみたいですね。
We don't need the. I used to grab all of the drive recoveries, all the money everywhere. But with some new routing, I don't need all the drive recoveries, so I just.
この時点でもう13キノコ全員倒せるのか
A
な。
little bit of time instead of needing to grab everything and then go. Alright, so this is
クリア条件はスコア40以上。なるほど。なんか急に13機関出てきた。誰
I guess we got to explain absent silhouette fights.
Yeah, so these are special fights that are an extra.
さあ、なんかギミックあるっぽいんですけど、ギミックガン無視で戦ってませんかこれ。
Actually, boss fights from.
上に明らかにギミックあるっぽいんだけど。
This fight is so fast.
Really good.
Gimmick ギミックなんてなかった。
We'll see later again.
あ、レクセウスさん、なるほど。ありがとうございます。
So these are just already like nice little bonus fights for us, but we have to
なんか
do
ギ
them
ミックの仕様がわからないまま倒されてしまっ
at the
た。
very end, which I don't know if we want to take the chance to explain those super bosses or just wait till they show up later.
We can.
さあ、エーテル
basically,
96
we
個買い
don't
ま
see
したね。
these in the base game. We see them. Well, they're Final Mix exclusive, and they are the bosses that we encountered in Chain of Memories. So we don't encounter them in this game. So this is their way of letting us encounter them in this game. It is their like essence or whatever. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, you got.
ね
okay,
え、ま
so
た
now.
違う、これキノコじゃない。なんだ
That's fine. There we go. That's what.
あ、これキノコだ。よくよく見たらキノコだ。でかいやつだった。
There we go. He was being a silly
これは時間内内に倒すや
use
つ
reflex to
でよかったの
damage
かな。
him real quick. Alright.
Yeah, you
何秒以内に倒すみたいなやつだってのかな、きっ
like
と。
at the
あ、
end of
攻撃を受けないように倒せ。なるほど。
we can use that
結構
because
範囲
we
攻
can
撃すごかった
jump
気がする。
and because final form you can do your magic while you're in the air and not stall in the air. You
あ、
can
10秒以内に
quickly,
クリア。
cancel it quickly,
なる
and then jump and start another reflect, so you can have complete invincibility if you time it correctly, which allows us to do that mushroom really quickly, which just charges you and gives
ほど。
constant
うわ、ま
damage.
た今度はパイレーツ・オブ・カリビアンの世界に来たので、あれかな
So we are done with our grind. Now we're
なん
gonna
か、なんかある。
basically
こ
do
こ
a
も
bunch
多
of
分
different
キノコ
things
やるの
with
かな。
silhouettes.
今13キノ
Finish
コ
out the
を
rest of the stories
5体ぐ
before
ら
we
い倒した
do,
感じかな。というところ
what
で、
would be story ending.
私の司会進行のお時間はここまでとなります。
Mushroom
長時
11.
間ね、ありがとうございました。
It's a-
引き続きお楽
It's a
しみ
mix and
くだ
match. We
さ
have
い
to。find the one that's real. That's the one that jumped, so I'm just keeping an eye track on it, and then I'm gonna use Final Form Glide to damage him.
Yeah, final form glide
Oh, I
here.
forgot to put on Pumpkin. It's fine.
That's okay, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mushroom 10 here. This is the one based off of Luxord.
Wow, I still 2-cycled.
No, please cycle. I thought you might have to free cycle.
I thought so
But,
too.
yeah, that one there. The final form glide does
Oh, it's
damage,
mushroom
but
10.
like, it does a pretty like you can see while he's gliding, it just moves like every couple seconds, so it's not that effective.
はい、
but
皆
it
様ご
starts
きげん
the
よ
moment
う。
you
はい、
start
変
your
わりま
glide.
した。
So if you are
引
against
き
the
続き
hitbox
ね、
and you just mash square
ノ
in
ーグ
the
リッ
air,
チ
it
ア
is
ロー
the
ドを
lowest
お
DPS
楽
you
しみ
can
く
do in
だ
the
さい。
game. It also
ただいまのタイト
easy to
ル
drive、
キン
living
グダム
things, so
ハ
it's
ーツ
gonna be
2、ファイナルミックスですね。
This is also huge for
改めてにはなりますが、こちらのタイトル、解説の方来ていません。お昼ご飯食べて、元気もあるし、解説いけるよって方いらっしゃったらね、いつでもお待ちしております。
Yep.
ね、司会交代してなんですかね。
Fine.
私
I didn't get to do the
も
cool、thing,
キングダムハー
but that's
ツ
because
ミ
I
プレイ
was
なの
away.
で、
She also, the clone
助けてください。
decided to start slow. It's okay. I'm not mad. I'm just
何
disappointed.
もわかんないんです。
I'm not.
That's fair.
It's a cool fight.
It is a cool fight. Here's another fun.
ディズニーも
Just
ファイナルファンタジーもわかんないんでね、ダメですね。
Get these all done so we can be all set for data org.
この人がセフィロスですか？よくわかんないんですけど。
This fight gets incredibly trivialized by fire, especially with final form. So final form fire, the reason it's so effective here, one, it gets more damage amplification
ちゃんと知
because
ってる
of
の
the
が
keyblade spinning and the fire.
呪文の名前の漢字が F ファイナルファンタジーと大体一緒っていうのと、
The same thing as a damage amp.
なんかいろんな作品からキャラクター引っ張ってるっていうことしかね。
is hitting the boss.
あ、なんか3でしたっけ？ 3にベイマックスがいるのは知ってます。ベイマックスいいですよね。
So you never, the game never says that you've
まあ
reached.
これはアラジンなのかな？アラジンの世界にいるんですかね。
Whereas with our physical hits like aerial
こんな
aerial spiral, when damage
浮遊できるんですね。スマブラの彼しか知らないから、
of those moves apply RV, so then every hit
こんな
applies
滑空で
RV.
きるんですね。
Yep. Yeah, more final
すごい
glide.
黄金の部屋に。
Yeah, you need to
アラ
do
ジ
this
ン
in under 10
を知らないん
seconds.
だよな。
But
アラジンの原作も知らないしな。
and that was kind of slow, not gonna lie. Like that could have been even faster.
Yes. Alright, this is Mushroom 2.
何もかも知らないんで、
Everyone thinks like
ふわ
pop
ふわとし
stitch
た感じで喋ると思いますが、ご了承く
and
ださい。
then like use reflex and stuff. Nah,
さ
we're
っき
just
の
gonna
セフィロスって言った人は、僕がセフィロスって言った人は、ビクセンっていう人だったんです
Final
ね。
form
なるほど。
glide has a parry on the front.
なんだっけ？
it won't work for all of the things
13
down
期間
here,
み
whenever
たい
it's
な
facing the front.
や
He
つ。
also did approach him, so he did move further back to make sure that he doesn't get clipped because it
合ってる
isn't
かな？
that big of a
読み方すら合
radius
ってな
that
さ
those
そうだけど。
keyblades parry at.
He still has two other
これは何をやっ
like
てるんだろう。
burst options that I will have to reflect for, which is fine. But I can react to that.
Oh.
No, that's fine that I miss one.
You can
な
miss
るほど。
three.
13期間で読み方でも合ってるのか。これなんだろ
There
う。
it is.
で、これ何だろうな。すごいキャッチボールみたいなこ
The
とし
more
て
he
るけど。
moves, the more obnoxious it is.
テニスか。テニスの方が近いな。
Actually, it's literally just this left.
Probably.
Yeah, I was like, the
Tennis.
math ain't mathin'.
あ、なんか終わった？ああ、魔法を避け続けろってやつだったのか。へえ。
Yeah,
そう
every
いう
single
なん
one
か
applies 3, so because he missed
小
one,
ミッ
he
ション
missed
みたいなの
two.
もあるんですね。
It's fine.
なるほど。ああ、スコア80以上で切り上げ。なるほど。ミニゲームだったんですかね。
Alright,
お、
so
急に
now
なんだっ
we're
け
back in
この子。
doing
シンバ
ground shaker.
シンバで合ってる
And now we're juiced up,
合ってそう。
and we're gonna show you
何
precisely why
え
we
あ、
came here
待って、
later.
動物になってる。
And
そんな
with
こと
this
があっ
little
ていいん
I'm
で
gonna
す
take
か
this opportunity to take the time to finally
こ
explain
のバカでかい獣は獣なのか
are short for desperation move. It is
キマイラか
usually
もしれ
known
ない
as like the ultimate attack that a boss has.
なんだこれ
Usually it's characterized by the
お
sky turning
すごい
dark
小さいのに
and
力持ちで
being
ね
invincible while you're waiting for them. So we're going to hope to skip that DM.
あ、そうそうこういうなんか空中でコンボするゲームっていうイメージはありますね。
As a DM, we'll be opting to try to skip it as we can because you're
ストー
just
リーは
waiting
全
for
くわ
them
かんないんだ
to
けど
be vulnerable so you can
ア
fight
クション
them.
だけなんとなく
So those are DMs, and he normally would have used that here, but because we're in
獣の上に
here
獣が乗ってる
and target him while we're in the air, it skips it,
倒
so
した
we
の
can
か
just kill him. It's great.
この倒した時の演出もなんか
Horrible.
見覚えがあるな
You weren't just getting a bunch
スマ
of
ブラで見たスマブラの記憶しかないな
really different.
多分リストリームでも何回か見てるはずなんだ
So
け
yeah,
ど
I'm learning this run.
Alright, so we're gonna use Berserker Soul again, and put on some draws so that we can do this next mushroom.
今度はどこここ
Because this
Let me
mushroom
go.
basically is going to be dropping a bunch of
Shiro?
orbs, and you need
Alice?
to reach
Aliceかな
400 or 450?
450.
あら
450 to succeed, and we need to
なん
get
か
at least
英語で
all
マ
these
ップ名表示されてるけど全く読めない
here. And these
美女と野獣の世界ああ
will immediately
じゃあもうみじんも知らないですね
try to pick these up as quick as possible. It's not too bad, but he can kind of speed up seemingly random
知らないなりに分かるやつと
So the
全
the
く分か
burst
んないやつ
options are all at the
の
same
うちの
time.
全く分かんない方ですねこれこれもミニゲームなんですね
So if you know the
相手が落とし
music
た
timing, you know
う
when
んこれ
the mushroom
プライズ
is
っていうんです
going
ね
to run off like
これ
this.
集めると
It's
なる
gonna
ほど
run off now, yep.
プライズなん
But
だ
we're good.
景品たくさんもらって嬉しいのかな
So I just have to
And
wait for
what
him
Podgy's also doing here at the end of any of these is a lot of the time he's doing like a magnet as he's leaving the room because Final Form Magnet also gathers all of the drops on the floor.
あ
which is
本当だ
really
よく言ったらビーストキャッ
so
スル
he
って
doesn't
書い
have
てあ
to
り
like
ますね
go all the way at the end of the room and come back.
Yeah, but
But
he was
he's
kind of
just- he
far
already
away.
has enough job recoveries.
Exactly. Magic lock on, air combo boost. Yes, I can just do that now since I did it now, and then Comet.
Yeah, these mini games don't really do anything for us too much, but it does drop certain synth items which are nice and particularly drive recoveries, which we make use of,
Precisely, yeah.
and some money. But we do need to do all 13 of them and get a good enough score to get one of the proofs, which gives us one of our crowns.
Now we
あ
got
また出てき
Marluxia.
てきた黒い服の人
His whole thing is he tells us about our car's extended warranty, and then we get cursed.
Yeah, that's how many
Yeah,
years is warranty.
Countdown.
So he'll be okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad.
頭の上に数字
That warranty
何の
was
数
really
字ですか
extended.
これ
But anytime that Marluxia
That was
知
weird.
の宣告のカウント
it
そ
will
んな
reduce that number. So if that number
なん
reaches
か
zero, he will die.
滅びの歌みたい
He's
な
not gonna get hit 40 times. If he does, then I might have to have a talk to
Yeah,
him.
これはマルーシャって名前なんですね
Um,
一気に31になっちゃっ
attacks that Marluxia has
たあ
that
れ
will
い
still
つの間に
do the
I
deal with
messed up a
normal
little
health.
bit.
But these
Okay, we're just
こ
gonna
れ
do
は
that, and we're good to
攻
go.
撃が食らったら増えるの
So he's gonna go center. Yep. Okay.
増えるじゃない減ってるな
Yeah, and he is going to the Duck Flare to also save Donald really quickly because he needs Donald alive to use his limits there. And he's now damage amping Reflect
ねえ
and
世の中には3回しか許してくれないものもあるのに
Master, which
40回も許してくれ
is a
る
kind of complicated
うん
ability.
なんか5リット減ったりはするけど
Usually you can't continue a combo unless you connect with an enemy. Combo Master removes that, which also allows us to do reflect, slapshot reflect, which allows us to do multiple reflects much quicker and can stack that invincibility frames, we saw
一回隙を見せたら
up and down, and also
あ
just
とは
allows to do
ボコスがやられてくれる。
29 years left on that extended warranty too.
I know.
Still pretty
ボ
good.
ボコスがやらせてくれる。
Gotta say, the ratio of how much you lost definitely is
意外といい人かもしれないですね。
20 years. That's not great, but keep that figured square.
No, so I went too far back in my menus and I was trying to go to items.
で、FT セーブかな。
And I hit square, and on Steam that pulls up the settings menu.
Which I thought was so convenient on the first day I got the Steam version, and then I
And then it
started playing
happened.
more, and it's so annoying.
Yeah, there's an Epic Games version, which is the original PC port, and then Steam got it, and now we don't ever have to worry about Fortnite crashing Epic Games servers, because Epic Games, regardless of whether you're playing a single-player game or not, forces you to have an internet connection.
男
Whereas with Steam, you don't have to worry about that. So basically, everyone who wants to spend more money on
オリンパスって言ってるから北欧神話的な。
luxury
あ、あれか、ヘラクレスか。
No idea,
Apple
which we were so,
Nah,
like,
言いましたよね。
so
あ、ヘラクレスの世界。なるほど、合ってた。2周目とかあるんですね。ストーリーが複数。もう一回行くと進んだりするのかな。
Well, we have a couple other things. We have one more thing we have to do first, or two things we have to do first, and we have a little bit of a texture. I don't know what. Call it a glitch. Call it a bug. So you guys can tell that Final Form has some pink applied to it, because Dewey, like I asked him to, and he provided, and it's beautiful, and I love it to death. There is one cutscene in this game.
It pulls from the model a little strangely.
It pulls from the model a little strangely. Just look at Sora's hair when I tell you to. It's for that one cutscene we skip, and it's gone. But that's the only instance that we've ever seen it.
なんで嵐吹き荒れる孤島にいつ
So
の間に移
first
動
we
し
have
てい
to
るん
fight
だ。
Zexion, which is a very trivial fight. We stop him from throwing Donald and Goofy into the book world by popping Final Form as he wants to
あ、この人ゼ
turn him
ク
into
ユシオンっ
books.
て名前
And
だっ
then we
たんで
stagger
す
him
ね
and。use fire.
We've had access to this fight for 2
あ、なんか
hours.
さっきの人より
So that
出
should
番が。
tell you how trivial this boss is.
ケンさん頑張ってたんだ
It's
な。
meant to. So we learn about Abs and Silhouettes during the first visit of Olympus Coliseum. That is
バ
not.
リー・オブ・ザ・デッドって言ってるからあれなんかな。
But yes, exactly.
なんか、なんだっけ、
Usually, I
死
think
の
most
世界
people
なん
in
か
the
な。
mid game or like towards late game are when they start doing it.
なんだっけ、
Which is kind of what
思い出せない。ヨトゥンヘイムとかそういう
But
名前だっ
people
け、
also
死
don't
の世
realize
界っ
that
て
there's。like final fire for that.
All right.
So the cutscene after this fight is gonna be the one where you wanna.
あ、追加されたボス。へえ、そういうのもあるんですね。
Right now, watch this cutscene as after it fades to black. I'll let
マ
it.
スタ
I'll
ー
let
とい
it
う
play for
か
a
完
moment.
全
Hair
版的な
glitch.
感じなのか、ファイナルミックスって。
Hey. Hey,
ハデス
that's
がする世界。
that's
あ、冥界。
illegal. This is no glitches
冥
allowed.
界ってなんだっけ。
It's not a game bug. It's a Dewey texture bug. Is that
I
okay?
don't know what I did wrong.
I don't know either. It's only that cutscene. Only that cutscene. Only
And I
that.
don't think it happens for me.
That is even funnier because as soon as like the frame change or the camera changes, it's gone. It's
goes
back
away.
to normal. I don't.
Because it pulls from a different model, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. All right.
For some reason, that exact one pulls from the player model instead of the cutscene model.
All right. That's
But,
good.
like, not all of it. Yeah. So this fight, what we're trying to do is keep him from getting control because then he will go back to being vulnerable again. He's about to try to do it, but we're going to be able to catch him in time.
Okay. There it is.
Yeah. So he would have started trying to do a
Make
fire
I get a
pillar.
man.
He would have had to use those aura spheres again to make him vulnerable again, but we were able to catch him.
Yeah. I think so. A lot of the times, what I do is I'll hit him with another light orb for that little extra damage. I wanted to see if I didn't actually need it. Apparently, I did, because I didn't get enough damage with the Whirly Goof, which is fine. All right. Another mushroom, and then we get to move on to Space Paranoids.
This one's neat.
This one is neat. A lot of times people use Wisdom Form for this and kind of just like glide around and turn into Patrick saying, "Don't touch me, I'm sterile." But I'm just going ham on them with Final Form because the Keyblades are mostly protecting me. I'm still keeping a sharp eye on everything. And there's a
Yeah.
point
Ah,
where their
minigame
health
的な
increases so much that I
やつですかね。
cannot do this, and I'll start doing reflex at that point. I
黒い
could
のをたくさん
revert and use limits if I wanted to, but I'm
消してあ
insane.
げよ
Yeah. So at this point, they now have enough health where they would take it 2 hits. So you're even seeing it that they're lasting a frame longer.
う。ああ、
Yeah.
こいつらの攻撃を受けちゃダメなんですね。攻撃を受けるというか、捕獲されないように。なるほど。
Got it. There we go. Hit me.
85がクリア条件だから、あとはもう、
need to get hit to finish it or reach
そうは
100.
稼がなくて
So
もいい
it's
のか。
funny that he needs to like wait for them. They've been trying to hit him all this time, and then when he actually wants to get hit,
Then they don't.
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Alright. Space Paranoids 2. We go into Hollow Bastion, and weird things are happening.
この
Go
バスティオ
figure.
ン。
What?
これはあれ
Those
か
are
な、オリ
enemies
ジナルの
from
世界。
the computer. Why are they out in the world? Play the video game.
play the video game.
Play the video game. It's
Boy,
been out for
break dance
20
without-
years. What are you
敵
doing?
を倒していく。
Well, this
Excuse
version's
me,
been
I
out.
just burned to dust.
This version's been out for
It's- Some iteration
16
of this
years.
game has been out for 20 years.
I remember like buying it like 18 years ago.
Oh,
Used
whatever.
at GameStop.
Oh, wow. Alright, before we move on, we're gonna go talk to the Gullwings. Liar!
Yep.
You tricked us! We get their Keyblade, which is gonna be really nice.
鍵穴
in
で
post-game.
ガチャってするんじゃなくて、普
Yeah,
通に
what a butchering
上
of
で
Final Fantasy
上
characters,
か
by
ら
the
切り
way.
つけた。
Yeah, actually. Fun fact, Riku is actually supposed to be in KH1, but they were like, we shouldn't have a character
蹴飛ば
called
すよりは
Riku and
泳
another
ぎはいいで
character
すね。
called Riku with a different spelling in the same video game. So then we got Yuffie.
Yeah, Riku was supposed to be on Destiny Islands, right?
Yeah, Riku was gonna be on Destiny Islands.
あなんだっけ、今のピンクのドレスの服、
Squall and stuff.
エアリスで合ってる
Decided to have Yuffie instead.
Oh,
Yeah.
あの衣装のエアリスを見た記憶がある、
Riku would have been
あり
just
ま
that.
す。
Yeah, but also Riku and
なん
Riku.
か、すごい、バーチャスミッション的な場所にいる。
Like Leon.
エアリスで合っ
True.
てる。よかった。
True.
I will
こ
say,
の世界なんだろう、トロン。
Yuffie does call the Squall in KH1.
こういうあ、本当にトロンなんだ。合ってるんだ。
It's Leon.
トロン
Just
っ
once.
てこういうのに出てるんですね。知らなかった。
I'm Leon now. I'm here.
なんか
dealing
こういう
with
サイバーパンクのゲーム、サイバーパンク
It's like the
サイバーパンクでいいのか
Terrence Howard just recast Don't You.
な作品、正直トロンぐらいしか知らないんで、
Imagine not being called
あれなんだけど、合ってた。よかったね。
Oh man. So we got this IO tower fight. It's just another mob fight that we're gonna trivialize with final form since we can. We're gonna use some magic lock-on strats here. Of course that didn't hit exactly how I wanted, but it's fine. That one hit how I wanted, and that one almost hit how I wanted. Regardless. So
Yeah.
regardless of where we are on the field, because we have magic lock-on, our magic will always hit a target. No matter how far
Yes.
away we are, like if we're not in range, we are always in range. And we are going to use that a lot.
Uh-huh. We're gonna see that in one spot in a really cool way.
We're going to see it in 2 spots in a really cool way.
Sure.
3 spots, sorry.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say core. I
Core,
was thinking about I
core
was thinking
twice,
H2.
and final fights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
God, I'm so proud of this recolor.
it's great.
He took it away from me.
Okay, the Solar Sailor has specific spawns that I'm just waiting for.
Yeah, I didn't mention it earlier, or we're gonna say we touched on it a bit with Master Form. Just the way that we mentioned earlier, Valor Form was a very like a combat-based form, and you couldn't use magic. And the Wisdom Form was obviously almost only magic, and then you didn't really do much else. And the Master Form was like a little bit of a blend. Final Form is truly like combat at its finest with magic and physical attacks.
Right.
So all of those things are so inherently way more powerful. No matter which magic, any of them get such cool upgrades to them. I think the only one that doesn't get anything that interesting is Reflect.
Yeah.
Because Reflect just like it just gets some keyblades going around it. Magnet's cool because it like goes immediately. Fire obviously gets this like tower of fire and also has the unintended like not adding RV. Blizzard's a cool shotgun with it, and then Thunder obviously attacks twice, which is always very. And then the finish is crazy.
It's a blanket of thunders. Yeah.
画面いっぱいの
It's kind of like
人
Thunder from KH1.
でかい人。
Actually, that's a good way
い
to
や
put it.
人ではないのかもしれない
Little
けど。
glide there just for the fun of it.
Oh yeah, I forgot how long this fight is on Rando.
Yep. We got the MCP. Japanese MCP is wonderful.
He's not doing too well.
We're gonna stop damaging him so that we don't push his phase too quickly. We're gonna glide over
もし
here
かして
because
カー
we
ビー
know that
64に出てくる
our
あいつってこの
long
人が
that we
元ネタ
broke is right here. And we're gonna make JP MCP go. "Ugh!"
Yeah, just trying to set up a 3-cycle here.
Yeah, we're setting up a 3-cycle. If we over damage, then it would be not great.
Yeah, this sets up. Also, fun fact: you can
あ
actually
そう
hit
だたまたま似てるだけ
MCP with the Blizzard.
Yes.
If you're aimed at him right
トロ
before
に出てくるこの人がトロに出てくるなら元ネタっぽい気がす
But
るけど
during last phase, that door appears.
トロンの名前しか知らないのでは
Giant Sark, and which will one shots him.
そんなことし
It's
か
I don't
言え
know
ない
why. It makes the game so much easier. But I guess they realized that the DM is so scary
Yeah.
and one shots you have most difficulties that they're like, let's throw him a bone at least on a little bit.
いや
Make it a
ー
little fair.
ディズニーね見てない
Yeah,
あんま
just
見
did
てないん
the
で
VR
ね
RTA, yeah.
見てるやつもそこまで覚えてなかったりするし
Yeah,
If
that means
ちゃんと覚えてるのシュガーラッシュ初代しか
like less than an hour and a half. In order to reach that incentive to get that Sephiroth fight, we still need to get the ball moving on that. Need get to $3,500.
これはもう
We are-
どの作品かはっきりわかるね
We have at 3,100, little over 3,100. I think we can do it, chat. You've done
カニです
crazier things before. I've seen it happen. You can do it again. Let's do it once again for the pups.
for the pups. Also, my
Bonnie, do you like
召喚で出て
musicals?
くるんだ
I'll be real. I hate this segment. This is
素晴
my
らしい
least favorite part of the game. I
素
I
晴
do
らしい
like
召喚で出てくるいい
I
な
was a
なんか
theater kid. I was
Don't worry, you're
raised
not.
on
何かしらの矛盾
was
が
as
生じ
well,
ね
and I also hate this segment.
But yeah, no, this segment sucks.
ミュージカルが
so it
始まってるんですねこれ
I think
Ah,
it's a little bit better
カメなの
with JP.
君
Well, it's more bearable for sure.
Yeah, it-
well, because Donald,
I can see
they can
that.
actually sing.
Chat, you know
あ
what
い
to
や
do.
僕カメになっちゃったよとか言うのかな言ったのかな
I'm just gonna let this one happen. Look at Bonnie. Look at Ariel.
Yeah, I see where you got the emo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
微妙な顔をしてる
she's so unimpressed by Masora's dancing skills.
すごい微妙な顔してるじゃん二人とも
She's just like pretty emotionless throughout this whole mini game.
えこれは何を操
It's
作してるの
funny, honestly.
So
泡にも意志があるの
there's the basic like face animations or like no animations thing, and then there's like high res animations. Like for some reason in those mini games, I know why, because they don't have to sing.
あ本
You
編
don't
が
get
始
the
ま
high
る
res ones, but you can definitely tell when it flips. All right, so
Swim this way.
Oh my
we'll
God.
dance and we'll play. Now it's very easy. Come on now and take a chance and shake a fin.
thank you, Dewey.
Yeah, you can do it.
I know it's out of sync of it, so I don't want to actually sing along to the whole thing.
I was gonna
but-
say,
It only makes it better.
yeah.
But like, also a theater kid, so I also like to play people with my own voice.
Yeah, I'm a musician myself. Yeah, JP is actually a little bit easier because all of these QuickTime events are actually timed to the JP versions of these songs.
Yep.
That's if you've ever felt like specifically with part of your world that it feels like the timing is stupidly awkward, it's because
It's
time to
the
JP.
Japanese version.
And with JP, they sing what's written, and in English, they do their interpretations. Like, I'm blanking on her name right now, the voice actress for Ariel. Great singer, love her
Oh, yeah.
interpretations, but they are not the like perfect time with everything. So the quick time event is weird. Thank you.
Yeah. Because I will say, also saves us from copyright because that is the official part of your world song coming up.
That's actually true.
Like straight up from the from the movie, though it is like only like half the song, which is very nice. At least it is. The song feels so quick.
Dun, dun, dun.
Also, he drums to QQQ, whereas it's drum in English, and it's annoying as hell.
It's not even a solo. That doesn't count as a solo.
Dun, dun, dun.
True.
You don't just bang the drum 3 times.
素晴らしい。
It actually is a better song.
Along, just join in the song and it's a goal for everyone to have a lot of finny fun.
It was a better song.
Yeah, I think the Little Mermaid specific songs are like.
Bravo, bravo.
I think the KH specific songs are better in JP.
あ、楽しい歌でしたね。
Like the one where you fight Ursula. Ursula's voice actress is
でも
Orochimaru.
最古のタンタンタンっていうところ、あれを英語でドラムドラムドラムって訳してるの、なんか
Crazy, like.
なるほどなって感じですね。
Sora is my favorite Disney princess vibes.
しれっとね、音声は日本語なんですね。
Naruto was my favorite Disney.
あ、まだ。
Chat, what's your favorite Disney movies?
Yeah.
Bonnie, what's your favorite?
Favorite Disney movie?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Here, Disney Renaissance.
We're vibing here.
Oh, yeah.
Disney Renaissance.
Toy
Ooh.
Story 3.
That's Pixar. That's not Disney Renaissance.
That is.
Oh, that
Pixar.
doesn't count.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Well, Disney Renaissance is like Mulan territory.
Okay, the
and,
Disney
like,
Renaissance
Beauty and the
era.
Beast.
Aladdin or Hercules, probably.
Very good.
Hercules is my favorite.
Hunchback, I'd say, is my favorite.
Hunchback is so good. I was my favorite all-time Disney movie is Treasure Planet.
Yo,
It's a
Treasure
top tier.
Planet's underrated.
Yes.
Treasure Planet, I will tell every person about Treasure Planet I've ever met. I will. That and Tron Legacy. That's my favorite movie. Period.
I love Tron.
So I'm very upset by its representation to John Distance.
And not nearly enough people talk about Treasure Planet.
Absolutely.
Really. Truly.
Truly.
That and Atlantis Last Empire.
Drax said the Goofy movies. Yes.
Movie
Ratatouille is a
movies
good
also.
one.
I used to do a bit during Hades Escape where I started a strat that I would use Goofy because Donald doesn't really do anything during that, and I would play Eye to Eye from a Goofy movie.
5曲あるからあと
It was
3曲
magnificent.
And I a number of times for chat did like sing along.
あと3曲あるけど
Which is it's a really hard song, so that
あ
was
聞いてく
good
Oh, yeah.
time.
This
聞いてく
like at 100 Acre Wood, this wasn't meant
聞いてくというか歌うというか
That's why we keep getting knocked out of the world. And then it says
ボ
you
タンを
have
押す
to
という
have
か
this. Oh look, you have this.
あ
Yeah, it
あなた
was,
演奏もできる口なんです
Magnet, then Magnera, then Thundaga.
And Drive 5.
And Drive 5, that's true. That's for this,
Yes.
I think, right?
Specifically this, yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
It really is so much better Japanese.
See?
あんた雑誌
I think he just says under the sea there.
Yep.
It's so
I
funny.
know.
Like,
Under the sea
Yeah, shout out to Sebastian.
Yeah.
bro,
That. Oh,
it's weirdly pleasant. Like,
yes.
Under the sea Under the sea 気持ちいい
Oh, I forgot to make him clap. I was looking at chat. I was thinking about this right here.
Run 3 hours in.
Fun fact: if you are like trying to like like try to win this
素晴ら
minigame.
しい。
It is
素
surprisingly
晴らしい。
demanding of a score you need on like that bar. You'd think like the game would give it to you at like 60%. You need like an 80 or like over 80% of it. Like
Ariel needs to be
And,
like at the land, yeah.
yeah, I have lost this minigame by the end of it, like in rando before.
素晴らしい。
Yeah, it's literally like 3.5 minutes.
Call it marathon vibes or something, but usually I'm humming or singing like all the time, and I've done pretty well to have that be like my first time where I just broke.
The stimming came back.
Alright, so first we have to let Ariel go up into dry land. Now we have to go check on her. And now we get to fight Ursula.
Sebastian's so impatient. It's been like a
ア
second.
ンダーザシーから飛び出てるやん。
You know what? Never mind. She had a second and she summoned she made the sea witch a god. Maybe she shouldn't be given much time for it.
でかい。
Quickly.
説明不要。その連打でいいんだ。
I do unironically like this song. It's really like
I do too.
funny.
And you said that's Naruto.
That's Naruto.
Yeah, the-
That's Orochimaru.
Japanese
Yeah.
Naruto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so wild.
If you listen, like if you recently watched Naruto, you probably can immediately catch it. If you watch the Japanese dub. Hulu still, I don't think, has all episodes of Shippuden English dubbed available, so the last few have Orochimaru just like being goofy or whatever. So like I heard him speak in Japanese, and then I did this, and I'm like, oh my god, they're the same person.
海蛇くん。
Yatta! Canonical murder!
Sorry, mommy, your poopsies are toast. That is a line in this song.
おお、乗せてくれた。
It's coming up in a moment. Sympathize. Right, we're with you all the way.
Sora is way more intense saying that line in JP.
Yeah.
Haley Joel Osment's like, right, we're with you all the way.
And I was like, yeah. Go team.
Here it is. Your poopsies are toast.
I hate the way that Haley Joel Osment says that line. It actually makes me
海外版結構煽ってる感じするな。海外版ってか下の字幕。
And I'll say, unlike the previous minigame, this one is so difficult to fail.
Yeah,
Because you can have like
ああ、これ
10% of
ポセイドンの槍を持ってお槍って歌ってるんですね。へえ。なかなか面白いことを言うじゃないですか。
You cleared Ursula. I can't believe it.
believe it.
Yeah, you think the world's done, right? Oh no, another 3 minutes.
なかなかね、
left.
ナイストライなね、
Naruto bit.
話なんじゃないですかね。話逆なんじゃないですかね。
We're making it funny.
God, do we?
トライデントだけにね。
Rando player. Oh god.
Typical rando
Yeah.
player.
Can't
How's it
believe I
going?
missed the first one. Slide.
Let's go with you. Speedrunner.
You barely have to do anything for this one either, like score
Yeah.
requirement.
I forget what score you get at the beginning that you can just let go.
24-5, I think.
That's 22.
Because you get, well,
all the Sebastian ones.
yeah, you
are
get all the
don't do
Sebastian ones.
anything.
Yeah, exactly. So technically, I can be
You
done,
definitely are.
but I'm gonna keep going anyways, because why not? Also, Donald
Also,
will give you
everyone
sing,
can actually sing
Yeah.
in this version.
including
ナ
Clown.
ルト歌うと面白いな。
Yep.
Thank God.
But they do kind of a bit in the English version, but in this one he just has a good voice, so it's really nice.
Oh. 24,000 minimum. There you go. And that one gives you 15,000, and so does this one. So you could technically win this off of 2 inputs. Right there. That's my score requirement. If I did nothing else.
槍取り戻したの？やるじゃん。
Thank you, Flounder. And I'm overachieving with my button mashing.
I was gonna say.
So, I learned from my
I don't think
Wabi.
I've ever made it to 100k.
Oh,
世界の仲間にくくられた。
21K is my best. I'm not hitting that today.
What are you doing for a Wabi?
I learned from a Wabi how to properly mash. Cause he runs Wind Waker.
Yeah.
And with what's the trick called with the boat? You need to mash in that game. For their swimming. So I learned how to 2-thumb mash from him. Shoutouts to Wabi, another KH runner. JP's side.
ブラボー、ブラボ
And yeah.
ー。
Now it's just cool. No, it's not zombie hover. The boat stuff in Wind Waker, the
という
swimming.
ことでね、全曲終わった感じですか
See,
ね。
I just mashed by vibrating my arm against my controller.
There you go. Okay, so now we get to continue on with the story.
お歌のショーケースが終わりまして。
Yeah, remember the final world that we were in like
Oh.
45 minutes ago?
Now we're actually gonna finish it.
なんか、
Not pumpkin, sorry.
クポって言ってそうなやつがい
Just
た。
gonna double check everything that is good here. You're not good.
このクポが。
I'm glad I checked. Super swim, sure. If that's what it's called, I couldn't remember.
え、
Regardless,
裏切ったの？
learn from Zelda runners.
So the fun thing about the strat and beginner and this category is you don't need to worry about over damaging.
I'm not gonna overdamage because I'm gonna do final form.
高さになるのは逆に狙いづらくない？そっちの視点で慣れちゃったのかな
This is another way you can sound like a boss.
Oh, that's okay.
It's fine. He'll do another one.
There we go.
It's not a.
What I was trying to do was reset with another fire, but the fire didn't hit perfectly because I messed
やられる時も逆さまで
So he just
地
did
面に
another
落ちてくん
attack
だ。
sequence, and then I just went back into the combo.
It is also more tight on 60 and 120 FPS.
Yeah, it is. Pumpkin. There we go.
空というか、
A little bit of
Gives you
movement.
the final form for movement because we have glide 3 in this.
空の中にいるっていうのが微妙に解釈できてないけど、なんか
Actually, we don't have
すごい平たく言えば多重人格も保有していて感じなんですね。その、本来の中の人なのわかんない。
Oh, I don't.
の
I don't
ロクサス
level up
っていうの
yet.
がこの人たちのお仲間なんですね。ややこしい話をしてる。え、何がどうなってるの？もうなんかすごい格ゲーみたいな。
It's crazy that you don't level up limit at all in this category.
ルクソード。
Outside of what you already do. to
Right,
100%.
exactly.
You just go off of limit 2.
端に追いやられてるじゃん。
There's probably something I could do, but
There's definitely places you can just add Ragnaroks, but it would
ほん
be
と返して。
slower than what you're already doing.
just gonna do that. We're so juiced up right now that I can pop limit form super early and do the DM skip real nicely. I forgot I don't have finishing plus yet, so I couldn't do Ripple Drive to be funny.
まあパーフェクトでやられなかっただけね。
I
頑張ったん
couldn't
じゃない
do
ですかね。
Ripple Drive to be funny.
いやーでも、ギャンブラーなんだこの人。いやーギャンブラーだったらね、相手の好きな
What we want.
相手に好きなことさせちゃダメだよ。
Prep Final Form. I'm also gonna prep Blizzard while
ゲームは相手に好きなことをなるべくさせないのが大変な、頑張らなきゃいけないところだ。お、この人は割と正統派に戦ってくるのかな。
So I do RBR to get the double blizzard, but I'm just gonna do something a little bit different with my damage now.
HP の数が結構すごいですね。それをすごい勢いで削っていく。
We're good. We actually might not be good. I just forgot. That was a whole reflect, I think. No, we're good, we're good.
いろいろ強化した末にこうなってる
Yeah, I messed that up still.
ですけど、
I didn't
気持ちがいいですね。
the single fire. That's okay. I will drive recovery here. So what happens is if you do those Firagas perfectly, you have 0 gauge on your form, but you still get the kill, and you don't revert if you do it correctly. I did not do it correctly. So I just have to, at the cost of these drive recoveries right here. It's okay.
You could have just used one and then gone into a forum.
That's smart.
光を
That would have been smart. It's fine. I have them. I have so many recoveries, man. I'm gonna get more.
I know.
I'm gonna get 4 more.
There's still more, yeah.
Does he get 2 per mushroom? All right. So we're gonna do a strat.
まだ登っていく。
I was able. It was a community effort, but I like made it specific for this.
おお、なんかすごくラスボスかラスボス前座っぽい感じだけど、まだまだ
We are
続くんですよね。
using some silly geometry to basically skip that building event. I'm gonna do 2 combos here. And then
ああ、一応そうなんだ。ストーリー的には一応ラスボス前哨戦なんだ。 じゃあ追加ストーリー的な
skipped the
やつ
building.
をやるってこと？そう、カテゴリーもね全然理解してないのでどこで終わるのかが全く分かってないんですが、やり込み要素もやるってこと？
A bit more menuing here.
ああ、なるほど。裏ボスとかは倒すやつ。なるほどな。ありがとうございま
High
す。
jump.
ね、あんま
Now we go into final fights.
始まってからのあれこれを見てなかったので。
Poorly named for this situation.
おお、
Normally
なんか
you
やだ
would
な、
have
そのギミッ
slice
ク。
through the buildings, but that's
僕がやったら
okay.
苦戦しそう。
Doing this.
いやでもずっと飛んでるから大丈夫か。
Glide.
何こいつ？
Now we're gonna skip.
Okay, we still get to slice through some here.
We get to slice through 1 here.
ロボット？
Or 2 rather, because 2.
結構いいデザインしてるじゃないですか。
I don't reflect it. And then we slice through this. Or
おお。
2, and then a third one.
あ、そんな切れ味高かったんだ。
Okay. Now these exploders will just die to a hit of a
集ま
magnet.
る
So we just throw some magnets up into the air.
マグネットって言ってるから、そういう魔法なん
Riku
だ。
has built-in ethers.
Riku has 2 built-in ethers. We let him throw 1 to us so that we don't have to use 1, even though it's more of just muscle memory from any percent in all worlds.
落ちる。
Because we don't want to use our own ether right there.
また集める。
And I'm timing these magnets specifically so that they kind of go in line with the spawns of the exploders. And now we still have magic lock on. So we're going to do some fun things with that. We're going to quick push this phase by throwing 2 final form magnets because that skyrockets the RV of the core to push this phase. And then we're going to throw an ether, which does RV, and a magnet, which pushes the next phase. Do these final form Firagas again. See what these guys do. And then we're going to revert, go Duck Flare, and then just shred. 2 ethers so that we have them for the next fight. Now we got Armored Zemnis 1.
これが一応ラスボスなんですね。おお、聞き覚えのある声だ。
That did not hit, that's fine.
Yeah, you hit late.
I know.
なんか後ろに繋がれてる。
Yeah, it's still fine.
これで、デカブツを操作してたのかな。
effectively didn't lose time to that. It's just so
So, I
fast.
mentioned earlier, you also are entirely vulnerable during when you're using limit.
Yeah.
あ、まだいや、脱出だ。
Okay.
あー、なるほ
That's
ど。
the thing that rando players hate.
なんか乗ってるってことは、
We
そういう
have
系
that
ですか。
ability called Combo Master, which
そういう系っ
lets
ぽい。
us continue combos even if we're not hitting anything. We're using that paired with Riku's laser and drain attacks, which is our square.
あー、やっぱいいね、この、
To basically
なんだ
reset
ろ
our
う。
finishers.
ロボットなのか、戦艦なのか、城なのか、よくわかんないけど、すごいかっこいい。
I can continuously do finishers.
好みです。
With our finishing plus ability as well. It's Combo Master and finishing plus, forgot to say. To just basically kill these exploders on contact every time. That
So
should be it.
this mechanic here of like using that to extend your combo has been known since the very beginning.
意味あるかわかんない、この翼がいいっすね。
Figured out that you can actually do that with Riku's Dark Aura and stuff in normal fights,
Yes, that too.
which we will see being used in the next fight.
Oh yeah, and we also call Dragon's End as Blue Eyes White Dragon because
ドラゴンって言ってるから、一応竜なのか。
Just look at it.
Yep.
まあ、竜っぽいけど。
other viable ones are Stardust Dragon.
あ、ちょっと痩せちゃった。
Blue Eyes Shining Dragon. I don't know.
ちょっと魅力半
Blue
減。
Eyes Jet Dragon. Because I think it's hard, right?
ブルーアイズジェットドラゴン言われてますけど、
That sounds like something that would exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! Some fusion.
It
ちょっと
looks
ブー
like
スターがなくなるの、ちょっと魅力は半減ですかね。
it's like it's not a fusion, I
Right.
don't think, but still, I digress. We just have to kill these wings now, and then we'll push forward. This
ブー
is
スターはあればあるほどか
the
っこいいんだ
phases
か
are
ら。
auto scrollers, but
あ、今度は、
we
羽が破壊される。
wings and body pieces, the faster this pushes. That should be it. Yep.
あー、V 破壊されちゃった。
Right now I'm not doing finishers just to give us like a few extra chances, like quicker hits to like in case I need to parry a rocket. Doesn't really matter on beginner because we're so high health and like low damage, but like on crit and stuff like that, it's really nice to not die to that. And we saved our mega laser so that on specific phases just to get those ones faster. Just optimal routing is mainly the reason.
あ、羽なくなったらダメなんだ。全部なくなったら飛べないんだ。
Okay.
一個だけなら飛べ、一個だけで飛んでたからいけそうだったのに。
And we're going to be doing some fun stuff with Magic Lock-On shortly. So that's our Dark Aura, like... Oh, I meant I was mashing.
Nice.
I got caught mashing. It's okay.
守ってい
So,
る
hit。the HP gate.
お
I know it's on session right now. There we go. We hit his HP gate.
おー、縦になる。あー、いいですね。それも好みだぞ。いいですね。とっても
But
We have to do this RC to skip. You get out.
あー、でも意外と衝撃に脆
the
い。
way we get back to him really quickly is we
衝
throw
撃
a
に
thunder,
弱い。
give him a target, and then we Trinity to him.
あ、なんか新たなブースターを用意してる。いいですね。この携帯もかっこいいんじゃないですか。
And then our game is like, okay, you have a target now. You can use Trinity and go to your target because Trinity locks onto whatever you have and teleports over. Now we know where the building placements are, so we use aerial dodge to get up as high as we can. We grab this one while all these RCs while this RC happens. I prep my magic and limit, and we're gonna do it one more time. Once he's set,
盾が破壊されてしまっ
it
た
could。be any magic, but Thunder hits him. And we're gonna pop magic or ethers. Explosion, guard break.
やったか。
This fight is so
That
cool.
was so poggers.
Oh my god.
So poggers.
There you go. I was like, that wasn't correct.
あだだ。
Now final zone.
若返った乗っ取った
That strat is called Dancing with the Devil, made by Insert Logic. Just extra reflect damage. And then we're gonna just pop Limit Form. Ars Arcanum into Zantetsuken, into another Ars Arcanum. And he's dead. Well, he's not dead. He has to do the dome. We can't skip the dome, Mr. Rando player. Because
Right.
story.
Diet's
明
fast.
るい。
Diet's fast.
すごい。
So yeah, that's GG's. Thanks for coming to my my showcase of this game. Super great. Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally it.
すごい。
Totally it. Yeah.
For sure.
Have nothing more to do.
Casually.
全部反射してるってこと
Yeah, don't worry
こ
about
の
it. Yeah, this is totally the end of the game.
What? Are you
斬撃で。
telling me there's more to this game? Oh wait, I'm supposed to get the gold crown. That's right.
I was gonna say you don't have any of the crowns.
I don't have any of the. Yeah, you're right. My
おい、
bad.
レッドプールだったら全弾当たってた。
Called gold crown.
あ、さすがに疲れてる。
Like,
Oh.
what does he think is here?
もうディズニーになったから安心ですね。
This quote, Soren KH1, you're stupid.
You're stupid. Best line read.
If
二刀流な、あ、向こうが二刀流ならこっちも二刀流だって感じですか。いいじゃないですか。
Whatever you're talking about, I don't care. Buzz back and get lost.
Well, that is, I guess no one ever loved you.
My guess is no one's ever loved you
Wow.
before.
Yeah, Woody says that to young.
やったか。
Greatest stuff. Alright, GG's, whoop. No, I'm just kidding.
Alright,
おー。
That is the
とりあえずストーリーの部分は GG ですね。
We are skipping the credits here through PC.
俺たちの戦いまだまだこれからだ。
Over 20 minutes. Don't have to worry about it. We immediately just get to create our save file and then load back into that save file and do all of post game, which
セー
will
ブ
be
ファイルを
finishing
もう一回読み込むよな。
Data org, 13, and lingering will. Not in that order.
Which, well, it does save us 20 minutes, and also altogether, PC modded saving over 45 minutes. Everything like, wow, that seems like almost insane. It's like, however, we now have to do a 4-hour run with no breaks, and
Technically, I can run during an Atlantica song and take a
yes,
bathroom break, but I
これ
didn't
を
do
セー
that.
ブして、
Yeah, memes aside, we are less than an hour away from finishing off this run for
Okay.
realsies.
We're honestly like
No, no.
35 minutes away, maybe 40 minutes.
35. Oh my goodness. Yes, time is running out
Yeah.
real quick, people. So if you want to see that final fight against Sephiroth, we need to hit $3,500.
あ、そうそう。なんか、ビットでいいのかなビットで、まあ、タイマーストップ後、さらなるエンドコンテンツのセフィロスの方に向かって彼と戦うみたいですね。どちらもね、行われるかは分かりませんが、お楽しみにって感じでしょうか。
But exclamation point, donate in chat. Let's get those donations in now. If you want to see that final fight, let's do it for the pups.
For the pups.
nice perfect score.
Quick mushroom one there. That one doesn't show up until we actually complete Final Xemnas, because that is Xemnas' mushroom. And now we're gonna move on to Disney Castle. There's some
Yep,
weird
this is a
Disney
little
Castle.
treat here.
weird giant portal over here, but we're not gonna worry about that just yet.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that for like another minute.
Mickey
これ
just,
は、あれか、蒸気船ウィリーだっけ
he's the king. He can have a weird giant portal in his room.
あれ系ね
No big deal.
まあ、なんか、この状態のソラくんはスマブラにもいますよね。いいですね、このイラスト、かわいい。なるほど。そうそう、白黒時代のミッキー・ディズニー作品詰め合わせの世界なんですね。
So now we're going to be approaching this. This is the secret boss of Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. Of course, any
こ
of
の
the Final Mix versions
なんだ
have
ろ
a secret
う、ミニ
boss.
ゲームというか、ミッション系を
I
たくさん
can't
クリアしてるのかな。
spoil who this is. If
多分、そのミッキーのゲームってあれですかね、なんだっけ、Wii で発売されたエピックミッキーとかじゃないですか。
There's like 11 different names for this boss.
最近ね、リメイクも出た。
Well, we aren't going to be seeing much
合ってるかな
of the boss,
違うゲームの話をしてるのかもしれない。
Showing of the Peter Pan Sunlock.
で、知るとピーターパンの世界にいる。けど、ピーターパンがお仲間にいるだけで、お仲間っていうか、召喚してるだけで、世界は別かな。あ、これ裏ボス戦のうちの一つなんだ。 ちょっとどなたかは全く今顔見てないし、エフェクトで隠れて今も見えないんだけど。
Dang. I might have. I'm just.
It's incredibly
Ah,
tight.
Yeah. I don't know where we are.
ピーターパン帰ってっ
Dang,
た。
so I'm just gonna die and reset it. It's okay. Yeah. Oh.
This is fine.
ああ、別のキングダムハーツの登場してくるキャラクターなんですね。
Well, yeah, I probably
That's fine.
これファンネル飛ばしてくる。
Oh. That's fine. I get a.
あ、
Yeah.
やられてしまった。普通に強いのか。
But the auto life will no longer happen now for this summon.
Oh,
Yeah,
he bites
he's gonna-
again.
Yeah, he's gonna bike again until you can get him.
There it is.
あ、いや、あえてやられてんのか？
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The
the
laser
laser stun locked me, and I tried to deal with both at the same time, and I couldn't. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll go again.
Lasers with bike is the worst phase.
Yeah.
They're
じゃあ、あれかな？今のバイクみたいなやつを。
Very.
本当だ、特撮ヒーローっぽい。あの状態にさせないのか？
How many levels are the level?
あ、いや、それとも途中からになるのかな？
About 55. Like there, like I was gonna say, there are people that will be level 99 and still spend days on this boss.
.あれさっきと打って変わって何も、あ、いや違うわ。合ってる。さっきもこれを見たわ。ピーターパンがいる。まあ、こんだけ殴られたんだから、仕返しにパネル飛ばしてきても文句は言えないな。だからなるべく、あの形態になる前に倒しきりたいって感じなんですかね。まあ、難しそうでは、いや、簡単そうに見えるな、みたいな。
It's fine. This I can fix.
That's okay.
これは成功したかな？
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
倒された後、ファンネルまだ動いてるけ
A
ど。
little bit.
Yeah.
There he is.
So
Ah,
we get
復活した。
to see the end, which is really, really flashy and interesting. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the issue.
I was hoping that would hit him, but it did not.
はい、なるほど。
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this.
He might DM again.
Yeah, he is gonna DM again. I know that. His RV is in.
No,
Oh,
he's not. It is a choice. But at the end of that, you will have him right here.
もっとうまくいくよ。ですね
Nice.。Yeah,
Let's
that
go.
horse slash
お、
does
2回でクリアですね。
I was just waiting for him to do that enough times, and
こ
then.
の辺はさすがという感
Yeah,
じでしょう
it's
か。
worth.
Yeah. There.
Such a
Oh,
Blackies fight.
すごい、倒した後も
Like even with a cheese strat,
あ、
it is
立ってる。
genuinely
ドンと立っ
really
て、
difficult. It is
強弱感がありますね。
It is so specific.
Yeah.
Like people will hark on that and be like, "Oh, you're like not even interacting with the fight." It still takes a surprising amount of skill and sometimes genuinely still luck.
Yeah, and then. Like, I have to, like. It's the pressure of we are 3.5
Yes.
hours into this run and like
Yep.
up against hard times and stuff like that. Why am I not going final form? Like there's a lot that goes into it. So I mean, at least I got a second try, and then we still saved the fight with Duck Flare.
Which we're now entering, in my opinion, the greatest piece of the game added from Final Mix, which is the Cabin of Remembrance, and then something even more impressive afterwards. This adds a few platforming sections, which people complained about the original Kingdom Hearts 2. Removed all the platforming from Kingdom Hearts 1, ironically,
Excellent,
to
hit 'em.
combat how much people hated the platforming in Kingdom Hearts 1. but this was a very well done dungeon.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah.
So Magic Lock-On allows us to basically traverse the Cavern of Remembrance like this, because these orbs have targeting. Saves us a ton of time.
Yes, it does,
Bursting
especially
through.
this one up here.
Yeah. That's the second cavern fight. Now we got to get up to the transport of remembrance. I can speak.
So I hear.
Okay, get right here, and then we're gonna aerial dodge, fire.
Oh, I haven't seen that, so that's cool.
Yeah.
That's really neat. So now we are in the Transport Remembrance, which is a bunch of hyped up, strong versions of nobodies, but we're still a beginner and we're still like relatively leveled.
Yeah, but we do need to get a few levels, so we're gonna be combining our experience boosts. We have 2 of them on right now, so that we can.
Which
お
we do need to be careful.
山ちゃんが出てきた。
Get too low, because if you go on critical HP, Genie will heal you.
Yeah. There we go. So I'm literally at 50% health right now.
Yeah.
集まれしたところを
We talked earlier about
箱流れにする
when
ジー
you're
ニー。
being pushed in and out of it just does insane damage. Final form Genie, he just does so much there.
I was supposed to do one more.
This is kind of scary. Oh, this is kind of scary.
So more survived than normal. That's fine. Yeah, we're good to go. Might be low on ethers. We'll see. Oh, I thought that would kill him. It's fine. I can just do this. Yep. What is he doing? What a silly goose. Get over here, man.
Yeah, we're using a lot of ETs.
Okay, we're good now.
Yeah. He's not using as many cheating limits here just because they aren't as effective on the Berserkers, just since they aren't really caught in the magnet as much. Yeah, okay, so now he needs to get hit.
And there we
And
go.
that was a very easy thing to take damage to. Very lucky with that dice appearing when it did.
There we go. And we're already level 48, which means I do not have to worry about any sort of EXP boosting right here.
Because there's no way you don't gain a level in this fight.
Exactly. And then we're going to put on guard. We're going to take off experience boost. No, sorry. Well, I'm going to keep it on just for the moment. We're going to take off magic lock on and put on fire boost.
Because the run factors in that you might have experience boost on in this fight if you don't have the XP. But we did get a heal here, so it's unlikely we'll even get to utilize it anyway. But
There you go. Nice. Of course that hit. That's fine. A little bit of whirly-goop to clear this wave and also get all my drive back. And I time it perfectly so that I don't get a weird bug with these Dragoons that make them go invisible. How did all those reflex miss? It's fine. Okay. Nice.
And another Magnet Whirligoof.
And now we're in the final
Stretch.
final stretch of this.
Yeah, these will be like procedurally spawning the rest of the wave instead of waiting until the very end. But this is the last two enemies here. It's like 4 separate sorcerers, so it's hard to tell if you're at the last 2 or if you're at the last 3.
And that's it.
But yeah, so that's transport. Very well done.
All right.
And Podgy's now at the very start of a rando scene.
Oh my god. Hold on, got some menuing to do before we proceed to the ultimate boss rush here.
Yeah. This is the meat and potatoes. This is what we're here for. This is the crowd pleaser of this run. This is 13 super bosses of every org member we've dealt with thus far.
And I do want to say, Iwabi found that transport 3 strat.
Yeah. These fights intend to be at level 99, and we're level 49. So it's by here we're making great use of that reflect through RSR technique we talked about earlier, using Combo Master.
Yeah.
This is this is DM. He's just gonna tank it and then go into limo for him. And this should bring him very
ああ、こ
close
こからは
to-
強化された人たちなんです。人たち、13機関っていう方々なんですね。
There it is.
He's about to DM.
Come on, you will. Come on.
This is crazy.
He's being a silly butt. He's got to eventually. Wow, you just don't wanna.
He's stalling for the Sephiroth fight.
He is.
This is absurd.
I've never seen him. Okay.
There we go. My goodness, I've never seen it take that long.
Oh my god, and then I messed it up anyways. It's fine. I'll just do. I have to take building.
You can do hard slashes.
Yeah. It's fine. I'll take building. Yeah, we're good. Because I'm gonna get plenty of drive from the beginning of Finals M. Data
Yep.
Finals M.
Which, Data Finals M is my favorite fight in this game. To play, to watch, to play high tool, to play low tool. It is so much better designed than the actual final boss. It's so frustrating to me. Because there's so many things that are so consistent in this version that aren't the case in the original.
First on putting on pumpkin.
お、
There we go.
さっきぶりだ。順番通りってわけじゃないんですね。なんか本編で攻略した順番、そういう感じじゃないんだな。
Which we finally have a finishing plus of our own just on Basaurus. We can finally use this Keyblade without any worry about finishers. Doing the Dancing with the Devil strat again, but doing it later in the fight, so it is a little more tricky, but this fight can be very scripted if you understand it. In laser phase, but it's much faster. There's like no downtime between them, but we're just taking some damage just so we can make sure to get as much reflect damage as we can. Now here we can get another punish, which we can't even get in the original fight. That's okay. We'll just do another laser set. We're so close. Okay, it's fine. We'll get it right here.
Whoa. Of course that missed. It's fine. What's he gonna do? Oh, he's gonna do
He's
this.
gonna
Yep.
come here.
Yeah. I was just double checking. Got him.
And now he's all set up to dome again.
That was best RNG without manipping for the opening. He can either give us orbs or vines, and we want nothing but orbs.
The entire time.
Yeah, before doing.
あ、これもここもまたやるんだ。
That was fantastic.
Yeah, usually he will, or not usually, he can choose to either do orbs to start up a grab by teleporting away, or to do the vine retaliation, which the orbs let us get more reflects in, so it's just more damage per second. So, got trolled a bit in some places, especially by that previous fight, but still a very well done fight.
I got a little too much adrenaline going right now, so I'm.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Shake it out. Shake it out. You got another 40 seconds in this cutscene.
I know. That the physiology really affects your ability to play video games sometimes.
For sure.
Yeah, reminder. 4 hours, no breaks. We're just
going, man.
Can we get some love in the chat for Podgy for like just steamrolling through this 4-hour run?
Appreciate it. Thank you. We're not done. Like this is the first of 13.
This is the first one.
It's
just crazy to start on finals on this.
It's just optimal with menuing to start with him. Legitimately, that's why we start with him.
And you could be making him play even longer if we hit that incentive for the Sephiroth fight. Exclamation point donate in chat.
Alright.
Alright, this is the Roxas. This is a lot of people's favorite fight to watch.
This one's fun.
続いて
It is a little bit harder than a lot of people have already seen it because it uses limit form really heavily, and our limit form can be up to level 7. It's only level 2 because it's just kind of a chore to level up. It only levels up with every limit, and the threshold for a lot of the later levels is absurdly high.
I did mess that one up. It's okay. Yep, that's fine. I'm gonna be under damage, but I can just get damage at the end. No big deal. Yeah, that's fine.
This is something you didn't even get to see in the original fight, but this could happen there too, where you steal his Keyblades, and it powers up all of your limits and all of your general attacks as you're seeing here. So it looks so cool with these limits. Nice.
Oh,
he's being incredibly. Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's bad. It's fine.
あ、この人がロクサス。なんか中の
Yeah,
人。
that's fine.
中の人って言い方違う気がするけど。
No, I'm gonna reset the bike because I
だ
want
か
to show it
ら
off.
もう一人の僕的なのと一緒にじゃないな。戦ってるわけで
My
すね。
brain was like, yeah,
で
just
も
one
ちょ
right
っ
there.
とうまくいかなかったか
Oh,
ら
not one right there, and by then the ours was
もう一
over.
回かな。
That's okay. Yeah, I'd rather show off the fight for what it is, not try and fix it. There's other fights that I know I'm gonna probably have to fix, and this is not one of them that I want to do.
もう一人の自分の方は二刀流なんですね。
So, Roxas 2 can do a couple different things, and mainly doing a combo or this. So, Podgy is doing a react guard on the off chance that's what he picks, so he doesn't have to like
I'm
pause
gonna
off or
wait.
anything.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna take the damage here. Yeah.
I've never gone for second RC before.
Oh, that's
Oh,
yeah. I needed to reflect immediately. I was misreading his RV right there.
なかなか
It's okay.
さすがは強化形態という強化形態じゃないな。
You get the
強化版というか苦戦されてますね。
reminder, these are post-game super bosses that assume that he's level 99.
There we go. There we go. Now we're good.
Yeah, that timing is very tight.
Yeah. And when you're trying
Pause
to,
up me there.
ああ、なる
trying
ほ
to
ど。
read
もう一人の自分を取り込んだか
your
ら、
own
に
like
ラスボス戦で
like
二刀
how
流
you're
が使えた。
interpreting time, it
なる
makes
ほなる
things
ほどっ
weird.
て言ったけど
Yep.
なるほどなのか。まあでもそういうものなんですね。使ってる獲物は。
There we go.
Yeah, that is so like optimized and well timed there to make sure that you have enough time to do the extra R's. Delayed there to make sure that he gets all the damage he can.
自分となんか自分のなんだ自分を構成する仲間っていう言い方でいいのかが並んでるのはだから自分の内面世界とかそういう感じなんですね。わ
Be so much easier.
で無事撃破ですね。
But I have not routed
Yes,
that
it
yet.
would.
ちょっと苦戦しましたが
That's fine.
I have a couple ideas.
I do too. We'll talk.
We'll talk.
お
This one, we didn't see the minions.
また出たねゲーマー中田ジョージ
So much faster.
We'll get more reaction tests in just a moment. We have
あんなゲームもあるんです。あんなゲームでいいのか
or push his
サイコロと格ゲー以外にもあったね。
There is a rhythm to it that you kind of just like get into your head. It can be very easy to screw up, but you kind of just develop your own timing for it.
よく見せてくれるの偉いね。
This guy.
優しいね。イカ様とかなしに。
Yeah, this is RNG if you could.
よく見れば倒せる。
Or does the cards just like the original fight. 正直ルールはちょっと全然理解できてないですけど。ね。やっぱ初見のカードゲームはね、ちゃんとルール説明してあげないとね。ダメですよ。そうなの？ゲームマスターだったの？しねえ。
JP looks and just tells Sora to die.
ダメだよ。ゲームマスターがそんな、やっぱプレイヤーに楽しんでもらいつつ、いい感じに苦しめるのがね、いいんですから。こんなムービーがあったんだ。もう丸のコンバートを押せってことだったな。いろいろやってくるね。でも、無事 KO。パーフェクトクリアですね。
So there was one time in a run where I like forgot how to pause buffer, like my
ポーズバッファーには無力
press options.
ですね。
So I did without pause buffering get that RC, the final one. And I was just like, oh okay, I guess we're gaming. Not Kiraga. Oh my god. That would have been funny. All right, Data Axel, very different from original time when we fought him with Roxas.
Yeah, this is. I love this fight.
燃え尽きちゃう？おお、地面がすごい熱そうに。じゃあちょっとこっちの方でもね凍らせてあげたいところですけど何も浮かばないな。あ、これダメージ床なんだ。
Apology slowly losing health, and he will go down to 1 HP, so that this fight, no matter how statted you are, effectively.
顔が曇っちゃった。あ、でもミリで耐えるようになってるんですね。
Apology's also doing the strategy where he did early blizzards there, which is more damage, but is a lot harder to time.
あ、ダメージがなくなった。
And also, Axel will not die until you do that RC and get rid of the fire off of the floor. So that's why we do that there.
But he's consistently loopable while the fire floor is out, so we don't bring the fire floor away until we know we'll be able to kill him.
Yep. Alright, now this is the one that's gonna be either really cool or really terrifying.
It's Vexen.
No, Larxene.
Oh.
Well, Vexen
Sorry,
also.
that could be applied to a few.
Fair. No, Larxene.
この人は爪を使うんだ。
Yep.
Yep.
今度は電気
That's
なのか。
Okay.
結構食らってるけど大丈夫？大丈夫なのかな。おう、回復した。あ、なんか全然ゲームシステムが分かってないから。
Oh, didn't hit her.
そういう装備でもつけてるのかな。
Oh, I didn't mean to do comment. I meant to do duck flare. It's fine. Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. We might die here. Yep, we're dead here. It's okay. So, Larxene can either backpedal or side pedal, and when she side pedals, it gets really weird. And right there, things did not hit correctly, which is fine. There we go.
Yeah, that is absurdly tight of a
こんだ
reflect.
け雷降るんだから、ちょっとぐらい、あそこの柱とかに落ちてもいいのに。
There we go.
高いとこに落ちないタイプの雷なんですね。
So, this strategy is actually called item toss.
I got it.
Where
なんか、
you're-
しれっと分身してるじゃん。
Yeah, we just melt her there.
お
So
お、
because
うまくいくとこん
we
な、
both take damage there, and Comet does a lot of damage, and it's kind of like
結構うまくいくかいかないかはシビアなんですかね。
basically she just gets done.
今見るとすごい簡単そうに見えたけ
I
ど、
wanted to show and be cool about. No menu here. It's also a DM skip.
ああ、鎌持ってる人か。
Larxene actually has 2 DMs.
死のカウントの人ね。また、なんか、49回も待ってくれる。優しいな
So it's so funny because this lets us do an RC that actually does do a decent amount of damage, but we make so much better use.
ああ、さっきのは分身とも、両方ともダメージ半って思ったから。へえ、なるほどですね。
So when the boss is super armored and will just eat all the damage, it does a lot of damage.
Perfect.
結構、このボスは動き方をうまくはめられてる感じ。
Final fires here.
Just
Just
me.
not hit our V. Using a fire just to stagger him long enough for us to menu to the duck flare. Nice.
Wow, your extended warranty is
素晴らしい。
condition.
Yes, it is.
死のカウントも1個も減ってない。
I will
Except
admit,
for live.
I will admit the data fight from Marluxia is actually a little bit easier than the absent silhouette one. I don't know why that is. It just is. I did not put on pumpkin. That's fine.
We get to improv.
No, I just have to duck flare at the end instead of being
お、
cool.
沸騰された。お、なんかパワー。この人もゲーマーな。
Okay, at least we saw it on AS.
Yeah.
レクサースさん。で、80という波数があるのか。レクセウスさん。なるほど。
Never mind.
パワー3万の秘訣がわからないまま終わってしまう。イージーって言われちゃってる。
I looked at the damage. I'm like,
そのパワーは飾りだったのか。
I guess that saves you menu.
All right, that's fight number what now?
1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 maybe now?
That's
7, yeah.
8 if you count Dave. Does that miss
we
多いな。
we are over halfway through the
13って多いな。
rush fights here. Then we still need to get that train rolling if we want to see that Sephiroth fight.
ああ、
Right after this.
僕が初見セフィロスって言った
Really
人で
not
すね
much。time left. We are coming down to the wire here, folks.
Yes, we
So,
are.
if we want to see that, we gotta just get your donations in now. Exclamation point, donate in chat. Doing it for the pups. It's a spectacle of a fight. If you think these are incredible, just wait till you see the Sephiroth fight. It will be worth it, I assure you.
Hold on. There. Oh, I didn't get it.
Yeah.
So he got out of the corner, which means I get DM'd here. Or I'm going. Well, I'm gonna die here because
You haven't hit it yet.
I haven't hit it yet, but he's level 5 anti-Sora, so I'm just gonna die and showcase it. Yeah. So he popped out of the corner a bit because of my
うまくいかなかっ
combo
た
there. I
か。
should have just done a final form fire, or Sora, base Sora fire to get my damage. But it's okay. We'll be okay. Oh, fuck.
I can't believe you got that out of time.
Well, the problem now is that... Okay. Yep. Now it's a DM.
Close.
Yeah, that was so close. I almost got it. Like, I messed it up, and then I did one less Firaga. On,
What I'm just trying to do here is... Vexen has a hard HP gate. Most DMs you can skip if you get past it. Vexen, when he reaches this HP threshold, he will automatically use his DM no matter what. You cannot, quote-unquote, cannot skip it. However, if he tries it while Anti-Sora is out in the field, he will instead bring a shield back to try to bring Anti-Sora back. So if you get to that threshold while Anti-Sora's out, he spawns the shield and you quickly dispose of Anti-Sora, he can't call him back, so you then skip the DM.
there it is.
Yep, there we go. That is DM skip.
Okay.
It's so crazy because it doesn't look like you did that much, but it's so technical.
Yeah, and he kept getting out of the corner, which makes it terrifying. That's why I was a little bit worried about that one, but we're okay. Photon debugger, and we're gonna take off these abilities because we don't need them anymore. We took off Donald's Comet and Goofy's Whirly Goof.
This is also an incredibly technical fight. Most people probably used to use Final Form Fire just like the AS one, but this is what we do now.
あ、本の中に。
So, this is all hitting very specific HP gates at certain times, so then it comes down, he does immediately put us into the book. And I don't understand how this works. I still don't. It's been a long time. Well, I know that this crumbles. I understand that.
I got to do one
just
more.
why this entire strat works.
Okay. We're hitting his HP gates in such a way that he isn't immediately doing book worlds. I don't fully understand, like, why it happens. I just know, like, when you hit, like, the final form explosion that we do that damages Zexion pushes his phase perfectly, so that we don't get that instance of book world. But basically we skipped any chance of Zexion to mess with us there. Okay.
This is really tough. I'm gonna be quiet for this one.
The next two are...
Yeah, they're the same strat.
あ、またスナイパーやってくる人が出てきましたね。ずっと逆さまで戦う、なんか大変な人。絶対戦いづらいと思うけどな。
That's okay.
That's the DM.
Yeah, I know.
So what Podgy is doing here, so
倒しきりたかったけど、間に合わなかったのかな。
utilizing a
おお、
property of horizontal slash.
逆さじゃない形態もあるんだね。
You can keep doing
あ、いや、今逆さじゃない
You
ちょ
can
っとよく見えないけ
keep
ど。
them
あ、いや、
locked.
ちゃんと直立にでもいられるんだね。
Genie that you can do that with, where you can spam horizontal slash and end a fight. Granted, by say
あ、
spam,
確かに
it is
これは
something it is.
早めに倒しきりたかったな。
But what he's doing,
Don't like
he's doing that, but he doesn't have that ability.
また逆さに戻っちゃった。
He's then using
狙いやすいのかそれ。
Ground, thank you.
真下にいるならまあ、あれだけど。狙う範囲を増やすための
instead just using
知恵なのかな。
duck flare to just make up the rest of that, where he's delaying that fourth horizontal slash because the duck flare automatically does a few hits, so that he can use all of it. Yes, you cannot summon in this fight, but I'm saying just that strategy in general to use with Genie.
Yeah. Now we do it again, and this one's a bit scarier just because of messing up.
He'll kill you if you mess up.
Basically.
So let the strat speak for itself.
一体いくつの獲物を持ってるんですか？長い獲物そんだけ蓄えて扱いづらくないんですか？とりあえずロケットが強すぎるな。
No.
あー、でも倒しきれなかった。あ、槍。
I'm gonna try and break him out of this.
まあ、ギリギリ常識的な範囲になった。
We'll see what happens.
でもその槍に乗って移動するのはちょっとよくわかんない。
I had a feeling this would happen when I messed up Zig. It's okay. So I want to get
あ、
him
なん
to
か
jump.
元の数に戻った。もともと4つしか持ってない？
As you could do this, or just wait for an attack. Ooh. Okay, but he got good RNG. That is entirely RNG, which is why this fight sucks.
いや、
He's gonna kill
浮かしてるとはいえ、こんだけ槍持っててやりにくいと思いますけどね。
I messed up my. Oh, that's fine.
That's crazy. Don't do a reflect.
まだね、探検とかをね、この数持った方が賢明な判断だと思うんですけど。
I'm like, okay, it's over. That's fine.
So the opening Pog is doing here, when he's allowing him to retaliate, is to make sure that he's low enough, because throughout this strat, Zelda will keep gaining height.
That's. I have to
You
die.
can't really reach him. Yeah.
Wait, I have 5. I don't have to die. I need him to.
That's easier to do chip damage.
Yeah, I know.
やられちゃったからもう一回。
Now I have to die. There we go. Yeah. I forgot that. So when you die, your page goes to drives instead of on limits, and I forgot about that.
いろいろ言ってはいるけど、苦戦するぐらいは、には強敵らしい。
Okay. Good.
3フレームの猶予でタイミングよく攻撃できないとダメなんだ。これは難しいですね。なるほど。
There it is.
でも、今度はうまくはまった感じですね。
Incredibly tight.
やり
So when he is not in that corner, it gets a little wonky because like his Zaldan's hit stun animation's really weird. So I did worry about that a little bit, and it eventually was my downfall.
いや、無事ね、やり遂げましたね。
It's fine because we got
Last
through.
two fights?
Last two fights.
ラスト2ファイトかな
Decent, like, length.
Last two fights, and we have one more mushroom.
And
Too much.
regardless, if we want to see that set breath fight, we still need to hit 3,500. So let's make some point, donate and chat. Let's make it happen. We have mere minutes to do it.
さあ、セフィロスまであと少しですかね。
So we're using monochrome here for the actual item
果たして
boost,
行われるかはちょっと未知数ですが。
So we can just do this entire fight like this way. It basically makes ethers act like elixirs.
Yeah, that's Berserk, that's fine.
We're gonna see his DM. Pretty cool.
Not his full DM. Oh, it is his DM, never mind.
I was gonna say, after like the first 5 bars, he will DM.
There we go.
You don't need to dodge, you have invincibility on this one.
I always forget that. Of course that didn't hit correctly, it's fine.
あと2つ。2つですね。なるほど。2つでラスト。
There we go. I'm gonna check my ether count really quick. I'll be fine with like 6.
Fine, you can just use the elixir.
Oh yeah. Oh, I have 8. I'm good.
Yep. There's no more content after this fight, right?
No, there is one more mushroom, and then we have to go to the mushroom to get the final, like a different mushroom to get the final crown.
Okay.
Because right now we're on
Mushroom.
bronze crown. We're gonna get silver crown from finishing
After
this
this
fight.
fight, we have like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
対処するのに制限時間がいるんですか？
2 minutes after this fight. That's not much. You want to see that Sephiroth fight? Gotta get those donations in now.
でもなんか、この人がもう手に持ってる獲物、これはなんかギター的な、だから弦みたいなのが見える気がするけど、音符マークのアイコンもあるもんね。この水の敵、あ、よく言ったらこれなんか、この水のやつも楽譜の音符っぽく見える。いいですね。ギターを模した武器は好みですよ。
Apparently he wants to go this way today.
ギターというか楽器を模した。
So while you might think like, wow, the fight's basically over,
かっこいいですよね。
even if you put another 1 HP here, he will not end the fight until he gets to do his last set of water clones again. And the last wave here is going to be with 99 clones in 30 seconds. Which we're going to make much easier by using Duck Flare on top of fires, as well as having him in this corner here. It makes us be able to take care of these water clones much quicker, much easier, because they're basically spawning into our fires.
2 got away, that's fine. Oh, come on. The tease!
.武器は好きだけどな、戦法が気に入らないな。
Use of all of this.
これ相手にしたくないな。
That's data
Okay,
word.
that is the last super boss.
時間制限がなかったらまだギリ許せるけど。
So now we just gotta do one last quick mushroom on the way to collect our prize.
At the final couple minutes of the final mix here.
Yeah, there is the silver crown.
If we have
Which-
any snipers in chat who would like to see the Sephiroth fight, now is the time to shoot your shot. Exclamation point donate in chat.
A little bit of a fun fact. Prior to the 60 FPS being added in the PS4 version, Silver Crown was the highest crown you can get on level 1, because some of these
キノコ、マッシュルームが
damage and level 1 couldn't cut it.
先にいる。
That's okay.
But nice.
Get it again.
But because of the 60 FPS change with that final form glide, we were now able to do enough damage to barely scrape it out on a few fights. So I can get Gold Crown on any difficulty.
There we go. That's our final mushroom. Now we just have to go to the 13th mushroom, which its requirement is that you complete
The rest of them.
the rest of them. That's literally what the requirement is.
The 13th, so it's only 12 mini games. The 13th is just to collect it. So time is coming up.
In just a moment, as soon as this light ball that happens here touches me, it's time. And time.
Oh!
Oh man.
GG's.
これがキノコだったの。タイマーストップですね。
That was so
え
fun.
タイムおめでとうございます。4
Had to.
時間18分58秒。
That was
What if we just did
ちょっちょいまあ、やられちゃったりもしてましたけど、EST 内に収めるという
I
好
can't
記録を
stop you.
You truly can't.
出ましたね。
man.
素晴らし
What
い
if。I just like drop a dono real quick? I can't do the whole thing. I'm not that. But like, what if I
ゲーム内タイムも4時間9分。
drop 100 right now? Can I do it?
Hmm. Is that enough motivation for you, chat, to see that great Sephiroth fight, the one that I've been hyping up as like the ultimate spectacle of this entire game? Is that going to be
フ
enough
ィロス
for
は
you?
どうかな。
行
われないのかな。
Trust that in the time that it takes to finish the fight, then they'll make up the rest.
That's right.
I can't okay this, but I'm also, like I said, I'm not gonna actually do that stuff.
I mean, I'm gonna donate it regardless, just because it was great to showcase this, and man, this was a blast, and I appreciate you guys having me on, and shoutouts to the entire KH community, basically pushing KH2 as far as it has, and Dewey for commentating, Sonic for optimizing so much of this category behind the scenes while I was on the sticks. I'm definitely not thinking of people. Oh my god, that was not me. Someone else did that. Okay, well then I'm gonna do that. Hold on, because I did not put in this info.
Oh yeah, we just got a anonymous $200 donation. Well, thank you, anonymous. That's that 80 bucks, but I don't know. We might have to move on.
Might have to move on.
Might. Well, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we weren't expecting that.
$70 left, I think.
Oh, yep. There's another $10 from anonymous. Then there's the Podgy's pledge there for 100. That's $70 left. Oh,
これはセフィロス行われるのでは。
well, it all seems very important for setting up for the Sephiroth fight.
目標金額まで$70ぐらいかな。これはもうやられるかな。
I'm just gonna hold on. I'm gonna do this.
Any more snipers?
I'm gonna walk slowly over here. Nowhere important, right?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
know,
no,
just
no
a casual stroll.
This is our walk movement, by the way, in this video game. That's crazy. Nice AP, by the way. True. True. How are we not there yet?
Oh, we're hitting those dark depths. Of only $70 to go. Oh,
What if I turn the corner?
I think I'm starting to hear the Latin lyrics. Oh, guys, so scary. He's so scary.
達成ですかね。
Come on, Shai. It's right there.
Come
He's
on,
staring
Shai.
じゃあ、この後、セフィロス戦を
Well,
披露され
what's he-
ますね。
Oh my god. It actually happened.
Anonymous donation. It is happening.
It's happening. Hold on. What's Sephiroth looking
Alright.
at? I just want to quickly see what he's looking at.
おー、いる、セフィロス。なんか見てる。
Looking at that
なんか、
ruined castle.
なんだろう、これもキノコ
Just admiring the devastation, just like the devastation chat just did to our goal there.
Appreciate it.
Blasting through it and getting that Sephiroth fight in clutch. Oh, so clutch. I am so proud of you, chat.
Okay. Legitimately, it was fun to chill for that, but this was for the pups, and I appreciate you guys legitimately doing this. This is a ton of money for Go Rescue.
Every dollar donated here is going towards the Go Rescue Adoption Center.
That's wonderful.
And that's going to getting these pups a good home, getting them food, cleaning supplies, transportation, everything they're going to need to get a happy life. So thank you oh so much.
All right, here's your prize, chat.
Well, I'm not sure we should tell you.
He's so cool.
What's more fun is they already know this is Sephiroth. He's in a random cutscene earlier in the game.
And Donald's like, Sora, it's Sephiroth. I
It's
can't do it.
Sephiroth.
I can't do a duck voice.
I can't even. My dad can do a surprisingly good one.
All right, we'll see what strats I can do here, but we'll just get through it.
RSR, come on.
I'll try
BGM また引っ下げて。
It's okay.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
So this opening phase here is pretty trivial for the most part. We're now in next phase though, where he just basically tripled his moveset.
That's fine.
ピンチだけ
I'll
ど。
limit here just to get my health back and do a little bit more damage. Never mind, because he fire pillar.
Yeah, you need to do an
う
arrow.
おー、そんなこともしてくるんだ。
Yeah, I forgot.
めっちゃ燃えてんのかな。
Hold on. Yeah, there it is.
Sorry,
Oh.
this is like this fight used to be like known as like my
知って
baby.
る技が出てる。知ってる魔法か。
There you are. This guy. We're about to hit his HP gate.
Yeah, we're about to go into last phase.
There it is.
うわ。その弾ってそんなたくさん出せたんだ。ちょっと、どういう魔法か名前忘れちゃったけど。フレアでしたっけ？
Oh, of course he did that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Oh,
熱い。
you're not.
I'm gonna be.
It's fine. Just wait.
Yep.
あんだけでかい火柱が立っちゃうと、ほっと一息つくタイミングもないっすね。
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait this out.
Reflect Trinity. Oh my gosh.
あー。
I mistimed it. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it again. This time we'll have full magic. Yeah, I didn't want to use certain things early, but I had to because I messed up something. That's okay. We'll do it again.
Remember, he's 50 levels
これ
under leveled for this.
戦闘始まってからいきなり切りつけてくるから、それに対して対処しないといけない感じなんかな。
Boss. But
Still.
this
Still.
one's battle level 80 instead of battle level 99. It's actually the same battle level as
ホッとできずにホットになってしまった。
Yeah, this is fine.
Sephiroth is also tied for the reason, like, even though it's 90, or I mean, it's 20 battle levels off of Data's, but it's still so much health, is because Sephiroth is tied for the highest base HP in the game. Tied with, ironically, Prison Keeper.
That's fine. What a dude. I didn't catch him properly. That's fine. I'll just do this real quick and then aerial spiral.
Yep.
There we are. I just want to get him to his HP gate. That should be it. Yep.
Yeah, it's really tight to get him before he can do that.
Here we are. Okay.
Go look from here.
This should be fine. He should fire? Yep. Got him. Okay.
Alright, that is
Let's go.
おー。
The Whelming Angel has been slain.
GG's.
GG's. That,
See,
はい。
we'll call that
Nice
first one me
fight, though.
testing
GG でした。
the waters, and then the second one just going
just
to
kidding,
town.
he's fine.
Just kidding.
He's
He's,
fine.
yeah, he's just like, whatever, dude.
He's like, oh, you're not too bad.
Go find
I
Cloud.
still, I still feel robbed that we didn't fight him in Game 3. I really was hoping.
クラウドはこんなのと戦うんだ。大変だな。
Smash Bros. Now they're busy.
決着を望んでる。
Sora went to go get him because they're busy.
Yeah, but that was later.
I can't believe they added Sephiroth and Smash in.
決着ついくんですか
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, that's. Oh, I went first person to show you the gold crown, but yeah, that's what the gold crown looks like. Look how short Sora is, by the way. And then in final form, like, he's still floating and he's still at his shoulders. Like, he's floating off the ground and he's still at Sephiroth's shoulders. The dude's like 5'2" or something. But yeah, that's
all I gotta say is big Podgies.
That's
GG's, my friend.
Yeah, GG's. I've got no more shouts. I probably should have made a list, but if I missed anyone, my shout outs to my community because I forgot to shout them out as well. I appreciate you guys coming out and showing your support. And yeah, that's it for me.
いやー、そしてさんもね、4時間とちょっとのね、長丁場ではございましたが、素晴らしい走りでした。いや、4時間このアクションを求められるの結構きついよな。
Execution heavy of a run for this long with no breaks. It is daunting to say the least. There's a reason, like, for the record, not only does Podgy have the world record for this category, he's almost one of the only ones that
でもね、
really runs
3フレームの攻撃を何度も当て続けて、
task to put on, and Podgy's did this, like, grinding this category out.
素晴らしい走りをね、見せていただきました。
I can probably push it another 2 or 3 if I give it the time of day. And I plan to.
Trying to save 3 minutes in 4 hours.
And you saw how it went right now when we were in a marathon setting.
Absolutely. But yeah, anything else that needs to happen, I think we are all good here.
Yeah. And thank you, Bonnie, for hosting.
Of course. It was my absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
Hope to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, you hosted my previous one. You posted this one. What's to say you don't host the next one?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what the cards lay out for us.
Yep.
Maybe I'll submit to that one too.
Yes, you should.
I'd love to have you. Like, beef aside, this was a lot of fun. And this was,
we're beefing,
good. It was some good beef. That was some good beef.
You started frame 1, man. I didn't leave the tutorial world and I was already getting strays.
Absolutely.
God.
Well,
all right. Well, that was
はい、ということで、キングダムハーツ2ファイナルリミックスでございました。では、この後ですね、イベント自体のエンディングの方があるとは思いますが、もう少々、お付き合いいただけたらなと思います。ちょっとね、軽くお知らせなどもね、あるのでね、もう少々お付き合いお願いします。では、ちょっと軽く準備がございますので、一旦失礼いたします。
means so much to me. Thank you so much. And with that, we're gonna send you over to our staff for some final words here. I have been your host, Bonnie Dimples, and until next time, you have yourselves a good night, you stay safe, take care, and thank you so much for all your donations.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Osborne, and it's the end. It's the end of the event. It is the end of No Glitches Allowed 2025, and I am very, very proud of all of the work you've done here today. We have raised $3,505 for Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center, which, for those that don't know, it is a record for our No Glitches Allowed mainline events. We're not including Complete-a-thon or No Holidays Allowed done in the past. Just for the No Glitches Allowed events, from No Glitches Allowed 1 to 10, this is the one that has raised the most money out of all of those, which is absolutely amazing. And so I absolutely am so proud of all of the work that everyone has done here for this event and all the work they've done throughout the years. I have a lot more to say, but before we do that, I do want to hand it off to the other people in this call. Starting with the top of the call, Genesis, if you want to say some words, and we'll introduce the next person.
Yeah, I guess I'll say a little. Hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for donating to such a good cause, and to all the runners for being a part of this. Always happy to be a part of a marathon like this, being able to participate with all these amazing people. And yeah, I'm just really glad that I'm able to help out in such an amazing endeavor all the time.
Thank you so much, Mash.
Hi there. Some people may have know me, some people might not. I do a lot of event stuff behind the scenes, usually for a lot of events. I've been a part of No Glitches Allowed for the last couple of years now, being more involved. Previously, I was just mainly a runner. It's been nice to help out, and I've been brought in currently as the volunteer coordinator. And I've been very humbled by the amazing support and overwhelming eagerness of all of our new volunteers and people that have been a part of the event this year specifically, which has been amazing. So hopefully we continue improving things and everybody continues to have a great time, and hope to see some returning faces in the future.
As to that'd be absolutely amazing. Statius.
Yes, that is me. I'm the social media lead, and I just want to give a quick thanks to all the volunteers who helped with social media, and also my socials assistants, Echo and Steve. They did amazing this event, and the sheer the sheer passion in the social media team was amazing, and we had some fun little moments where we got to post a few little funny things, but thankfully no brain rot got through the fences, so that's a really good thing. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone who volunteered, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Statius. And finally, we have the real Gerbo.
Hi, I'm the real Gerbo. I haven't really been around this event. I am one of the organizers here at No Glitches Allowed. I did a lot of sort of pre-event work, and then I just sort of handed it off to Osborne and the rest of my amazing staff and moderation team here. But yeah, I guess sort of a huge thank you goes out to all the volunteers and the runners and commentators for really just putting a lot of the work and worked so hard on this event to create something special. I feel like every single time that we come together, we always have these amazing behind-the-scenes moments, these amazing moments on screen where who knows what will happen, but we always have so much fun, and we do it for such a good cause. Yeah, breaking that record was amazing. Like $3,505. I think that beats the one from No Glitches Allowed 7 by just 99 cents, but that's still really amazing breaking that record.
Yeah.
So, I guess I just have a lot of thank yous. Like, thank you for my amazing staff and moderation team here. Thanks to Osborne for taking over when I planned a trip around this event. You've done an amazing job, everybody. And I hope we keep doing amazing events together going into the future. and I hope I see you all more and a little more active for the next event, which is completed on 25 during September.
All right. I see that you've stopped talking, and I need you to know that. Hold up. Yeah, put another pair of headphones here. And, oh no, they've completely broken. I have no headphones. My headphones just died on me. So it's fine. But it's it's fine as long as people can hear me. That's all that matters. All right. So with that being said, I really just want to thank everyone for this amazing event that we put on again. As Gerbo said, this was a record by 99 cents, and that is not an exaggeration. That is an exact count of how much we beat the record by, of $3,504 from the previous record, which is allowed 7. And I am so proud of just everyone. It feels weird to just be in charge of everything, admittedly. Because I mean, I love doing it, and I love working with so many other passionate people about this. This is definitely, I would say, one of the best events we've had in quite some time. Whether it's a record, of course, in donation totals for mainline events. It's a record for how many people have ever submitted to any of our events ever. We got so many submissions that we had to split our games committee into 2 groups in order to handle it, which we've never had to do before. And we just had to approach things a little differently this time around. And I speaking of which, I want to shout out to the 3 members of our games committee that were not explicitly on staff. That's Shovelclaws, Jaxler, and Lonely, who you'll see in the credits over here. Shovelclaws and Lonely of themselves were even runners in this event and helped out with choosing all the amazing runs. And without their help, we wouldn't have gotten this amazing schedule, and we wouldn't have raised $3,505. They also worked, of course, with pricing some incentives in the background, as Games Committee does in tandem with the producers of this event. Of course, I would shout out every single person on staff and on moderation if I could, but you're going to see them on the credits. Thank you to everyone, the runners, the commentators, everyone on staff, everyone that was moderation, and just literally everyone that donated as well. I genuinely didn't think that we would raise this much money this time around, because I could feel that in the past that, you know, our events were struggling a little bit when it came to, you know, people submitting, how many people were submitting, how many people were donating. We would be lucky if we got an event that broke $2,000. And the fact that we crushed $2,000 on Friday, and then we almost made $4,000 this time around, I think that's just a sign of like really good times to come. And I'm hoping that Complete-a-thon this year is one of the best Complete-a-thons, if not the best Complete-a-thon ever. All right, but with that being said, I think that that's pretty much all of the shout outs that I wanted to say, and just all the love that I wanted to give when it came to thing here. And I see that Gerbo might want to say something here real quick. You're gonna have to wave to me when you're done, because I can't hear you.
All right, so yeah, this really is a nice chunk of change for our shelter Go Rescue. A lot of things have been sort of, you know, happening with the shelter. I believe they've moved locations in the past year, so I'm sure dealing with that move and having to really get everything situated, this extra bit of change will help out the shelter a little bit. Hopefully we can get Georgia on one of these events here and have another interview with her at some point in the future, just to get an update with everything that's going on. But yeah, I'm so happy we could bring this much money to the shelter and have an amazing event together. Yeah, that's really all I have to say. Thank you guys for watching and participating in the chat. Thank you to everybody once again for behind the scenes and who were on the production stage putting on the event. That's all I have to say. Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I got my ear plugged back in. Ear plugged back in. So again, thank you so much to everyone who made this possible. I was really worried about us struggling, but in the future of this event, but this event just proved that we're heading in the right direction with how much we raised. So with that being said, that is all, and we will see you next time for Complete-a-thon. And I'm not going to tell you the dates because you're going to see the dates at the end of the credits. You need to see the dates at the end of the credits. Watch the credits so you know when the dates for the Complete-a-thon are. I'll see you around. Have a wonderful, wonderful night, and thank you so much for all you've done.
Sometimes I suspect I'm not who I think I am. Like maybe I died a long time ago and somebody took my brain and stuck it in this body.